Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am. Motherfucker, give me a... Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am. Motherfucker, give me a... Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am. Motherfucker, give me a... Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am. Motherfucker, give me a specific... Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am. Motherfucker...
Come on out, you rapist!
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Peace, beautiful people. So today we are currently at this lovely establishment called Mojo. We here with the beautiful wife.
Shout out to our girl, Johnny, who is the chef and the owner who runs this spot. You're gonna meet her pretty soon. We're excited to be here. This is our first time here.
That's right, family. And we're going to check out the menu and show you what they have. So we're going to go in and show y'all exactly what it looks like here. Here we got our beautiful neighbors here. From the under across, we got Jennifer and our good brother Rob.
Everybody knows, man.
Here, the professor. Yeah.
I have some delicious fried okra with a nice sauce. I have to ask what's in that sauce. That's good. And some butternut squash soup.
So we have a salad. We're doing things real healthy right now. It's olives. You know, it's a nice salad. Everything in here, cauliflower.
How's it?
It's good.
Nice.
Real fresh.
It's very bright. It's beautiful, bright colors.
Good. Right here, we got the butternut squash soup. Let me try this real quick. That's good. You can taste the coconut milk. You can taste the salt. Butternut squash. It's real good. It has a real nice, calm taste to it. It's not too much of anything. It's seasoned to perfection.
That is nice. It's nice. It's got a hint of spice too. I like that. This is fried okra. Nice. It comes with a dipping sauce. Very good. Very good.
So you don't even eat okra. Something I find interesting is that I really am not a fan of okra at all. I hate okra. I tried this here. The fried okra. I have to say these are very good. Even though they fried, I'm trying to stay away from fried food, but these are good. I would ask to get you every time I come.
So these have changed your mind.
They changed my whole outlook on life. What's the difference between vegetarian and plant-based?
Vegetarian, they don't want no milk products, definitely animals and stuff like that. Plant-based is where you gonna eat all your vegetables. It doesn't matter which one. You can have real products in there, but most I'll just do coconut water, coconut milk, and replace with almond milk.
It's like they make sure it's clean eating.
Yeah.
Whatever they eat, the food is clean.
Okay.
Vegan. I'm a vegan. So vegans, we don't do anything, any animal byproducts, no dairy, no cheese, and that's hard.
Yeah.
That cheese was hard to give up. That cheese is bread. And oh, look at this. Look at this wonderfulness. Some garlic fries, some garlic sauce with some onions.
Nice.
Yeah, so
Kind of sauce in there.
yeah, that sauce is similar to that. I'm not sure. I asked her because it's like a lemony kind of thing. It's not sweet. I like that. Oh yeah. That sauce took those to the next level.
I got the garlic fried tomatoes. You can see. That's good. The sauce, got the garlic kind of taste to it. The tomatoes give it that acidic kind of feel. This is tasty. I get this again. Have mercy.
I love jalapeno. That's really like that. Cheese.
Oh, man.
See, I could live without the chili fries.
That's what's happening now.
What?
Yeah. I definitely get these again.
Yeah.
Guacamole. Love it.
You got everything you asked for.
Yes.
Come on,
Very different. I love it.
Nice. Hey.
All right, I'm excited. We're here with the owner of Mojo's Kitchen. We have the one, the only, the lovely Miss Janae. How are you today, sis?
Hey, I'm good. How are you?
All right.
Thank you for stopping through. I'm so grateful. Welcome to Mojo.
Thank you. It's a very lovely place. Very, very lovely.
A labor of love. For me and my family, my oldest son is Mojo, so the kitchen is named after him. We serve American style food. We do fried fish, fried okra, corn.
Corn munchkin, and see has some sauce on there. I love corn. That's interesting. I like it.
All that good stuff.
Well, thank
Stuff
God
you
she's
miss
not
from
eating
being
the
at home
cob.
here in Tanzania. So.
Awesome. All right. And where are you and your family from?
So we're originally from Detroit, Michigan. We spent 17 years in California, and then we moved here. We've been here for, it'll be 4 years in June.
Wow.
Yeah, Juneteenth.
Oh,
40
okay.
years. Dang.
And how was it like coming from the States to here? How was that?
Well, for us, we did a scouting trip the year before, so we kind of knew the lay of the land a little bit. So when we made up our mind that this is where we wanted to be, it took us about 6 months to sell our house, pack everything, and then hop on the plane and head on over here. So we kind of knew what to expect. The priority for us was making sure that we learned the language, make sure our children learn the language, and then kind of get to know the locals and the diaspora. So it was a pretty nice transition. Kids were able to make a lot of friends early on, so it really worked.
Wow.
I know a lot of diasporans tend to move around from house to house. We were really blessed to have one house for most of the time, and then we just moved from that house recently. So yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, and then right after that transition, we started the renovations on Mojo's, and here we go. So
This is awesome.
awesome.
Nice.
And when did you open? This is new. This is
Yes,
you just
like
opened, right?
very, very open. I mean, very, very new. We opened this past Wednesday, actually. So that was our first day out the gate. We had a really good response. And I learned really quickly that I have to up my staff count. I was not expecting the overwhelm. It was overwhelming in a good way, but we're still trying to get our stations together in the back. And we were just not expecting so much love in the diaspora. So keep loving us, but you gotta be patient with us as we build our staff and do our training and all that stuff. So we're trying to perfect some things, but hey, hang in there with us. Come through with some deep dish. That's one of our signature meals here in Mojo's. We do a Chicago style deep dish, and it is very, very, very tasty. Everything is made from scratch, which is another reason why it takes so long. There's no packages back there. This is all a labor of love. Like I get down to the dirty, using all my Detroit influence on the meals. Again, so we're excited to open. We weren't expecting so many people, but I love it. Just be patient with us as we continue to grow and build our staff. But we really, really want you to come in. We'll have jazz nights. We're gonna have smoking Sundays. We're gonna sell smoked meat, and then we'll have wine tasting every other Friday. I think not this Friday, but next Friday. So come on out. make sure you RSVP. We'll send out flyers and all that kind of good stuff. So if you like wine and all that, we'll have a special menu Saturday night just for the wine tasting, stuff like flatbread or little small plate appetizers. And then we'll do a 5-flight tasting with some imported wine, some local wine, some South African wine. So if that's your thing, come through.
Yeah, the main person don't need wine. Yeah.
You said that, yes.
The other thing that's coming soon is we'll be having live jazz music as well. So we're putting together a little jazz band, and I don't know if you can tell, but Mojo's has a little jazzy thing. Jazz breaks up there. My son, he's a jazz major. So yeah, Mojo, he's a jazz major. So he's been playing jazz since he was 8 years old. So this kind of fits right in with who we are as a family. So yeah, come check us out. Stay posted on our Instagram, Mojo's _kitchen_tz. That's it. But anyway, yeah, check us out.
Let me try this wing.
No.
You good, though. Yeah, no, that's good, though. Oh, they got me. Yeah, they done got.
You know, we wish you all the best. Thank you. Success, because you put this together. This is really, really nice.
Yeah,
really nice, and I can tell this is going to be the hangout spot.
So,
one question:
yes.
Were there any culture shock moments or anything you had to adjust to coming from America?
Oh, absolutely. Well, one thing, we're used to standing in lines and taking our turns. Well, sometimes depending on where you go, it's kind of like get in when you fit in, and there might be people that kind of jump in front of you, and you're like, but you get used to it, and then you jump in. The other thing that was a bit of a culture shock was the driving. So a lot of diasporans, they use both in bodas and bajajis and stuff like that. Well, we have our own car, so it was like getting used to driving on the opposite side of the car, opposite side of the road, and then with the chaotic, the buses with tall dollars, the bodas and all that, weaving in and out. Now, my Tanzanian friends, they're like, oh, girl, you drive like a Tanzanian. Wow. So it took a minute to get there, but yeah, so those are my major culture shocks. One thing that I really enjoyed that was I don't want to say culture shock in a bad way, but it was a welcome part of being inducted into the Tanzanian society is shopping at the Sokoni. I don't know what it is, but I do love it, except when it rains. I do not like that. But you can go and get really good deals on fresh produce all the time. And I absolutely enjoy that. So, and then, you're helping the local population every time you buy something from Sokoni instead of the major markets that, the money goes outside of the country.
Yeah.
So, that's it. Those were my little adjustment moments. Mojo's is also connected to our NGO. So if you haven't heard RPG Academy International, we actually have a small learning library. It's currently in Bahari Beach, but we're moving it right next door to Mojo's. So as we continue to build and we get situated, we're working on that project, moving it from Bahari Beach right next door to Mojo's, and your kids will be able to come over, read books, study, get some tutoring. We have Swahili lessons, all that stuff, and coming down the pipeline. So stay tuned for that as well.
Awesome. And does Mojo's Kitchen have delivery?
We do delivery.
Oh.
Yes. We just had our very first delivery yesterday. Congratulations. I was so excited. But it went all the way to Masaki. What? I know, right? So if you don't know, the lay of the land in Dar es Salaam, Masaki is usually where people go to find American style food or, whatever. And there's nothing on this side, and most of the diasporans live up here. So that's what makes Mojo so unique. So to have somebody who is in Masaki all the way to Geta, which is where we are, order, that's kind of a major blessing to us, because we usually do it the other way around. So now we're supplying and delivering all that stuff. So I'm excited.
It's the same, but I twist it up. Make good food, and the people will come.
Definitely.
Amen. Well, I am hoping to fill bellies and fill hearts here at Mojo. So please come through. We welcome you. Bring your family, and make sure when you get a chance to try our dish. What we want you to do is it takes about 35 to 45 minutes to bake. These are personal size deep dishes, so I don't want any surprises. These are not big mega pizza populous kind of deep dish pizzas. They're personal size, but they are so filling and so delicious. So we welcome you to try them. And also just remember that you have to give us the 35 to 45 minutes to bake it. So it's all from scratch. None of that, processed stuff.
I just want to make one other comment before we, because I'm taking your time here. You're a very busy woman, but I think it's so awesome to see your children jumping in and helping out and working in the restaurant. That is a beautiful thing, and I know it's teaching them a whole lot.
Yeah. Well, you know what? As you say that, we are homeschoolers, so they are learning every time they come here. So everything is a lesson. Everything is a blessing. So we tie those lessons into homeschooling as well. So they're learning. Get those math skills up. Let's go. Get my money back.
That's awesome, Johnny. I want to thank you for your time, your delicious food, your energy, and we will be back again.
Yeah, definitely.
Awesome. Thank you so much for coming. Thanks.
Thank you.
Check us out at Mojo.
Good morning, everyone. It's almost afternoon here. I am doing this show today because I had a couple things and some news articles that I just didn't get through this week. So I figured, you know what? I got a good night's rest last night and kind of, just wanted to make sure I tie up loose ends. This is one of my other things. If there are things out there hanging that, I said I'd get to or something like that, it really just kind of bugs me until I actually complete what I said I'm going to do. And if anyone out there, I'm sure there are things I said I would talk about or just, didn't get around to, feel free to put it in the chat or email me. Let me know. Because I'm old. I'm forgetful. So the other thing, this is going to be a bit of a schedule change. I've been working through this for a while. I think I'm going to start doing, say, Monday through Thursday mornings. Friday, I'm not going to do. Most times, I'm just going to take the 3-day weekend. However, I will pop up on the weekends, something interesting happens, or Saturday mornings if I just don't get to something. So, we'll see how that works out. And then, the morning show is going to be, 3:30 or 3:45 in the morning. That way it just works out and I'm not so tired and grumpy all the time. So that's where we're going. Hey, Dirty, how you doing? So first thing I want to get to, I did this show Thursday evening on a friend of mine's channel called Critical African Thinkers. And I'm not going to burden you with the whole show. It's a little bit over an hour. I will ask you this, though. I put it on the Stanley Cross channel. I can't remember whether I premiered it or not, but the whole show is on my channel. And I think it doesn't get too deep. It kind of talks about, diversity in the American Black community / culture, but at a very esoteric level. But I still think it's worth watching. So anyway, if you get around to it, please watch it. I liked it. Not my best work, but it'll do. Now the reason this is here is because there were some questions that Fred asked that I didn't get to. Some comments that I thought were pretty good. And it's going to be hard to kind of highlight these. I'm not sure that I can. So this is specifically for Fred. He talks about we got into Ebonics, which is kind of a Creole, and then he talked about patois ain't got nothing to do with Black American vernacular. I think he was talking to Charles there, but I wanted to talk about, excuse me, Ebonics specifically. Um, my whole point, because I'm certainly no linguist or linguistics person, Ebonics is basically, well, blacks learned English um, after they got to America, forced or otherwise, but mostly forced. And they all spoke different languages. Let's just go back to something like, I don't know, 1780. Um, you may be on the same plantation from different tribes, and English wound up being the third, kind of the third leg that allowed two people in, I don't know, colonial. Well, by that time, well, it would still in 1780 it would still be, the United States, but it was pre-Constitution. But English might be the only way two people from different tribes, fresh off the boat from Africa, that could communicate. So I don't want to say that blacks learned English from their lower class whites or anything. They just learned English from wherever it was. They learned English. Could be from someone with an English accent. Could be from someone who barely spoke English, who was older and kind of spoke broken English. So English, I don't, not being a linguist, I don't really care what the sources were. What I'm saying is, blacks were prevented from reading or just generally learning alphabet and stuff like that. So they learned English the best way they could. And, things like that carry over from generation to generation. So, again, not being a linguist, I don't really care about the origins. I pretty much care with, the present. So, hold on one second. Let's make this bigger. And again, I'm kind of addressing some stuff I didn't get to on the show Charles and I did on Thursday. Let's see. Bonnet. Yeah. Language evolved through broken English from white England folk developing code language to evade white folks eavesdropping in our African root language. Can't disagree with that. Let's see. Does that apply to other race that came from a hood? This was actually the main question I didn't get to. Anybody who lives in something like a quote slum. Blacks aren't the only ones who lived in slums. There's the barrio or whatever you might want to call it. Fred, I didn't specifically mean blacks, but by and large, it's mostly African heritage people who live in the hood today. So, I don't know the history of the hood. You probably know it better than I do. You've done more reading on that sort of thing. So, you go back to the early 20th century, when immigration was opened up, you had Irish, you had Polish, you had Jewish, you had all kinds of people living in, their hoods or their slums or, whatever the term is. So, no, I think these rules apply as far as poverty and crime and stuff like that. No, I didn't mean to isolate it just to black people, but I would think by and large, some of the same forces are still working in quote black culture. And your last comment, black culture is American culture. I agree with that, and it's vice versa. Don't let the be braves of the world fool you. All of this is happening in America. Therefore, it is American culture by default. And, all I have to say is use your common sense, use your critical thinking, and you'll be able to see through some of the bullshit that gets pushed on you by a lot of folks who, in my opinion, are frankly racists. Culturalist is racist. It's just a fancier packaging. So the next thing, Richard asked me to look at, and I kind of alluded to it, but he asked me to look at, and this actually surprised me that this particular thing states demographically adjusted performance on the 2024 National Assessment of Educational Progress. Now, I'm not exactly sure what demographically adjusted performance means, and I think it may come to light as I read through this. And I can email this link if anybody's interested in it. But I'm going to just read this through. So, forgive me here. Unfortunately, there's no auto reader, which is my preference. Earlier today, the federal government released the 2024 scores from the National Assessment of Educational Progress, NAEP. NAEP is the only national comparable measure of student achievement that is reported for every state on a regular basis, but comparing states' NAEP scores is misleading for many purposes because states serve very different student populations. For example, more than 20% of children live in poverty in Alabama and Mississippi, compared with less than 10% in New Hampshire and Vermont. For nearly 10 years, the Urban Institute has, that's the think tank that's publishing this, has published adjusted scores that capture how well students in each state score on the NAEP, compared with demographically similar students around the country. We determine these adjustments by calculating how each individual student who takes the NAEP scores relative to students nationwide who are the same gender, age, and race or ethnicity and have the same free and reduced price lunch receipt status, special education status, and English language learner status. We calculate adjusted scores. For 2024 using our analysis of student level data from 2022 and applying it to the unadjusted 2024 scores released earlier today. Our prior research has shown that this is a reliable way to adjust the state level scores before student level data are available. These adjustments have important limitations, including challenges with accurately measuring income across different states and differences across states in the implementation of programs like special education. But the adjusted scores come closer than the unadjusted scores to capturing the relative effectiveness of state policies. So the thing that really caught my attention is Alabama is number one, Alaska number two, then there's Arizona, Arkansas, California, Colorado, Connecticut, Delaware, Florida 9, Georgia 10. But Alabama is what really caught my attention. Essentially, what it's saying is that there was market improvement in Alabama, which is heartening. It's very rare to see Alabama or Mississippi come in, anywhere other than dead last. And I don't know what the unadjusted scores are. They're probably in this report somewhere. But, seeing as I talk on education a lot, and am kind of really concerned with education overall because I actually find it important. It caught my attention and it was worth at least me, looking at. And again, it was Richard who brought it to my attention. I saw it in a news article, but he brought some details into it and emailed me, the report. Which comes to mind or brings to mind, my email is Stanley at JGHB for John Galt HB.info. if you have something you want to talk about or want me to look at and kind of critique, email me there. I do actually check it. Probably not every day, but pretty much every day. So don't be shy. So, and I'll drop the link if anyone wants to come up. It's posted in the John Galt channel. I think it might be Yeah, it's posted both in both chats. You can hit the link now if you want to come up and talk, because I'm going to move into news. And again, well, I probably didn't say it. This isn't going to be a long show. I had some things I wanted to follow up on, and then some news stories I didn't get to. So, this isn't going to be like an 8-hour. It'll be open panel, but only slightly. Let's see. What does Simon? Simon, you're awake. Good for you. Good to see you. Did y'all see the Thorpes hanging out with Empress Janet in Pittsburgh? No, Borgum Dangle. Is it something we should watch? And if you want, just put the. Well, everybody knows who the Thorpes are. Everybody knows who Empress Janet is. They can find their way over there on their own. So let's see. Simon, I think you suffered massive head trauma. You're dumber now. Not that interested. Let's see. I don't know how it's possible. I'd assume brain trauma would make you smarter. Yeah, Simon, hit the link, man. Let's talk about your expertise in neurology. What's up, Calvin? So let us move on. This is something I did not get to, and I think it was Uncle Fatty that brought it up. China launches 3 astronauts to, I think it was, to replace crew. I vaguely remember China has a space station up there. So unfortunately, I don't think there's a video of the launch, but I'll read a portion of this. It looks interesting. I've forgotten China has a whole space station up there. You know her personally, Brian? So China has launched 3 astronauts into space to replace the crew on the Chinese Tiangong space station, marking a further step in the country's ambitions for a crewed mission to the moon and exploration of Mars. The Shenzhou 20 spaceship took off as planned atop China's workhorse Long March 2 F rocket, 5:17 p.m. local time. It will reach the Tiangong about 6.5 hours later, so they're definitely there. This is from Thursday. 2 days ago, so it's Thursday. The rocket lifted off from the launch center in Zhuquan, hopefully that's how you pronounce it, on the edge of the Gobi Desert in northwestern China. The spaceship will remain in space before returning the current crew. The Tiangong, or Heavenly Palace, space station has made China a major contender in space, especially since it was entirely Chinese-built after the country was excluded from the International Space Station over U.S. national security concerns. China's space program is controlled by the People's Liberation Army, the military branch of the ruling Communist Party. The addition of mechanical arms to the 3-module station has also raised concerns from some that China could use them to disable satellites or other space vehicles during a crisis. So they're their astronauts waving happily. Shenzhou means celestial vessel. Interesting. So that has been covered. And Uncle Fatty, thank you for bringing that to my attention. Now, this is actually, you know what? I'm going to wait on this one. We're going to go here first. and then we'll come back to this. ICE deportation notices, a form in English in only hours to, Trump's immigration ratings turn negative post ABC Ipsos poll finds. Now, this is important because immigration has been the one thing that was overwhelmingly positive for Trump's agenda. So I'm going to play this, and then I've got somewhere down the line some more a story or two on Trump's floor for approval. It seems to be crumbling, and I'm not ready to say I told you so yet, but we're getting close. So let's play this.
This news story was written by David Nakamura, Emily Guskin, Scott Clement, and Arelis R. Hernandez. Trump's immigration ratings turn negative post-ABC Ipsos poll finds. President Donald Trump's approval ratings on immigration, relatively strong in the early weeks of his second term, have dipped into negative territory, according to a Washington Post ABC News Ipsos poll, a sign that his administration's hard-line and, in some cases, legally dubious enforcement tactics are losing public support. A majority of Americans, 53%, disapprove of Trump's handling of immigration, with 46% approving, a reversal from February when half of the public voiced approval of his approach. Negative views have ticked up across partisan groups over the past 2 months, with 90% of Democrats, 56% of independents, and 11% of Republicans now disapproving of the way the president has managed one of his core policy issues. The findings buttress other recent polls that have tracked falling approval ratings for Trump on immigration, though he still draws higher marks on the issue than on other matters. They come amid mounting public frustration more broadly over his presidency as it closes in on its first 100 days, which have been marked by a blizzard of unilateral actions, sometimes violating the constitutional bounds of presidential authority. White House aides had hoped that Trump's actions on immigration and a dwindling number of undocumented immigrants crossing the U.S.-Mexico border would help bolster his public standing, despite declining support in other areas. Prompted by frustrations that the pace of deportations was falling short of the president's ambitious quotas, the administration has taken more aggressive action in recent weeks. It deported 238 migrants to a mega-prison in El Salvador, without the chance to challenge their designation as alien enemies beforehand, and targeted international students and faculty at U.S. colleges and universities for removal. It also resisted orders from federal judges, rulings backed by a unanimous Supreme Court decision, to facilitate the return to the United States of Kilmar Abrego Garcia from El Salvador. Abrego Garcia, a Salvadoran migrant who lives in Maryland and entered the U.S. without authorization as a teen, was arrested by immigration officers and sent to the Salvadoran facility. A 2019 legal order barred his removal, and the administration has acknowledged that Abrego Garcia was wrongly deported. But federal officials say they have no authority to bring him back and have sought to portray him and others as violent gang members, despite producing no evidence. The post-ABC Ipsos poll finds that more Americans say Abrego Garcia should be returned to the country than remain imprisoned in El Salvador, 42% versus 26%. About 3 in 10 Americans, however, say they don't know enough to have an opinion, a sign that views on the high-profile case are still forming among a sizable segment of the population. A narrow majority of Republicans, 53%, say he should remain in prison, with just 14% of them saying Abrego Garcia should be returned. The remainder say they didn't know enough to answer. By contrast, 74% of Democrats say Abrego Garcia should be returned to the U.S., with 20% saying they don't know enough to respond. Among independents, 39% say he should be returned, 21% say he should be left in El Salvador, and 39% didn't know enough. Among those who disapprove of Trump's immigration policy is Ray King of Nebraska, a machinist who grew up in California and considers himself a moderate Democrat. He characterized the administration's actions as radical law-breaking that is jeopardizing basic American values. Immigration is a really complicated and very difficult topic and situation, but not following the due process laws that are in place is not a way to fix the problem, said King, who is white. That supersedes everything the country was founded on. King said Trump's track record as a business executive who rarely admitted an error and dragged out legal fights to wear down opponents has convinced him that the president will continue to resist bringing Abrego Garcia back to the U.S. His mentality is, I'm a winner and you're a loser, King said. If he has to bring the gentleman back, he becomes a loser. On Thursday, a federal judge in Maryland ordered the Trump administration to secure the return of a second man at the Salvadoran prison, a Venezuelan who was deported despite being part of a class action settlement that should have protected him from removal. Overall, 51% of Americans oppose the administration's efforts to send undocumented migrants suspected of being members of a criminal group to El Salvador, the poll finds, with 47% in support. Among those who favor Trump's approach is Gregory Samuel, 47, of Oklahoma, an independent voter who supported Joe Biden in the 2020 presidential race, but soured on him given a spike in illegal immigration during his presidency. In Abrego Garcia's case, Samuel said his undocumented status should be enough to send him to El Salvador. If you're illegal, period, he said. They got an open door, and I'm pretty sure they are gang members. Samuel endorsed having Trump defy the federal court judges, whom he called politicized. It's out of balance and is an abuse of power for judges to impede Trump's executive authority, said Samuel, who is Black and Native American. As on other issues, support for deporting alleged members of criminal groups without a court hearing breaks sharply along partisan lines, with 85% of Democrats opposing the practice and 82% of Republicans supporting it. Just under half of independents support such deportations, while just over half oppose them, the poll finds. Just under half of Americans, 48%, say Trump has gone too far on his immigration enforcement efforts. About a third, 34%, say Trump is handling immigration about right, with 16% saying he hasn't gone far enough in his efforts. The responses break along racial lines, with about 6 in 10 Black, Hispanic, and Asian Americans saying Trump has gone too far, compared with about 4 in 10 white Americans. The administration has sought to deport some leaders of pro-Palestinian protests on college campuses who have legal status in the U.S., alleging they were supporting the Hamas militant group in the Israel-Gaza conflict, despite vehement denials from the protest leaders and their attorneys. About 6 in 10 Americans oppose deporting international students who have criticized U.S. policy in the Middle East. Most Republicans, 70%, support such deportations, but public approval drops to 36% among independents and 11% among Democrats, the poll finds. The post-ABC Ipsos poll was conducted online April 18th, 22 among 2,464 U.S. adults. The sample was drawn through the Ipsos Knowledge Panel, an ongoing panel of U.S. households recruited by mail using random sampling methods. Overall results have a margin of error of plus or minus 2 points.
A couple comments on this. Number one, especially if a foreigner has legal status, visa, or what have you, they actually have most, if not all, of constitutional rights. This is why the birthright citizenship thing, and we will get to that, I think, towards the end of the show. Constitutional rights apply to anyone on U.S. soil if you have a legal status. And I'm not sure, but if you are illegal, I'm not sure how that applies. I guess I could look it up, but the bottom line is that this is a stretch. If someone has a legal status, you've got to give them due process. And that's what is being kind of flouted here. So this goes to the next story. U.S. restores legal status for many international students, but warns of removals to come. But the emphasis is that there were like 1,000 students that had their legal status revoked, And I think it was a Republican judge who said, no, you can't do this. So Trump, once again, has to reverse the policy. There's a thing in logistics. You only want to touch a package, you want to touch a package or something that you are moving or getting from one place to another as few times as possible. And that dovetails into something, parents and especially my father, would tell their children, or to me specifically, do it right the first time. When you have to go back and do it a second time, you're literally losing time and or money. Okay. I don't necessarily have a problem with what Trump is, what his goals are, depending on the goal. But I definitely disapprove of this, lurch forward and have to take a step back and redo it policy. This is where he's losing Americans. He just doesn't seem to be able to get it right the first time. And, to go back to what this article was saying, if you're a winner, you know how to do it right the first time. That's one of the main things a winner does. You don't screw up, at least most of the time when you try and accomplish a goal. And Trump is screwing up. So this is a fairly short story. U.S. restores legal status for many international students, having to take a step back.
U.S. restores legal status for many international students, but warns of removals to come. This article is by Zach Montague and Hamid Eliazes and read by an automated voice. The Trump administration on Friday abruptly moved to restore thousands of international students' ability to study in the United States legally, but immigration officials insisted they could still try to terminate that legal status despite a wave of legal challenges. The decision, revealed during a court hearing in Washington, was a dramatic shift by Immigration and Customs Enforcement, even as the administration characterized it as only a temporary reprieve. The back and forth only contributed to the anxiety and confusion facing international students, as the administration has moved to cancel more than 1,500 student visas in recent weeks. On Friday morning, Joseph F. Carilli, a Justice Department lawyer, told a federal judge in Washington that immigration officials had begun work on a new system for reviewing and terminating the records of international students and academics studying in the United States. Until the process was complete, he said, student records that had been purged from a federal database in recent weeks would be restored, along with their legal status. A senior Department of Homeland Security official, who spoke on the condition of anonymity, said the students whose legal status was restored on Friday could still very well have it terminated in the future, along with their visas. The changes on Friday came amid a wave of individual lawsuits filed by students, who have said they were notified that their legal right to study in the United States was rescinded, often with minimal explanation. In some cases, students had minor traffic violations or other infractions. But in other cases, there appeared to be no obvious cause for the revocations. Upon learning that their records had been deleted from the Student and Exchange Visitor Information System, or SEVIS, scores of students have sued to preserve their status, producing a flurry of emergency orders by judges blocking the changes by ICE. "We have not reversed course on a single visa revocation," said Tricia McLaughlin, a Homeland Security Department spokeswoman. "What we did is restore SEVIS access for people who had not had their visa revoked. It was not clear how many student visa holders have left the country to date after their records were deleted. Facing the prospect of arrest, at least a handful have left before risking deportation." But the Trump administration had stoked panic among students who found themselves under threat of detention and deportation. A handful of students, including a graduate student at Cornell, have voluntarily left the country after abandoning their legal fight. "It is good to see ICE recognize the illegality of its actions canceling SEVIS registrations for these students," said Charles Cook, an immigration lawyer who led a separate lawsuit over the revocations. "Sad that it took losing 50 times. What we don't yet know is what ICE will do to repair the damage it has done, especially for those students who lost jobs and offers and had visas revoked." Judges reviewing the lawsuits so far have shown significant doubt that the abrupt changes to scores of students' legal status are lawful, especially given the haphazard and often seemingly arbitrary way the administration has proceeded. In March, the Trump administration moved to cancel visas and begin deportation proceedings against a number of students who had participated in demonstrations against Israel during the wave of campus protests last year over the war in Gaza. Federal judges had halted some of those revocations and slammed the brakes on efforts to remove those students from the country. But in recent weeks, many students received word that their records had been deleted from the SEVIS database. That caused a wave of panic across the country among students and academics, whose prospects of finishing a degree or completing graduate research were upended without warning. By Friday evening, the government had already started moving to dismiss lawsuits over the SEVIS deletions, arguing that the administration's policy change had made them unnecessary, since deleted records would be restored. Other lawsuits, including a potential class action involving a number of states in New England, have moved forward, seeking to stop the administration from more broadly from carrying out further mass cancellations. Another case out of Massachusetts focused on instances where students were targeted over their speech in support of Palestine. A group has sued to prevent the administration from seeking to remove international students on First Amendment grounds.
Hey, Helen, how you doing? So let's see here. This is actually, there's another story. This came around last night, and of course I didn't find the right story. Damn it. Well, we'll just go to this one then. This is ICE deportation notices, a form in English and only hours to act. So we'll play this, and then I'll try and find this other story that was actually fairly disturbing. Cool. Helen, can you not hear this video or the audio on this article? Because I can hear it. Let's see if we can hear it on my phone. Because I can hear it. Let's see if we can hear it on my phone. Oh, my bad. I'm not sure why this isn't playing. Huh. Well, too bad. Sorry about that. I'm not sure why this isn't playing. Huh. Well, too bad. Let's see here. Oh, you know what? Well, sorry about that. Basically, it was students. Uh, Basically, their status has been reversed back to you're not going to be deported and possibly temporarily. So the theme I'm trying to develop here is Trump is sloppy. And, again, I don't necessarily disagree with what his goals are. It's just, you're not going to accomplish them if you're just kind of like a whirling dervish. So this is a Pew Research poll that came out, I guess it was yesterday. Trump's job rating drops. Key policies draw majority disapproval as he nears 100 days. Trump's second term approaching its 100-day mark, 40% of Americans approve of how he's handling the job. And that's a decline of 7% from February. And excuse me, he was, depending on some polls, he was actually above 50%, but it is dropping. And even on the immigration stuff, he's starting to lose majority support. And the thing is that most of the people who voted for him may still approve. It's the people who either didn't vote or voted against him, especially the undecideds or the people who didn't vote. That's going to be a problem in 2026. And, I'm not one to really, I want him to lose support because I don't, if you're going to be this way, at least be effective. And so far, he has not been. And, this theme will keep going through the next several stories. Hopefully you can hear them. So again, I meant to say, if anybody needs these links, I'm happy to drop them, into the chats. And then the other thing I haven't said is everyone make sure you hit the like button. Please subscribe to the John Galt Urban Landlord channel or the Stanley Cross channel. So this Pew Research poll kind of surprised me. So I don't know what to say, but whatever it is he's doing, a couple weeks ago, he was kind of, we were hearing about how great he's doing, but this is a slow erosion. And part of the problem, in my opinion, is he started trying to make policy before he was even inaugurated. So he didn't really get a honeymoon period, that normal 2 or 3 month period, first quarter that new presidents usually get. Part of it is we knew who he was. So, that's going to cut into the honeymoon, the wedding cake a little bit. But, he started, telling us what he was going to do after November 5th of last year. So people could kind of prejudge before he even got into office. And this is concerning because he's a lame duck, whether he likes it or not. And, you can only talk and bluster for so long. It does catch up with you if you're not actually walking the walk. And in my opinion, Trump is not. Trump is doing a lot of things really fast. He's flooding the zone, and he's not scoring the wins that he should be scoring. Pretty much everything he's done so far has had flaws in it. He's not done anything seamlessly, and that's a problem. And this came around last night. It was overnight that I saw this story. A 2-year-old U.S. citizen deported with no meaningful process. This concerns me, and this goes back to something I said in the middle of last week, or early, excuse me, earlier this week. What he's doing is, with the deportations, this just slam them out and get them out of the country. He's hurting Americans, actual American citizens, and American citizens are not going to tolerate it. So, let's see if we can hear this story. And this is a 2-year-old, by the way.
2-year-old U.S. citizen deported with no meaningful process, judge suspects. This article is by Alan Foyer and read by an automated voice. A federal judge in Louisiana expressed concern on Friday that the Trump administration had deported a 2-year-old U.S. citizen to Honduras with no meaningful process and against the wishes of her father. In a brief order issued from Federal District Court
Dave,
in
how
the
you
Western
doing?
District
Hit
of
the mic if you
Louisiana,
want.
Judge Terry A. Dowdy questioned why the administration had sent the child, known in court papers only as VML, to Honduras with her mother, even though her father had sought in an emergency petition on Thursday to stop the girl from being sent abroad. The government contends that this is all okay because the mother wishes that the child be deported with her, wrote Judge Dowdy, a conservative Trump appointee. But the court doesn't know that, asserting that it is illegal and unconstitutional to deport a U.S. citizen. Judge Dowdy set a hearing for May 16th to explore his strong suspicion that the government just deported a U.S. citizen with no meaningful process. The case of VML, which was reported earlier by Politico, is the latest challenge to the legality of several aspects of President Trump's aggressive deportation efforts. The administration has already been blocked by 7 federal judges in courts across the country from removing Venezuelan migrants accused of being gang members to El Salvador under a rarely invoked wartime statute. It has also created an uproar by wrongfully deporting a Maryland man, Kilmar Armando Abrego Garcia, to El Salvador and so far refusing to work to bring him back. According to court papers, the 2-year-old girl had accompanied her mother, Jenny Carolina Lopez Villela, and her older sister, Valeria, to an immigration appointment in New Orleans on Tuesday when they were taken into custody by officials from U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement. Ms. Lopez Villela was scheduled for an expedited removal from the country on Friday. And in a filing to Judge Dowdy, lawyers for the Justice Department claimed that she, quote, made known to ICE officials that she wanted to retain custody of VML and for VML to go with her to Honduras. But in a petition filed by the child's custodian, Trish Mack, on Thursday, her father claimed that when he spoke briefly with Ms. Lopez Villela, he could hear her and the children crying. The father reminded her, the petition said, that, quote, their daughter was a U.S. citizen and could not be deported. The father, who was not identified by name in the petition, tried to give Ms. Lopez Villela the phone number for a lawyer, but he claims that officials cut short the call. The detention of VML is without any basis in law and violates her fundamental due process rights, the petition said. She seeks this court's urgent action and asks the court to order her immediate release to her custodian, Trish Mack, who is ready and waiting to take her home. Judge Dowdy said in his order that he tried to investigate what had happened himself by trying to get Ms. Lopez Villela on the phone on Friday shortly after noon to, quote, survey her consent and custodial rights. The judge expressed concern that a plane carrying the mother and her daughters was by then already above the Gulf of America. His suspicions were confirmed, he wrote, when a lawyer for the Justice Department told him at 1:06 p.m. that day that Ms. Lopez Villela and presumably her children had just been released in Honduras. The White House and the Department of Homeland Security did not immediately respond to messages seeking comment.
Hey, Dave. Did you hear this? Well, nothing much. Just being very concerned about, now we have a 2-year-old American citizen, being deported with her mother. And the father, who's been unidentified, I'm assuming he's a U.S. citizen. We're just like, oh, hey, if you have a U.S. citizen as a kid and you're being deported, take your kid with you. You can't do that. You can't deport U.S. citizens. This is getting mighty sloppy.
What else are you supposed to do?
You're supposed to follow the law for starters.
I totally agree with following the law.
What else are you supposed to do? If you know that you can't deport a U.S. citizen, even if she is a 2-year-old, you got to do due process. And even if it's a 2-year-old U.S. citizen, she is a U.S. citizen, and especially if she has one of her parents being a U.S. citizen, you got to do it. If you cannot follow the law, and a lot of these things, and I don't know that I'll even get to the story today. That Pew Research poll I just looked at, most of the disapproval of what Trump is doing is because he's doing it by executive order. And apparently it doesn't matter whether you're Obama or Biden doing executive orders or you're Trump. People just don't like that. They kind of like the Constitution. And I don't know what to say. The goals are good, but the execution is sloppy, which means the goals are bad. And Trump doesn't seem to get it. And I could go into all the reasons why. I think he doesn't care, but he doesn't have the kind of mandate he thinks he has. If you're deporting 2-year-old U.S. citizens, you're not going to win a popularity contest, even if you're Trump.
Was the 2-year-old okay? So the mother's the illegal, and she had a baby here.
And apparently, her older sister. And the father hasn't revealed his identity, but I'm assuming he's a U.S. citizen because he's not being deported with them. It does not matter that the mother is illegal. The U.S. citizen takes precedent, and if that means you have to hold them, a little bit longer to figure out the due process issues, because apparently there's a guardian who is willing to take the 2-year-old who is a U.S. citizen. You gotta hold that U.S. citizenship in high regard, and if that means you have to delay a deportation by a couple days, do it.
Wait, so you're saying you're suggesting giving the baby?
No. I'm not suggesting.
Okay.
I'm literally saying the law you can't deport U.S. citizens.
Wait, this is that weird dynamic where
No. This is actually something. That weird dynamic is the Constitution. You cannot deport U.S.
I'm not
citizens.
talking about that part.
What's the weird dynamic?
Okay, here's the weird dynamic. In the United States, when families separate, the mother gets the child, right? By default.
I don't know if it's by default, but we'll just go with it just to show.
No. We're not just going to go with it.
No. Let's go ahead. Let's say it. It's by default because it will shorten a bad argument.
I'm curious. What part of that is bad? What would be a bad argument about that?
Mothers don't get it by default.
Are you serious?
Yes.
Oh, so you just rejecting that part of the argument? That's
Well,
crazy.
no. I'm saying you're wrong. Usually it's a court that will determine who gets custody of the child. It's not by default.
That's not
It's
true at
not.
all.
It is 100% true.
Okay, was this couple married or what? What were they?
Don't care.
It kind of matters though.
No, it actually doesn't.
So the child. Okay, we're just gonna say because here.
And
The
quite
child,
frankly, no. Let me tell you why it doesn't matter. The dude that got deported, Brego Garcia, who got deported to El Salvador, he was married. So marriage doesn't matter. And you're also confusing two different legal processes. Okay, the deportation is one process. You're talking custody. That's not the issue. We know the mother had custody. You are talking about a separate process. You can't conflate the two.
these variables do matter though. I don't know which one.
And what I'm saying is you're not seeing the variables.
I'm asking what the variables are. You're telling me it doesn't matter. They do
Custody,
matter.
you brought up custody. We're talking deportation. They're two separate things. We can assume the mother had custody.
But under the birthright citizenship, the baby is a U.S.
Okay, this isn't a birthright citizenship issue.
for the child. For the child.
This isn't a
Child.
birthright citizenship issue. If the father was American, she's American.
The baby.
Now,
will
I'm
be
not
American.
I'm not 100% sure that the father was American, but I would assume he would be deported too if he wasn't. So I'm making an assumption here. But if one parent is American, either parent is American, the child is American. So it's not a birthright citizenship issue.
And what are you basing that on? Because that's not
I'm
true.
basing it on, I'm assuming the father is American. If they were in Venezuela or wherever, if you have an American parent, you are American, period.
We should actually.
That's how I'm not guessing. That's how it works.
We should really pull up facts on this because if they're not,
I
married,
don't need to do it. I know it. You do
no.
it if you're unsure.
Okay, but hear me.
Do it. You do it if you're unsure. I'm not going to do it because I know what I'm talking about.
Well, allow me to point out these issues that I'm seeing.
Okay,
If I
may,
may, because this would make it more
look
sense.
them up. You got a computer, or you not near a computer?
I do not have a computer in there.
Okay. Well, then you can look it up at your leisure. I'm not going to do it.
Damn it
If
kind of
you
matters
have,
right now.
it
You're
does
making
not
this.
matter.
It's
I'm not
actually
making it
just to
up.
prove the point.
I am not. Hey! Don't
No,
get.
I'm not
funky
losing it.
because
I'm
I
just
know
saying
shit.
that I'm not losing it. I just think that it is kind of important that we get to it. I want to. I might.
No, it's not
Let me look
important
it
at
up.
all. Trust me. If you have an American parent, you are an American, even if you're not in the United States. I was in the military. It happened all the time.
If you're not married and the parent is the
No.
father, it does matter, Stanley. Why would you think that don't matter?
Actually, it does not matter.
It does matter. I can go
It
to
does
Africa
not.
and get a
Does
woman
not.
pregnant. That doesn't
See,
make that baby
this is what
American.
folks do. You're not able to separate out your argument. They're not connected. Okay. And it does not matter. If you're in the United States and one of your marriage does not matter. It might matter if you're in the military, but I'm not even sure these days that it does. But I do know if you're in the United States and one of the parents is American, you're American. And remember, the father was involved. He's the one who was talking to whatever the relationship was. If an American is your parent, you are American. Marriage doesn't matter.
It does matter.
It does not matter. And then, no, it does not matter. And you know what? Let's pretend it does matter. She was born in the United States.
So that's why the birthright citizenship.
Okay,
is applied.
birthright citizenship has nothing to do with it. She has an American parent.
The father.
And
this is such bullshit, Stanley. You know it.
No, it's not bullshit, dude.
It is bullshit.
No, you need to know your shit.
I do know my shit.
Before you start doing this half-assed bullshit, you need to know it. And I happen to know it.
Okay, Stanley, a practical question. If you allow me. If you and your girlfriend have a child and you break up without courts determining who gets custody,
Well, if a court doesn't determine it, it's up to the parents.
Which parent has the ultimate say so?
Okay, you don't. You know what? That's why there's a court. I couldn't answer your question.
Well, I can, Stanley, and I'm telling you, it's the mother.
I don't care. If a court doesn't determine it, it's up to the parents. That's my answer.
I see why you like doing this. This is fun. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm having a ball.
If the court does not determine it, it's up to the parents to decide. Correct?
Okay. Well, let's see.
Okay, and if the parents, if it's up to the parents to decide, who knows who gets. But I can't imagine a court wouldn't be involved.
So when these fathers take their children from the mother can go and get an Amber Alert put on the father. They return that child.
Okay,
to
well,
the mother
hold on
99% of the time.
Are these people just deciding among themselves? Are they going through a court? How is this working?
Without a court. It's the mother has custody of the child without a legal license, without a marriage.
I see. So why can't she take out an Amber Alert? Because
let me just
tell you, you are stupid if you decide who gets custody of a child without some legal process in there. Who gets the child means I don't give a fuck. If you're too stupid to actually get legal custody, God help you.
You're assuming that people don't. You're assuming people go and seek legal custody of children and they have failed relationships. That doesn't happen, bro.
No, I'm not. I don't know where you live, but what I said is if a father, biological father, and a biological mother have a child and they split up, they were never married, nothing legal between them, they break up, they are both dumb if they do not get some legal custody of that child. In an Amber Alert, we don't give a fuck about the parents, we give a fuck about the child. So if some mother comes wandering in going, hey, someone stole my baby, you find the child, and then you're definitely going to have the courts involved after you do an Amber Alert.
I'm sure.
So this messy bullshit, if people want messy lives, because they were living a messy life when they had the child and broke up. So, they're just continuing the mess.
I agree with you. I'm not disagreeing with nothing you said. It's stupid, but it does happen. Like,
I don't doubt it happens. I'm just saying if there's not a court involved.
And why going to court is like saying the state can tell you or dictate what happens in your failed relationship.
Okay,
because ultimately that child is a ward of the state. If you got to have the state decide,
and that's exactly what you don't want. Because the state or the law is gonna get involved if the two parties can't get it right by mutual agreement. The child is more important than either of them. Of course, the state's gonna step in. What would you expect?
I would expect the two to be able to work that out amongst themselves.
Well, you know what? You
If
know
they need it
what?
to court, they should take it to court. Am I wrong? Is that crazy?
Yes.
God damn it, man.
Well, let me tell you
that's a
why.
culture issue.
Let me tell you why. It goes back to what I said earlier. If you just like shack up, to use a Dr. What was her name? Dr. Ruth term? Not Dr. Ruth. What was the lady who used to have the radio show? If you shack up and you break up and there's a kid involved and y'all don't determine legal custody, you're sloppy from day one, from the day of conception. But you're also just sloppy if you break up and the father decides to come and pick up the child and the mother goes for the Amber Alert and the child winds up with the state. You know what? I don't have sympathy for you. To be
That's not
honest,
what we're talking. That's not
the only party I have sympathy for is that child.
Yeah, I agree, but that's not the
If
discussion.
you got dumb parents who want to live lawless, basically, this whole bullshit about, this libertarian bullshit. I don't want the government in my life. You suffer for that in a law of nations.
Okay. That's,
What did I say?
I don't think that's.
I meant a nation of laws.
Yeah, but that's not the motive, and that's not the real purpose.
Okay, I
But
don't
there's
care
people
about
who don't
motives.
want.
I don't care about all that personal stuff. Let's keep it at a high level.
Well, then you might not be aware how often that happens in the community
I
that
don't care
we
how often
belong
it
to.
happens.
The one that
Why
there's
would I care?
non-existent.
Why would I care how often it happens?
Because
I'm
this
just
would be
telling you.
something that you would understand instead of saying
No,
that,
no, no,
oh,
no,
the
no,
mother
no.
took the
I
child and this
don't
is
want.
a U.S. citizen.
I know what you're saying, but you're not going to get that kind of sympathy out of me. If you're
It's
not
not for sympathy, it's
if
the
you're
argument.
not smart enough, if you're not going to be married, if you think you can live outside of the law, and you and the mother decide custody of the child, I think you're just being naive.
Hold on. Maybe I could Google it real quick. Hold on.
Google it, and my opinion's not going to change. If
Your
you
opinion
don't
don't
have,
matter
if
if I
you
find
don't
facts on
have good sense enough and you're breaking up after not being married, and marriage, that's one of the reasons marriage is part of a legal process. The kids are more important than the parents in these sort of things, in my opinion. So you keep Googling, and I'm simply not going to change my opinion.
your opinion.
No, it wasn't Sally, Jesse, Raphael. Hey, Nonette, how you doing? Hey, Annette. Hey, Roller Skater, how you doing? Daniel.
All right, here you go, Sam. I got facts for
It
you.
was
From
Dr.
McKinley,
Damn it.
from McKinley
She,
Irvin. From
you want to
McKinleyIrvin.com.
put the link in the back,
Let me read it
please.
first. As a
Well,
rule in
just
most states.
put the link in the back. We can all read it.
Okay, hold on. I ain't got it like that because I don't think
Well,
it's something.
if you're on
I
your
did it on a different device.
Well, no, if you're on your phone, I understand. You may not even be in front. You said you weren't in front of a computer, so I'm being a little demanding.
Yeah, I'm on my phone, and it's kind of hard.
Okay, well, no problem. I'm not gonna fuss.
All right, let's just hear it though. I'll read it. As a rule in most states, if the parents are not married, the mother is automatically given primary custody rights over the children. This means she has complete authority to make any major and minor decisions regarding her child's welfare, and that's why that child went with the
Wait,
woman.
did it say in most states?
Yes, as a rule
Okay,
in most
so
states.
that's not every state. Gotcha.
Well, let's find out which states the mother does not get custody.
Do we really have to?
Because you keep finding little things to argue about. I just wanted to
Of
make.
course. Hey, you know what? I got that kind of mind.
The Stanley, I'm going for my second win. Please don't interrupt me. I'm joking. But yeah, I mean the mother. That's why that you say the child went with the mother to Honduras, or where'd you say she went?
Well, no. When she got the deportation, she got into the mess. She basically said she wanted her kid to stay with her. And we can go back and look at the story deeper if you want. But the bottom line is that ICE knew that the 2-year-old daughter was a U.S. citizen. She can't be deported with her illegal mother like that. You can't deport a 2-year-old U.S. citizen. Okay,
This is
you
why
got
the
to go
marriage
through some.
matters.
You got to go, especially when the father and there's a legal guardian of some sort that is like, hey, they wouldn't let her talk to a lawyer, etc. You cannot just deport. You gotta wait and sort out the status of the 2-year-old American citizen. Okay, the American citizen, the 2-year-old, even though she can't speak for herself, she has to have someone speak for her. You can't just go, hey, mommy's illegal, we're going to deport you, and the mother decides to, hey, the daughter comes with me. She can't do that. She does not have standing to determine the legal status of the 2-year-old U.S. citizen, even though she's the mother. You can't do that.
She could with a passport.
No, she can't.
I think
You
you're not
cannot
basing what you're
deport.
saying on
You
that.
cannot deport a U.S. citizen.
The U.S. citizen wasn't deported. The mother was.
And okay, dude, do you not understand that the 2-year-old cannot speak for herself, but she's a U.S. citizen, and she has, I'm assuming, a U.S. citizen father, and there is a U.S. citizen guardian that's willing to take her? This is why we have judges, and this is why we should just slow that particular case down for a judge to look at it. That's my only thing. Have a judge do due process. And Trump and his little ICE minions are just slamming people on planes and flying them out. It's sloppy.
I disagree with you, Stanley.
I don't give a fuck if you disagree. It is sloppy.
I think if you slow it down, you
Okay, no. I'm not saying slow the whole process down. I'm saying on an individual basis, slow this one down because a judge needs to judge. Not the whole process, just this one case.
Okay, so the child goes with the mother.
Okay, I don't care about it. You heard what I said. You're not the judge.
Okay, and this is the problem
So
with this.
talk about slowing down the process. I don't care how you might individually judge it.
Let me ask you: if a pregnant woman is on vacation, has the
Don't
child in
care
a
about
different
any of
country?
that. Don't give
Wait a
me
minute. Are they?
hypotheticals. Don't give me, I'm not a judge. Don't give me hypotheticals.
Well, the shit you based this whole thing on a hypothetical. You didn't even know this
No,
part.
no. I'm basing it on a real life case, and I'm only saying that this one case needs to go before a judge, and a judge is involved. And you know what? She was slam bam, thank you, ma'am. Close the door behind you, and they're flying off. And ICE should not be in such a hurry to, satisfy numbers. And an American citizen gets hurt, especially
Okay,
if you can't speak for themselves.
and I was right last time too about the Garcia guy.
Okay, separate case. Why do
I
we
know
want to conflate the two?
because it's like you already had Garcia for kindling, and this is the real fire. So you might have to
No. They're both fires.
you might have to backtrack on the
Well,
kindling.
no,
Now
they're
you don't
both
have a. There is
fires.
no
They're
fire.
both fires, just two distinct fires.
I don't think neither one of them's a fire.
Well, I mean, you wouldn't.
No, in proper context, actually, they're not.
Okay, what's the proper context?
I listened to a lady ask
No.
Trump.
Tell me what the proper context is.
The proper context is the guy was an MS-13 member. They deported
No.
him.
You know what? You can
Yeah,
be a
two
member.
judges
You
said
can
it.
be a member of anything you want to be a member of. He had no criminal record. Even
They
if you go before a judge and you're accused of something, but you don't get convicted of it, you're not convicted of it.
the member of the group that he was a
Does
member of
not matter.
is
Dude,
considered
you can be a
come on,
member. You
Stanley.
can be a member. He committed no crime, and quite frankly, I know as much as you do. You know about whether he was actually a member of MS-13. You don't know any more than I do on that point. That's why you go
Two
before a
judges.
judge.
Yeah, and
Again,
two
due
judges
process.
acknowledged he was a
Due
member.
process, son.
And then being a member,
Due
and now it's a
process. Due
terrorist
process.
organization
You
now.
don't know. I don't know. That's why we have judges.
I get it, Stanley. I'm not trying to
Okay, well
overtalk
then
you or fight
don't
about it,
tell me he was
but you're
don't
wrong.
tell me he was a member of MS-13.
Two judges acknowledged it.
It's not been proven conclusive.
Two judges acknowledged it.
Which ones? The ones who deported him? What was it? A judge that said he
No,
should be deported?
judges before that. He
Okay,
had
so
other
those were
issues.
what was one of them the judge that said, "Oh, he's a member, but you can't deport him."
New rules, man. You could have had
No,
two
no, no,
strikes
no,
before
no,
the third and the
no.
third strike
The
rule, and the
new
two
the
strikes
new
still count
rules
against you.
the new rules are Trump and his administration are above the law. That's the new rule.
Yeah, when the rules change, you're already in hot water.
Okay, the problem is the executive does not change the Constitution. And you might not have been listening when I said this, but if you have a legal immigration status, if you are a legal resident of the United States, you actually do have constitutional rights. Believe that or not.
Hmm. Okay.
The answer is no, DiCaprio. No. Alien Enemy Act. We read it one night. You have to basically determine that that immigrant is a threat, a security threat. So if you have a green card, I don't know. The two don't intersect in my mind, and I'm not a lawyer, but Alien Enemy Act has generally been enacted during wartime. We don't have a war currently, especially with El Salvador. So have you given up? Are we moving on now?
I haven't given up shit. Are you giving up? Are you
Oh
thirsty
no.
for more?
Well, no. I have ruled. this young child needs due process.
Sometimes there are other fights to fight. I just don't think.
Well, the thing is this willingness to have American citizens as collateral damage. I don't think that's acceptable.
And then you're going against your own rule. That's like if me dropping the N word up here, or you dropping the N word.
What rule have I broken?
The things you can't control. And the other time you say it doesn't matter.
No. You can control how American citizens are treated. You can. There could have been due process in both cases, so it could have been controlled.
Yeah,
you know what? Hey, Solid Snake, Abrego Garcia is a citizen of Venezuela. You might want to do better, son. Do better. He's not a citizen of Venezuela.
He is now. He's got dual citizenship.
Who?
He's got dual citizenship, seeing how you still consider him an American citizen.
Well, I don't consider him an American citizen.
Abreu Garcia?
No, he's not a U.S. citizen.
Okay,
He
so then
has
get him the hell up
he
out of there. I
has
think they were
he
right.
has he has legal status in America.
But that status can be revoked. That's like confusion.
Yeah, but you know what? You know how you have to revoke it? You have to go back to the judicial to get it revoked. The president does not have power over the judiciary.
He doesn't have power over them, but they're equal.
And what does equal mean? You can't.
Separate,
You do,
separate but equal.
equal means you don't have power over them.
It wasn't an overruling. It was a. It was.
Equal. Well, then you know what? Equal means you have no power over the other. Come on now.
Well, you're suggesting that the court was above the
No. I'm suggesting the president even has to go through the correct procedure to get judicial decisions reversed. So anyway, now that that's settled, let's go ahead.
We're moving on.
Well, thank God. You said it, not me. So this actually made me chuckle how Trump plays into Putin's hands.
How Trump plays into Putin's hands, from Ukraine to slashing U.S. institutions. This article is by Peter Baker and read by an automated voice. If President Vladimir V. Putin of Russia drafted a shopping list of what he wanted from Washington, it would be hard to beat what he was offered in the first 100 days of President Trump's new term. Pressure on Ukraine to surrender territory to Russia? Check. The promise of sanctions relief? Check. Absolution from invading Ukraine? Check. Indeed, as Mr. Trump met with President Volodymyr Zelensky of Ukraine on the sidelines of the funeral of Pope Francis on Saturday, the president's vision for peace appeared notably one-sided, letting Russia keep the regions it had taken by force in violation of international law while forbidding Ukraine from ever joining NATO. But that is not all that Mr. Putin has gotten out of Mr. Trump's return to power. Intentionally or not, many of the president's actions on other fronts also suit Moscow's interests, including the rifts he has opened with America's traditional allies and the changes he has made to the U.S. government itself. Mr. Trump has been tearing down American institutions that have long aggravated Moscow, such as Voice of America and the National Endowment for Democracy. He has been disarming the nation in its netherworld battle against Russia by temporarily halting cyber-offensive operations and curbing programs to combat Russian disinformation, election interference, sanctions violations, and war crimes. He spared Russia from the tariffs that he is imposing on imports from nearly every other nation, arguing that it was already under sanctions. Yet he still applied the tariff on Ukraine, the other party he is negotiating with. And in a reversal from his first term, Politico reported that Mr. Trump's team is reportedly discussing whether to lift sanctions on Russia's Nord Stream 2 gas pipeline to Europe, a project he has repeatedly condemned. Trump has played right into Putin's hands, said Ivo Dalder, the chief executive of the Chicago Council on Global Affairs and a former ambassador to NATO under President Barack Obama. It's hard to see how Trump would have acted any differently if he were a Russian asset than how he has acted in the first 100 days of his second term. Caroline Leavitt, the White House press secretary, rejected the notion that Mr. Trump's actions have been to Russia's advantage. The president only acts in the interest of the United States, she said in an interview. She added that there was no connection between Russia and the cuts to various organizations that have been orchestrated by Elon Musk's Department of Government Efficiency, or DOG, or similar efforts to pare back government. DOGE has nothing to do with the efforts by our national security team to end the war, she said. Those are not conscious decisions the president is making to appease Russia in any way. When it comes to Russia and Ukraine, he's trying to appease the world by ending the war and bringing it to a peaceful resolution. Mr. Trump has long rejected criticism that he is soft on Russia, even as he has expressed admiration for Mr. Putin. He issued a rare rebuke of Mr. Putin this week after a missile strike on Kyiv killed at least a dozen people, demanding on social media, "Vladimir, Stop. Speaking with reporters later, Mr. Trump denied that he was pressuring just Ukraine for concessions. We're putting a lot of pressure on Russia, and Russia knows that, he said. Asked what Moscow would have to give up as part of a peace deal, Mr. Trump said only that Russia would not get to take over all of Ukraine, something it had not actually been able to do militarily in the 3 years since its full-scale invasion. Stopping the war, stopping taking the whole country, pretty big concession, he said. But what has been so striking about Mr. Trump's return to office is how many of his other actions over the past 3 months have been seen as benefiting Russia, either directly or indirectly. So much so that Russian officials in Moscow have cheered the American president on and publicly celebrated some of his moves. After he moved to dismantle Voice of America and Radio Free Europe/Radio Liberty, 2 U.S.-funded news organizations that have transmitted independent reporting to the Soviet Union and later Russia, Margarita Simonyan, the head of the Russian state broadcaster RT, called it, quote, an awesome decision by Trump. She added, "We couldn't shut them down, unfortunately, but America did so itself." Those are just a couple of the U.S. government organizations that Mr. Trump and Mr. Musk have targeted to the delight of Russia. Moscow has long resented the U.S. Agency for International Development, the National Endowment for Democracy, the International Republican Institute, and the National Democratic Institute, all of which fund democracy promotion programs that the Kremlin considers part of a campaign of regime change, and all of which now face the axe. Secretary of State Marco Rubio's new department restructuring plan likewise takes aim at offices that have aggravated Russia over the years, including the Democracy and Human Rights Bureau, which would be folded into an office for foreign assistance. Mr. Rubio said the bureau had become a platform for left-wing activists to wage vendettas against conservative foreign leaders in places like Poland, Hungary, and Brazil. The ultimate outcome is this is going to benefit Russia under Putin in the long term, said Alina Polyakova, president of the Center for European Policy Analysis. These kinds of democracy promotion programs under multiple administrations we saw as a way to win allies and improve America's standing in the world. By pulling back, we're undermining that, and Russia is stepping in. Samuel Cherop, an analyst at the Rand Corporation, said that many of the actions Mr. Trump had taken were not necessarily aimed at pleasing Moscow. I'm not sure the Russians thought of those things as things that they would want to put on the table, even in a negotiation with the US, he said, like dismantling Voice of America. But they're certainly happy to see it go away. At the same time, Mr. Cherop said that the Ukraine peace plan offered by Mr. Trump, even though tilted in Moscow's direction, did not actually address important points that Russia insisted on.
I think we get the point here. Trump, I think Putin's actually getting the better of Zelensky and Trump on this. And let me go back to something Nate wants to insist upon. I think there is something that a pardon does not clear your record as if you never committed the crime. So you're not necessarily reversing what you think they're reversing. They're commuting or pardoning the sentence. They're not getting rid of the crime. And there is something I'm not sure a president can, maybe he can, but governors can do. There is a way to expunge records, but that's not usually done. Bottom line is presidents cannot reverse judges' decisions. Okay, they cannot reverse a Supreme Court decision. They can pardon sentences. The punishment for it is what they're dealing with, not necessarily the conviction. So not exactly sure why you want to be persnickety about the language. Okay, in 8 ways, I literally spent 20 minutes. Dave is wrong, and so are you. Let's just make it simple. And if you want to quibble over this sort of stuff, come up here and we can quibble over it, but I'm pretty much right. Okay. A pardon does not reverse a jury's decision, a guilty decision. It deals with the sentencing. You need to, before you come up here and bullshit like that, you need to actually know what you're talking about. Okay. There are subtleties, there are nuances that there are nuances. And Be Brave has taught you wrong, and Ak Nation has taught you wrong. Okay. There are layers to this American onion, and you do better, at least with people like me, if you start knowing stuff. You make mistakes. A little knowledge is a dangerous thing.
It is dangerous. Like if I would have known from the start that the mother gets the custody, I wouldn't be questioning why the baby went to Honduras.
Okay, the mother doesn't always get the custody. You just said that.
Family know when you walking
You
into
said
a
it.
trap.
No, you said. See again. These are the subtleties that, honestly, Dave, I just don't know why people who tend to be like, why can't people just like not get what some states mean? Is it just to make it easier?
No, it's not some, it's most.
You know what? That's not all.
It's not all.
Okay,
I think
well then if it's not
are,
all, then it's not a hard and fast rule.
well, technically it is.
Do you not understand that?
We're
If it's
talking
not
about
all states, then it's not a rule. Or
it's
at a
48,
minimum,
though.
just go. How about just say mother gets custody with some exceptions? Why not just fucking deal with the nuances?
I think a 90,
Now you need to.
97%.
I'm going to digress from my agenda, so you can just tell me why nuance does not matter.
Oh, it matters, especially when it's 96%.
Innate, you know what, Innate? For some reason, you're getting under my skin today. When I say shit, it is my bad if I expect people to know stuff. I keep forgetting that people don't always know that nuance matters. So yes, I should do better. Thank you for reminding me, Innate. Okay, if it's not all states, then you can't just come out and say mothers get custody. There are exceptions, and to be honest with you, I didn't look it up myself. I'll just have to take your word for it. But nothing that you said changes my point. If you are not getting some sort of legal status for custody, you are making a huge mistake, and you're going to pay for it if the two of you ever get pissed off.
Yeah.
It's going to cost you. It's going to cost you in lawyer fees, probably jobs if you have to, spend time in court. Do yourself a favor. Spend a little couple bucks on a lawyer to get a legal status. I just don't get it. And honestly, this is why sometimes I have to take the weekend off. It's like we argue over subtleties, but why don't it's the devil is in the details, and the devil comes back and gets men, red pill men who want to whine about women having advantages and the woman gets custody. It's because you didn't realize the devil's in the details. And I'm not going to have sympathy over people who don't know how to deal with the details of life. They're not fun, they're boring, but sometimes you have to deal with them.
Some people don't even know where to pay bills at.
And you know what? That is not my problem, and I don't care.
I mean, you don't come out the womb knowing this stuff. You actually want. Wait a minute.
You know what?
Situations change, and you do need to educate.
Okay, once again, you're not getting my point.
I am getting your point. And actually, one thing I did learn.
I can't control that. I do know that my son knows how to pay bills. If he has any, I don't know that he does these days. I'll have to ask.
A lot of people do get information from like men's rights activists,
And they would be fools.
They wouldn't be if they got actual factual information.
From
you
where?
can't discount the, like true.
No,
dude. People don't know.
I discount like unaccredited sources all the time.
I could walk past a hobo who would give me a piece of information that I didn't know, and what I'm supposed to discount that because he's a hobo?
Yes.
Stanley, that's ridiculous.
No. Not because he's a hobo, but do you often take advice from random strangers?
I said information, not advice.
Okay, do you often take information from random strangers?
I would think you were a fool if you don't consider it. If it's useful.
Okay, I would think it's a fool if you trust what every stranger says. I'm
not saying for all your information.
When I was a parent, what happened to, hey, you don't even talk to strangers? Has that gone away?
I would say yeah, actually, because at 10 o'clock, 8 o'clock, you have to know where your children are.
Parents are not teaching their kids not to talk to strangers?
No. They don't even teach them about Mr. Yuck. You remember that?
No, I don't.
No, when you got
might have been your generation.
When you got like bottles of toxins, like roach spray, stuff like that. When you were in kindergarten, they used to put
my parents. See, now back in my day, if your parent told you not to mess with something, you just didn't do it.
When I was younger, I had a friend that lived in
So apparently that doing what your parents told you to do, that went out the window too.
Yeah, like be cool about fire safety. That's out the window.
Nope. There was none of that when I was a kid. It was like your parents said, don't do it.
Or click it or ticket. Remember that?
Nope. That was.
I think it's more comfortable to drive. Yeah, it's more comfortable to drive without.
Okay, well, I wasn't driving when back in the day. Now, I mean, when you become a teenager, you might just say, "Hey, I'm going to do what I want to do." But back in my day, and admittedly, this was back in the 70s. If your daddy told you don't play with matches, you didn't play with matches.
Come on,
and
there's
apparently
no fathers in the home now.
That's eroded over the years.
Yes, and that's why, and all the small lessons that we got from wherever we got them,
it wasn't me. Apparently, I learned some different things than y'all.
Different, but we still had them when I was coming up. And looking at it now, they're not there either. So I don't know what they're teaching. They're teaching them.
Okay, well, you know what? As long as your kids know what to do, you can't control what other people are teaching their kids. Now, it can come back to hurt you. I do agree with that.
Yeah, and it does.
But you have to kind of cross that bridge when you get to it.
I agree.
So you just you have to live your life, but I don't take advice from hobos. That should be the first thing you teach your kids.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm sorry. You don't take information from hobos? Because I'm assuming the only information you might get is where the shelter is.
Well, if he tells me that the gas department, the water department is on such and such a street, that's good information, right?
Maybe. Don't you have a phone?
Oof. Oh my God. Sorry, watching the Cavs game. Yeah, I do. But I'm just saying, like, there was a time we didn't have cell phones. And
you know what? I definitely remember before we had mobile or cell phones. And those were the days when you didn't talk to hobos if you were a kid.
Right.
As a matter of fact, if you were on the same street as a hobo, you were probably not following your parents' instructions in the first place.
Facts. You ever got bad directions from somebody?
Honestly, no. I usually had maps. Now, I'm sure I have.
Yeah, I'm about to say. it's common. It would have been common. I've gotten bad directions. So not all information you get from strangers is good, but not all of it's bad either. You do have to run into your filter, or you have to. I'm not saying test it, but if you're asking somebody for directions, they give you bad directions. That's a great example. That's a worse example than using useful information from a hobo. Am I wrong or am I wrong?
I think you're probably not wrong. Oh
Right.
yeah, you know what, roller skater, that is I don't know. I could do a whole show on that, and maybe one day I will. But once I start talking about parenting, everybody just, sometimes I feel these people are going, well, you know what? You've led a sheltered life, and frankly, I have.
Oh, one thing, Stanley. You know what? I didn't get to tell you, but I really, really appreciate those conversations between you and SKC. Like he
Oh,
brings out
really?
the. It's almost like he brings out the best in you. Like you kick it up to a different level. I don't have the same effect, but that sitting in the audience just listening,
Well, he's
great.
kind
That's
of
great A shit.
he's not quite. He's about your age, right? Or is he
He's,
closer to
I'm
mine? I
actually
can't remember now.
older than him, but that dude is put mentally. He's put together.
He's put together, but in a different way, but not a bad way.
Very structured. And it doesn't matter. I learned from everybody. I learned a lot from SKC over the years.
Uh-oh. Roller skater has a request. That would be you know what? Let's do a parenting show. But I'm gonna tell you right now, maybe we'll just get a bunch of parents up here and we'll talk about how we raise kids. Um I'll tell you what's funny. My father and I think it was my father and my mother told me that I was too strict on my son. And I fucking died laughing. I'm like, you said what? I'm like, oh man, coming from these people, I'm like, have y'all gotten so old and senile you don't remember how you raised us? They're telling me I'm too strict. I, I, I could honestly, it is a rare time in my life when I actually had to try and like, really? You really said that? Do you not remember? So I think there is such a thing as a parental I forgot. Hell, I'm too. You know what? I was almost offended when they said that. So
Man,
anyway,
thinking about my dad, man. He was strict compared to everybody else, but he wasn't that bad. Like the things that I thought he was strict about that I didn't like him for when I was younger, I grew to appreciate. Like it all just started making sense one day. It just started clicking.
right. Well, I mean, every kid goes through that. I'm hoping my son goes through it at some point. But no, when my very like restrict, oh my lord. Now, I don't know. Maybe I'm just strict in different ways. But anyway, I had to tell that story. It was I was shocked. I was surprised. I was offended. I was amused. I was it was all emotions at once when these two very strict people told me I was being too strict. I'm like, you know what? Y'all didn't change my mind. I'm gonna keep doing what I'm doing. Oh, let me tell you something. Wall Street Journal. Apparently, Georgia Tech is number 6 in like earners after college. they basically rank colleges on, what graduates earning potential. So I was pleasantly surprised that Emory wasn't up there. So um, maybe being strict actually did something good. We shall see.
It does in most cases. The pressure makes a diamond, man.
Well, no. I was never pressuring my son. I just had expectations. And you know what? The pressure on him was, this is my expectation and I'm not going to tolerate it if you don't get it. Now, if there is a good reason you can't, of course. And the other thing is, like, you know what? We can negotiate. Yeah. If I have an expectation, like, I want this room, totally straight. Like, I don't want to, if I go in there and, it's not to my expectation, we can sit down and negotiate. You can tell me, hey, we can talk timelines and all that stuff. But if you're not going to do that, then that's my expectation, and by this time. And I think that's how it should be done. You can do the art of the deal, or you can not do the art of the deal and meet my damn expectations. And you know what? Now, he never met his room expectations. This motherfucker's a mess now. I turned this little bastard's room into a little studio here, which I will have to clear out by next weekend. But other than that, he did okay. I think his room was just his defiance. It's like, motherfucker, make me clean my room. So anyway, now that's the other thing about this child. He is stubborn. If he will, you know what? If he thinks he's right, it'll take me to just. I won't convince him. I'll just have to make him. But you know what? I like that. If motherfucker, you think you're right, go for it. And when you fuck up, I'll help you out. At least you thought you were right. So I'm proud of that boy. But anyway, I'm fawning, and a father should never fawn on his son. He hasn't graduated yet, but I think he's gonna actually make it through with over a 3.0 average, which I'm not particularly happy with. But I can't control his efforts anymore. But it better goddamn be over 3.0. Or I will step in.
And do what?
You know what? There are things I can do. I don't know what. I'll have to get creative, but there are things I can do. I pay his motherfucking phone bill. at least I have that.
Take them down to nights and weekends, huh?
Well, no, make him pay it. Oh, I have to tell you, this motherfucker, his little iPhone started getting slow. So he's like, hey, I'm gonna the AT&T I'm sorry, the whatever the we don't have an AT&T. It's T Now or whatever the fuck it is. So he just emails me out of the blue. Like, I'm like, why do you need a phone? You got one. He's like, well, it's getting slow. And I started just to go, motherfucker, deal with it. But you know what? He kind of, I don't know. I can't stop him from buying a new phone. But it was, yeah, T-Mobile, Daniel. He's like, well, I'm gonna go to the T-Mobile store. And I'm like, dude, did you even shop this? You might want to call the Apple store. So it turns out that the Apple store, you can get an iPhone, whatever the latest version is, for $200 less from Apple than you can through T-Mobile for obvious reasons. I mean, they're going to charge a premium. And go to Apple. He's got an iPhone. They just did whatever they do. Take the same SIM card and all that stuff. I don't think the SIM card would change. But now I'm kind of jealous, motherfucker. I've got my phone is like 6 years old, and I have a Google. What is it? I can't even think of the name of it right now. The Google Pixel. Yeah, I love my Pixel, but the shit is like literally, it's a Pixel 3. They're up to like the Pixel 9. So this motherfucker gets a phone. I'm too poor to get a new phone. What I should have done is asked him. Now I think he traded it in. And I don't want an iPhone, but I really should have just said, you know what? Just buy the new phone and give me your old iPhone. But, if it's slow for him, I guess it'll be slow for me.
The last thing I want is an iPhone, man. I had both, in a side-by-side comparison. You get way more options with a Samsung than you do an iPhone.
Well, I learned on Apple IIe's, but I never liked the Mac. Therefore, I never really got into Apples. But my son apparently can go either way. His gaming computer is Windows, but he had a choice for, you got to get this like laptop thing for college nowadays. And he decided to go with an Apple, like one of those little MacBook or Mac Air or whatever the hell they are.
Yeah, MacBook.
Its shit was like $8,000.
Man, yeah, I guess they're never supposed to slow down or something. I don't know. I'm not paying that.
Well, no, it's like this engineering stuff. It came preloaded with all this engineering software. He's going to be he wants to do software engineering, and he seems to like it. But I wanted him to take the actual computer engineering, which is basically electrical engineering. But
sounds like he's going to be a young John Galt.
No. Well, here's the deal. And you know what? I'm not going to get too deep into it, but there's nothing wrong with going to college to learn software engineering, especially if it's like an engineering school. I mean, engineering schools kind of require the math. And to me, the math is actually, they're going to be real strict on how you learn math. He had to take linear, some weird algebra that's dealing with relational databases. And oh, really? So, hey, I had a good buddy of mine, roller skater, who was a civil engineer. I like, if I had to do engineering, it would probably be either chemical or civil. I was a chemistry major, so I have a thing for material science and, just dealing with corrosive chemicals, apparently. But civil engineers are cool. Good for him. Yep, my math was good enough for chemistry, but it wasn't like, mechanical engineering level. I guess I could have done it, but I'm not, we can see where I am now. However, being good at math actually does help with software. Believe it or not, knowing how to kind of write like calculation, types of objects. Nice. Now, is he boring, Roller? No, I'm not. I'm not going to say that. Mathematicians can either be like really interesting or really boring. There doesn't seem to be a middle ground. So I'll assume he's really interesting. And see, that's the nice thing about math. You can actually, all that stuff. You have to learn the materials, but math is a core for engineering. If you're good at math, you'll be good at engineering if you have the interest. Not so much sure about science, oddly enough. But I've known mathematicians who, I've known chemists and I've known physicists. Obviously, physicists have to be good at math, like the high level. So anyway, I'm getting knee deep into kind of just sitting here musing, getting away with my Trump bashing. Don't want to do that. So Trump announces interview with Atlantic reporter. This is actually kind of interesting / exciting. So the guy who was on that Signal chat, Jeffrey Goldberg, he's the editor of the Atlantic. Trump's going to actually sit down and do an interview with him, which I think is actually a good thing. Oh, Roller, I bet your husband's actually really, really cool, and he probably really appreciates, that kind of compliment. I miss my wife. She, for all my flaws, she was able to either ignore me or just humor me. And sometimes I couldn't tell what she was doing, and sometimes I just didn't care. At least she's nice. So we're gonna have to figure out when this happens. If I can be in, let's see, does it say when it'll be? Okay, Goldberg will be accompanied by writers Michael Schur and Ashley Parker, whom Trump described as unfavorable. Planned article is the most consequential president of this century. Prompting Trump. So they had to kiss his ass to get him to sit down. Interesting. Scheduled for Thursday. Was it last Thursday? God damn it. I know it's not come down yet because I subscribe to the Atlantic's podcast. Let's see here. Well, I'm going to be on the lookout for this. I will definitely.
Man, my wife was messing with me, bro.
Oh, really?
I was downstairs, chilling with the baby. He went to sleep. I put him to sleep. I come to the room. She starts cleaning and changing shit. She don't even need to be up here.
What?
Love her to death. Nah, she's adorable.
Let her clean, man.
While I'm trying to have a conversation. I don't know. I was laughing.
Hey, she probably just wants to hear how I'm correcting your behavior. Maybe she'll get some tips.
Something else, man. I tell you what, you gotta give her something to do, or she'll mess with you all day.
You know what? Sometimes the messing with is worth it. Give her some attention there. And I know you do. I'm just kind of messing with you.
Yeah, I'm telling her to go shopping. Get lost.
Oh, well, then she won't need you.
My bad. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Oh no. You know what? As it turns out, I'm kind of. Trump is sitting down with Jeffrey Goldberg, the guy who was on the Signal chats.
Mm-hmm.
You remember the editor, the Signal chat story, or have you promptly forgotten it?
No, the Pete Hegseth release. Is that what you're talking about?
Yep. And Pete, I'm wondering, you think Pete Hegseth will survive?
Yeah, I do. I think that's really one of his guys that he has an admiration for. So I don't think no matter what he does, I don't think he's going anywhere.
Well, yes, I do think he's going to go somewhere. And I do think that, the military is kind of strange. They will, if they lose respect for you, they'll start doing things and you'll know after they've done it. So, everyone hit the link. Everyone hit the link. I've kind of done with my takedown of Trump, such as it was.
What's with you and the no more pop the balloons anymore? What's up with that?
People just said that's all I'm about.
So what? Lean into it.
No, nope, because I know I know that's not all I'm about. I mean, I enjoy it, but in a way it does become boring. And there's plenty enough news. So what I'm gonna do, and cause see, people like Kelvin, there's some people who actually enjoy it. Um, at least every now and again. But you know what? There are things that you know. See, these people don't take. Oh, as a matter of fact, I think what really got my goat was be brave mentioning it, and then the other thing that they've kind of talked about is, well, Stanley, you have auto readers, read these stories. That I don't care about until I can figure out how to get my voice digitized. We're gonna do it. My throat gets dry, so fuck them. They can't read as good as me, so f them.
I like it. Put the read on.
You know what, roller skater? I got a couple senior ones. You know what? We can do one today. Let's see, what are we at? 2 hours. We'll watch a senior one. Now, if anyone wants to hit the link and just come up and kibitz about nothing in general, Dave, pick a topic. This is New York from last night. It's Manhattan. I would love, you know what, roller skater. If you, I love the senior ones best of all. So,
And this
you
is
can
the
talk.
new, softer, more understanding version of Stanley as well.
I've
You
never.
guys don't have to
Hey,
fear Stanley. Trust me.
I am one contiguous person, but I'm very situational. And this is how. Now I hate to say this because people are gonna just laugh. This is how warriors are. I, dude, I was a line officer in the Navy. I am trained to fight. Now I'm trained to fight my own way, but don't think that I'm just some pencil pusher. I wasn't a pencil pusher in the Navy. I commanded men, and we had missions, and we accomplished them. So I know how to fucking, I had a captain. I had a captain tell me once, Stanley, you gotta drive the problem. I know how to drive a problem to completion, to solution. So, all these motherfuckers who will mistake my soft voice. Hey, I'm just on the internet, but all I have to say is that my son is in an elite school. I drove that problem. Um, you know, my personal life, my wife died. I, if my son is my only accomplishment in life and I can get him, well, he can get himself through college, motherfucker, I will die happy. Um, I went from tragedy and adversity to triumph, and I motherfucking know how to do it. I do it for breakfast. Um, and now the thing is I had great parents. I have motherfucker my wife's father. Because his mother, her mother died a while ago, but I had great in-laws. This is the weirdest thing when they talk about race, and John Galt mentioned, well, you can tell us what it was like having a white wife. I've dated black women before. It was just like having any other woman. Women are not men, but I mean, in some weird way, we were both our families are Catholic. There were some commonalities. Um, my wife introduced me to flannel sheets. That's probably, I grew up in Savannah, Georgia. We had no need of flannel sheets in the wintertime. So that's probably that's honestly the biggest cultural difference is I had no clue there were flannel sheets, and they are awesome in the wintertime.
I don't understand that getting hung up on skin color thing. That's never been
You
there.
know what? It is pure. It is pure. Well, it's racism to make people think that way, and it's racist to think there are like huge differences. There may be
Yeah.
cultural differences, but you know what? I would honestly say I'm probably more like a college culture sort of person than I am hip hop culture. But hip hop culture, actually, I didn't grow up in it because I was eighth, ninth grade when the Sugar Hill Gang, and Run DMC, that was high school for me. And even in a place like Savannah, Georgia, it was not the dominant music. White kids weren't listening. They listened to the Sugar Hill Gang, but like Run DMC and stuff like that. White kids weren't
Mm-hmm.
listening to that shit. They were listening to fucking Leonard Skinner.
Yeah.
But then I grew up and, grew up, say from 1976 to say 1983, it was grade school, roughly middle school to graduating from high school. It pre-existed hip hop culture, so it never took with me.
I didn't care for it.
Did your wife's family, did you ever feel that they were racist?
No.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, her 89-year-old grandmother, once asked, not, this was actually before we just really started dating. Her grandmother made a pithy comment, but it
What
wasn't
was
to
that?
me.
What'd she say?
You don't need to know, but it wasn't like hugely. Actually, it wasn't really about me at all. However, that same woman, every time I saw her, when are you coming to visit me? She and her great grandson, my son.
Did you ever take that as bullshit?
She and her great grandson, my son, because she has another great grandson. No, they were. It was ridiculous. This woman became my biggest fan, and the main reason being is because, her, my wife didn't have to work. She was, she's. I think the thing is parents want to know if they have a daughter, and a son too, but a daughter especially, that the man who marries her is going to treat her right. And my wife she could do what the hell she wanted, within limits. I could do what I wanted within limits, but
I'm saying, like, when you first met her parents, like, did they, or her grandparents, did you get that like feeling that maybe
no,
they don't approve of her being with
nope,
black men?
Nope.
You never got that. So like when the grandmother was
well, let
like
me let me put it to you this way. Maybe you weren't here because I know I've said it once or twice. Her brother was like a neighbor of mine. He lived a few houses down on this dirt road. I knew her brother for quite some time. few for like a year. We were just kind
Say
of
that
like,
again. I think I cut off.
we
Say it again.
I knew her brother before I knew her parents or anybody. He was a neighbor of mine. And one day,
Hold on. So
he
you
was
knew her
like, well,
brother.
okay, motherfucker, I will talk or you will go. Okay, do not interrupt me. I'll let you know when you can talk. It's going to be annoying. And your type of interruption is extremely annoying. So let's set some rules right now.
Go ahead, man.
I knew her brother and he invited me down for Easter dinner because I didn't know anyone, really up on the mountain, and he knew I was Catholic. They were Catholic. So he asked, hey, you want to go down for Easter dinner? And I said, yes. And when I met her, it was just like, oh, hey, hi. I didn't talk to her in detail. I actually met her at a wedding a couple months later, like met, and we talked. And that's really, we were a couple ever since then.
So you knew her
So
brother.
it wasn't her parents. It was actually her brother. It was like, hey, come on down. And they, I was single. So it worked out. But no, as a matter of fact, it was quite the opposite. Her mother and I got along famously. We used to can vet. We motherfucker, didn't I just say that? Are you gonna repeat everything?
So
because that's annoying too.
Anyway,
what I was saying is her mother and I actually, I think her mother knew what I was doing. I was just trying to, we canned vegetables. Her mother and I, her father and I used to hang out, but it was mostly just I was sneaky, but they all knew what was going. We all knew what was going on.
Talk about the grandparent. You said that.
Why would I do that? Why would I want to? I've talked about the grandparent. All I'm going to talk about.
Okay, so there's something there. It's obvious.
No, what was there is the lady. The lady was 89 years old. The lady was 89-year-olds, and she had at least one pithy question that I know of. And why my future wife decided to mention it. It was probably like, hey, just know, the room. But it all turned out well. As a matter of fact, I used to love her grandmother wound up being like a huge ally. It was like,
Yeah, but what was the question?
Motherfucker, I thought I mentioned that you don't need to know.
All right. So what I really came up here for,
can you take that as an answer?
Yeah, of course.
Awesome. So what's been going on with you? Anything interesting?
Yeah. I got an interesting question. What do you think about Malcolm X? Like, what views, or did you?
Well, I wasn't. I was a kid at the time. You know what? I honestly pretty much like to discount both Malcolm X and Martin Luther King and go all the way back to, I think the best civil rights leader there ever was Frederick Douglass.
The same one that sent Black Americans to Haiti to work as slaves under Jean-Pierre Boyer.
That Frederick Douglass.
Yeah, the one that was the John.
Well, no. Is there more? Is there more than one Frederick Douglass? Or are you just going to keep making useless points?
I'm saying he worked with another mulatto.
Okay, once again.
The name was Jean-Pierre Boyer.
Again. Let's make sure we're talking about
Black
the same.
Americans.
Let's make sure we're talking.
Haiti to work as slaves.
You better realize that I have low tolerance for you today.
And the Black Haitians.
Are we talking about the same Frederick Douglass? The Frederick Douglass?
Yes. The one that you have in your
then if there's only one, you don't have to ask me the Frederick Douglass. We know who we're talking about. Anything else?
So, didn't he marry a white woman?
He did.
Okay.
Now, do
kind of
you
look
know
like
what
him too,
happened
man. You
to
got
it?
the
Do
same
you
hair
know
and
what
everything.
happened to? Do you know what happened to his first wife?
I read about it, but I don't remember.
Okay, then, motherfucker, don't ask me dumb questions and don't talk about a subject you don't know about. That's going to be my advice. If you don't know what happened to his first wife, then you don't need to be talking. What you need to be doing when you step up here to talk about shit, at least know what you're talking about, or at least know it a little bit more in depth than you tend to.
That's what you're assuming, though. You know,
No.
I'm asking
I
you questions.
asked you a direct question and you could not answer it, so I'm not assuming anything.
I just can't recall it off the top.
I don't care what you call it. When
But
you
listen,
when
so
you
you don't.
step up to talk about my close to hero Frederick Douglass, you better know about him. Don't come up here half stepped. Half stepping, I will shit on you. Like I do everyone else, you have no special status.
And you already in Marcus
No,
Garvey. What
don't
do you?
do what I already did. What I need you to do is acknowledge what I just said. Do you
Yeah, I
understand
do.
me?
Yeah.
Good. Anything else?
Yeah. So Marcus Garvey. Remember last
I
time I was up
have
here, he
no
was playing the
respect
same
for
shit.
Marcus Garvey. I have no respect for Marcus Garvey at all.
And the same with
Almost none.
Malcolm X.
No. Marcus Garvey specifically, of course, I would respect Malcolm X. I'm just not,
Well,
a
Malcolm
big
X was
fan. But motherfucker, why are you over talking me instead of letting me answer? Marcus Garvey specifically, and it's because of how he ultimately ended up. I don't have that much respect. You gotta say he accomplished stuff, but nothing that I need like respect. Other than he was a public figure and I'm sure he meant something at the time, he means nothing to me. Anything else?
Okay, but you respect Malcolm X, and you know Malcolm X was
I didn't say I respected him. Well, did
influenced
I?
by
Maybe I did.
Marcus
I
Garvey.
respect any black leader at that time because they were all taking their lives in their hands. So I mean,
What time?
you got to give them
Okay,
respect. However, if I had to rank them, Marcus Garvey would probably be at the bottom.
okay, but like if you would have picked Malcolm X or MLK, which one is the better of the two?
I don't think I think each had their own purpose. I think Martin Luther King is the one that gets talked about more. I would tend to identify with Martin Luther King more. However,
Oh,
mainly because, he was Christian. Malcolm X was Nation of
what size
Islam.
religion?
Okay,
I'm not gonna lie.
motherfucker. No. I'm telling you why I would identify with one more than the other. So that is part of, which one I might prefer over the other. I think Martin Luther King was fairly articulate, but Malcolm
Focus
X,
on.
they were good counterparts.
You didn't even give me an answer, man. But it's all good. Um, yeah, man. I still think you're a tap dancer. I really do. I think you're the covert type, the one that hides it really well. Um, and HB he put in work the other day. He put in good work. He should have been cooked you, but yeah, man, I really think you are a tap dancer. I really do. Hold on, am I cutting out? Can y'all hear me? I'm surprised he didn't
Well,
even cut me off.
let me ask you a question. Do you think that makes a difference to me? And if you do think it makes a difference to me, can you explain how it might?
What kind of question is that, man? Like you're always up here, like
Obviously, it's one you can't answer.
it's just like I remember when I first came up here, the way you were talking, I can hear the assumptions and the disrespect in your words.
Oh, and you think I have respect for you now?
And I feel like that's how
Do you think the
interact
respect has
with black.
gone out?
I think that's how you interact with black people that you deem.
Well, no. I interact with dumb black people, and I interact the same way with dumb white people. Stupidity, well, actually, dumbness is actually colorblind. It has no color. You're just dumb.
Are you smart, Stanley?
No, won't even do that. And to HB's point, HB, every black family's racist too. Then, if you want to go that route, liar seems to be too strong a word. Now, here's the other thing, and apparently, subtlety is not the anti-black blacks' strong point. I don't care if you're racist as long as you don't treat me as a racist would. I can't control your heart and mind, but the one thing I can say is, as near as I can tell, you may not talk. I'm addressing HB's point. They could be racist as a motherfucker, but as long as I can't detect it, I don't care.
But
They
what is
certainly
worse?
didn't. They certainly didn't treat my son. I mean, there was a grandchild involved, and I can tell you right now, if even if they just tolerated me because of my son, I'm okay with that. But I don't need to lie. There's no reason for me to lie. I don't depend on any of this stuff. They definitely, as a matter of fact, sometimes
You keep rambling.
they have motherfucker. If I ramble, what is it to you?
Use less words.
Is it your show, motherfucker? If you're not enjoying all the words, nobody's holding you bondage here. There's no
What is the
coffle.
difference between
There's
a
no
covert
coffle. There's
an
no
overt
coffle
racist?
holding you here. You may
say that
go. You may go when you choose to go. Dude, don't interrupt me, by the way. Okay, motherfucker, HB, why don't you bring your ass up here and ask me the question, because Shenard's not good at asking questions.
You don't answer
all
questions.
of a sudden you're a Shenard fan. That's not the point. KS asked you if you experience, and the answer is no. And by the way, experiencing racism, dumbass, you mean racist behavior. Racist and racism are not the same thing. Use your words, HB. The answer,
if you had any
self-awareness, motherfucker, dude, don't interrupt me. I literally said I did not experience it. So take it. Maybe they were good at hiding it or something like that. And I was just saying that as long as I don't notice it or detect it, I don't care. And they definitely, their grandson, my son, have been, I can't detect it. Can't say if it's not there. You're not a very good at answering or asking questions, HB, any more than King Shenard, apparently. Y'all need to figure out how to question better. If you want answers, if you want the answers you want, either they are there or you're not asking the right questions. Dave, you still there? Now, listen, I doubt they hit it from, okay, HB, you know what? Now you're telling me what my experience is. You fail. You fail. You're just imagining things. The little racist ghosties, whatever. Oh, Stanley, you just didn't notice him because I was there. If I had been there, I would have noticed him. But I'm just going to guess you didn't because you are you. If I was there, I would notice him. Motherfucker, if you were there, you'd fucking find them probably or make shit up like you usually do. Half the motherfucking bullshit the anti-black blacks get into, they're oversensitive or they're just making it up. Do better, anti-black blacks. And HB, hit the link. As a matter of fact, I actually do have something to discuss with you. It's a be brave thing. Y'all treat me worse than be brave? I don't even know what that means. Be brave worships you. Solid Snake. So anyway, looks like Dave is occupied. And looks like no one besides King Brevard. Dave must have fallen asleep. Oh, y'all are watching the football draft. Well, I don't give a fuck about the football draft. Have fun with that, y'all. Well, we can move on to what I want to watch. Let's see here. I was going to watch The Future of Birthright Citizenship. Anybody up for that? Is that what you do, Solid Snake? Between you and 12th Man, y'all are just master trolls. Well, let's see. I did say I was going to watch a senior pop the balloon.
My bad. I had to go make an emergency bottle. I heard everything.
An emergency bottle. Ooh, those were the days.
Yeah, bro started flipping and tripping.
Good for you. There's nothing like an involved father.
Yeah, they say we don't do that. I'm a married man.
Yeah,
of course
and I'm
gonna raise my children.
That's the other thing. Marriage is work. It's good work, but
yeah. When I put them to sleep, I'm gonna go cut the grass in the rain. So.
Don't cut the grass. What? Cutting the grass in the rain? That's crazy.
Well, I was looking out the
window. All that
like,
grass is gonna clump under the lawnmower.
I gotta do it. It's getting on my nerves.
What? When the grass is wet?
Yeah. Plus, it's a thing in the neighborhood. You want your lawn to look the best.
Well, how high did you let your lawn grow? Now, my father, he wanted the lawn cut and all that stuff. But the one thing you weren't going to do is cut that lawn wet because it leaves clumps of grass on the lawn that you.
Yeah, I bag mine. I have a compost pile.
Well, yeah, but even wet grass in the bag, that's sloppy, crazy work.
It's that in between season where it's not exactly warm enough to say it's lawn cutting season. It just warmed up, and
right.
Today it's kind of shabby.
Well, it's your lawn. You know what? You're a grown ass man. Why am I even?
It bothers me when it looks like the way it does. I actually got to spend some time out there and get it right.
Well, what you need to do is get in your lazy boy recliner with that boy, give him his milk, and just fall asleep with him.
Oh, he's gonna be knocked out after this. I'll put some heavy cereal in that milk.
Well, how old is he? Is he already doing cereal, huh?
Yeah, he's 4 months.
Nice.
Yeah, big as hell too.
Have you tried any of that cereal yet? Is it rice? Rice cereal?
I got oat this time.
Interesting.
Not for any particular reason. I don't think it's different.
All I have to say is those were the days. Those are the great days like that.
Oh yeah, I went to work this morning, so I get off at 12. It just be so much to do when you get home.
Oh, really?
No, yeah, it's a daunting thing.
I'm telling you
Still
right
adulting,
now.
you know.
I'm telling you right now. It's a lot, but I've been. You better enjoy what you got, and I would trade places with you any day.
It is kind of the shit. I love family life.
Of course you do. All I'm saying is, yeah, part of the fun is complaining about it, but with other married men. However, dude, I'm telling you right now, because I went through this personally. You be at this point with all you have, you'll be lost without it.
Who else is up here? Is that solid?
Oh yeah, it is solid.
Hey, what's up, man? What's happening?
Man, I'm out here chilling with my grandkids.
Yeah, see, that's the next step. I'll be there one day.
He out here playing with his transformer. I can't believe he figured it out. But you know what he just told me? He say Bumblebee more deadlier. He the deadliest transformer. He kills Starscream. I was like, that's neither here nor there. What's up, everybody?
We're chilling, man. Just chilling.
Well, we're about to watch a senior version of Pop the Balloon for Roller Skater Texas Girl because it is my favorite version and maybe her favorite version. And you know what? We have not watched a Pop the Balloon for like 3 weeks now.
Stanley, I think that's
Maybe 2 weeks.
favorite version, to be honest with you.
I'm sorry, what? You're a little low.
Oh, my bad. I said I think that's everybody's favorite version at our age. I can't make no sense to them kids.
Yeah,
I stopped crying. I just think we just different, Stanley. I just really think we just different. Maybe it was the cell phones. I don't know.
Well, you know what, HB? They did shame me. So you got that right. They shamed me from watching my favorite show. The other African thing where they raise the curtain so you see the feet and the legs, on up. That was another favorite of mine. But these genius people who just go, hey, I'm in command. We want news, and news analysis. And they have a lot to say about it and smart things. They just shame me into it.
Hey, Stanley, I got
and then when I did nothing but news and analysis, they failed. Just like anti-black blacks always fail. They got a lot of things to say, but when you actually ask them questions, like Shenard a few minutes ago, he's like, well, hey, didn't Frederick Douglass marry a white woman? And then I go, well, what happened to his first wife? Well, I don't know. I haven't read. Motherfucker, then don't ask the question if you do not know. Yep, let's see. Yeah, they were hating Stan. You weren't watching it for yourself. No, actually, you know what? I have come to enjoy it. Now, I don't like the Netflix version, and I haven't watched the second episode, which I guess maybe I'll get around to it this weekend. But that first episode did not grab me at all. So, so far, in my opinion, the best version is on the internet.
I want to know what that show was. HB was talking about the other day. Was it Blackballed or something like that?
I don't recall.
Damn,
Was
I
it
wish I
was?
could remember the name.
But HB, if you get a chance, hit the link because that video I sent a video to you and Portia. Black Mirror is what he's
Black
talking
Mirror.
about.
Okay. I gotta put that on the watch list.
There's a video that I sent. Want to run through y'all. And either I can send it to Be Brave or not, but there's a show we can do around it, I think. And then there's actually a second one that that show I did on Thursday with Charles. Those are a couple shows we could do with Be Brave. But I want you and Portia as better internet people than me to tell me what your thoughts are, if they're even worth, the time.
Oh, you said with Be Brave?
Well, yeah. This one, I actually think I could show it here. As a matter of fact, maybe we'll watch this and then I'll show the
Brave.
one.
I mean, Stanley, I want to show you something. I want to show you something. Okay. I found me a new YouTuber. Now, remember how the dude named Orami or Senpai? Okay. I found a new YouTuber last night. She's female.
Arami Ose Frimpong?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. See, this one I think I got for you right here. Now, she a little different. I like her political views. Let me find her name again.
Well, then she's not for me.
No, Stanley, I'm talking about for political
We'll
discussion.
just go ahead and reject her outright.
Stanley a poke
Well,
a
you
hole in
won't
the
say that
comment.
once you see her. Not gonna lie, she's pretty attractive. What's her
Well, then,
name? God
okay,
dang it,
I'm open to it. Just put the link in the back.
her name, Dacia Sade.
Okay.
Dacia, S-A-D, Dacia.
Oh, I know who you're talking about, I think. Dacia, D-A-S-I-A?
Yeah, man, I was listening to her the other night. I was like, good Jesus. Man, I can't wait to tell Stanley about this one, man. We got to discuss this
Oh, wait. I think I know who she is. But either way, we're going to watch this Pop the
Some
Balloon.
good political views. Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Oh, no. As a matter of fact, I know exactly who she is. She's a skater. Yep, I know who she is. She's gorgeous. So
she a skater?
Yes. Roller skater.
Oh, you talking about roller skater Texas girl?
No.
Ooh, I wish I had no
Dasha
friend.
is a roller skater. Like she likes to
Are
skate.
you serious?
Dead serious.
What?
You didn't know
What?
that?
I just found her last night.
All right. Well, we will definitely watch it because I think she's man.
You got to look to somebody else. Thanks a lot.
She is a.
She got some good opinions.
Frankly,
Probably not. She's probably nice to look at.
She's no. This woman, I'm glad I don't know where she lives. I would have to.
Oh, come on, Stanley.
I have to lip my ass over there.
She is attractive though, but yeah, I like the way she sounds on her views. She make a lot of sense.
She's ridiculously attractive. Hold on one sec. Let me just play this right quick.
Oh, this is her?
Yeah.
What?
Now I don't. She's got tattoos. She's got sleeves. She's got sleeves on both arms. I'm not really into that. That's her.
Wow.
Make walk. There you go.
Oh my God. That black woman is so damn beautiful.
Oh shit! You know what?
Yeah, the
We
music.
are gonna. Yeah, god damn it!
I just realized why you said it, and I was like, "Oh, we was enjoying it a little bit too much there."
Well, I will cut it out. God damn it!
I
Portia's
don't know. I
gonna
never
kick,
heard that song before. I don't know.
Portia's gonna kick my ass. Oh my lord!
Yeah, I think she
You know
probably
what?
used
I
to it at
don't.
this time, Stanley.
I am
But at
now.
least we
I'm
admit
fucking,
we wrong.
now I'm fucking
$10
annoyed.
today for Portia J, y'all.
No, you better give her fucking $50 a day, because just beg, beg,
Oh, you gonna blame
beg
it
this
on
woman,
me?
beg this woman not to kick my ass, because she's gonna do it.
Hey, yeah, just mute it and let it play in the background.
Hey, maybe we should drop. We probably need to drop her link in the chat though, because I think we're gonna be
Well, no,
discussing a lot of her
I think
topics
it's
all
on.
the time.
I think it's on. Well, she doesn't do music, at least the videos I've seen. But let me show you this one, if I can find it. Where is it? Yeah, let me mute it because I don't. There we go. Yeah, she is all that.
I was listening to her last night, Stanley, and you know what? Y'all right. I do be raised out like that. But the same thing I be saying, I've been listening to a lot of say a hell of a lot more calm and collective than I do.
Right. Well, anyway, this particular video right here, this is crazy attractive. I mean, that woman, she did some good stuff.
She
there.
is attractive.
However, you know what moves her down?
There's some stupid tattoos.
Yeah, I just can't fucking do. Now, in her case, I might have to just go, yeah, whatever, because she is. And if you hear her, if you hear her speak, it's crazy. She's smart as fuck.
Oh yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think that override everything, man. I'm gonna go and give her a 10.
No. If you are a smart woman and you got both your arms sleeved out, I'm sorry. Yeah, that's neutral.
She probably just had some rebellious years, Stanley. You can't fault.
That's not years. That's rebellious decades. That's a crazy decade.
I'm hyping her up now.
You don't get a sleeve, and at least as far as I know, you don't get a sleeve.
We need to try to draft her to the John Galt Network. We need to have a.
You know what?
Black people.
You know what? I'm going to leave that to you. I'm going to leave it to you.
Just have Portia interview her.
No, you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna put Deacon Dave on it, because I think Deacon Dave the best of us.
What? No,
Deacon Dave way more polite than us, man. Deacon Dave is he that guy, man. Yeah, Stanley, you sound good, but you're a little bit too rude, man. Deacon got politeness with him.
Man, it takes a lot,
dude. I'm when you get my age. You just don't have time for the bullshit.
Deacon Dave a little more polite than us, man. Hey, you know what we gotta do since 12 man.
Look, I'm your age. I'm your grandpa's age.
I appreciate it.
You'll have to excuse my bluntness.
Oh, Stanley. You remind me of my oldest brother. Just bitter. Just cuss everybody out. You don't care.
No, you know what? I don't look. I'm good until you start your seams start splitting.
Yeah, man. You good though. You get on the nigga ass though. I thought I was special, but shit. Fuck it. You do everybody like that.
King Shenard, we see you I see you in the back at least.
I've just heard you talking to King Shenard, and I was like, God, King coming in real nice, and you just cut him down.
See,
I was like,
no. You think that soothing tone, dude, being nice you know what? Um, being nice is more than just tone of voice. You know, as a matter of fact, you know how women can do that soothing, cutesy tone, but ask you questions that piss you off. That's what King Shenard does. It's very passive aggressive, very very very
It is though.
No,
very
let Shenard
female.
rock, man. I like
Very
Shenard.
female. King Shenard, you know what? He rocks with certain
I
people,
hope he
but
go get his own channel,
I
man.
don't like
want to see
I
women
don't
get crack
like
together.
males. I'm gonna tell you right now, I don't like passive aggressive males. Okay. I just fucking want to put footprints in their back as I walk all over them. No. And you would think someone, you know, with my tone of voice kind of, yeah, and I have a soft voice, can't help it. But motherfucker, if you think I'm passive aggressive, yeah, I can be. But no. That motherfucker, very womanish. And he wants to call people tap dancers. That motherfucker's a ballet dancer. He's a ballet.
I think that's just
dancer.
the new term they're using. You know,
Okay,
to
and
denigrate
listen
us.
to my term for passive aggressive males: ballet dancer. At least you can hear me dance. That motherfucker's doing plies.
Perrier, oh, come on, man.
No,
Well,
I literally think every time I talk to him, that motherfucker's wearing a tutu.
Hey, if I had to Google tap dancing, I expect to see Shenard's name on it.
I ain't lying, because that's his term. He the only one I know using that shit. Tap dancer. You fucking. I heard somebody on Q Buddy use it the other night. I said, yeah, they had to be King Shenard influenced. It had to be, because ain't nobody heard that. I ain't heard that term other than him. Use that term, tap dancer. You a tap dancer.
Well, roller skater. There's nothing necessarily wrong with being passive aggressive, but there's a reason women, you know, tend to be, you know, but I mean, it's a tool in your tool belt, maybe the right tool for the right time, but always being passive aggressive as someone who, you know, is kind of like a red pill, you know, anti-black, John Galt, urban landlord channel male, where, you know, everybody wants to say they're a man, but few are. King Shenard doesn't act like a king, basically. So,
hey, Stanley, can I get something out the way?
Sure.
Can I get something out the way? I want to see if you want to answer a question. Because that belly dancer got me too. Hey, but what you think about this Shannon Sharp situation? You think that's going to go anywhere?
You know, I talked about it on T's channel. Too much disaster.
I've been sleeping early.
However, I don't care. I mean, I think I think they'll wind up settling. I don't see this being long and drawn out. You've got a 19-year-old, a 20-year-old who she's got a rocking butt. But, you know, when you are in his position, that age with that kind of money, you know, that's the bad thing about having that much money. It becomes a responsibility. And, you know, whether you want to be or not, you're kind of a role model. So now if they had gotten married, I brought up Gene Hackman and his wife. They were 30 years different. And, you know, she died and he died. So, you know, kind of a weird, kind of tragic end, but they were married. You know what? If he had said, hey, I'm marrying a 20-year-old, yeah, people might raise, you know, eyebrows, but, you know, there's a certain commitment that comes with marriage. that I don't have a problem with the 54-year-old because that motherfucker is, he's not like most 50-some-year-olds. I think he's 56.
I get it, Stanley, but I'm gonna be honest with you, man.
Let me finish what I'm saying, and I know I'm long and drawn out. If they had some commitment, even like dating out in the open, yeah. But I mean, me as a 60-year-old, I'd half go, where can I get me one? But I'd also say, well, bless him, but that's not for me. Now the
where can you get a what? Hold on,
the tawdriness, the blow up, the messiness. Nah, 50 some year old shouldn't be messy. If you're gonna do it, I'm not saying don't do whatever it was he did, but it sounds like he took some advantage. I think that what do you expect from a 19 or 20-year-old but messiness? And he played into it. So all the fault goes on Shannon Sharpe.
Yeah. And I'm gonna add my little 2 cents. I might be
well, you can wait for your 2 cents, but in the end, I really don't care. It doesn't affect me.
Yeah, I get that, but I mean, it's influence, And at this point, I'm an
influence on whom?
No, I'm saying he's an influence on the culture. I mean, if he do it, I can do it. I mean, yes.
He is
Listen, Stanley, at the age of 48, I'm not going to go and date a 20-year-old woman. I don't want to be.
He might be influencing.
I just can't see myself dating somebody at a certain age.
You will let me finish, and I don't care if I interrupted you. On your corner of Black culture, maybe. On my corner of Black culture, not so much.
So you saying you would date a younger woman?
No, I'm saying Shannon Sharpe is not an influencer.
I'm saying he is. I'm saying he has a lot of.
What?
I mean, I think he has a lot of swag.
In your urban landlord kind of all blacks are like horrible.
Oh, what I'm saying is Shannon Sharpe is not nobody. He is a leader.
Honestly, I'll put it to you this way.
He does have influence, Stanley.
Well, on the YouTube, like I don't have anything.
No, that's in athletics in general. I mean, you can't tell me a little kid don't want to grow up and ain't a little kid in America that's running that tight end or wide receiver position saying, I want to be the next Shannon Sharpe.
How many motherfucking kids? How many motherfucking kids? How many motherfucking kids want to be tight ends? You are insane.
Oh my God, boy, you was genius. You know that? You was genius. I can't believe you fixed that thing like that. Boy, you smart. You know that? Good job. Great job. Man, I ain't gonna lie, man. I ain't gonna lie. Being a granddaddy, you love being a daddy, man. Wait till you get to them granddaddy years. Oh, Lord.
All I have to say is that I kind of disagree that Shannon Sharpe is that culturally like definitional. You know what? And if he is, then maybe, people like John Galt have a point.
I think it is important that what they do and all that. I ain't gonna lie, Stanley. I ain't gonna lie. So it's like when I see a guy at the age of 54, same thing with Brady. I ain't gonna lie. I don't like that. I don't like that as far as the fabric of unity in a relationship culture. I just don't like that a 50-year-old guy think it's okay to date somebody younger than somebody that would have been their son at that age.
Okay, I have no idea what that means.
I know, but I had my child young. But I mean, like, even what's the oldest age a man become a father? 30? So if you 50, your child should be 21. So it's like
Speak Radio.
At that age, I couldn't date a woman that age.
Hold on one sec. Let me address Mr. Radio here. Hey, the reason we're watching the dusty version of Pop the Balloon is I'm looking for a date.
There you go.
Oh, well.
Get all
good.
Yeah, let me
I gotta do my window shopping.
Nick, I disagree with you, by the way. What do you mean? What is Bill
I still can't
Belichick
believe
doing?
he figured out this transformer though. I can't believe he did that.
Yo, so Stanley, asking you questions, that's passive aggression.
No, you know what?
You refuse to answer.
No. It's not asking the questions, it's how you ask the questions.
How do I ask it?
Passive aggressively.
No, but if you refuse to answer the question, how am I being passive
aggressive? I'm not giving you examples. Go back, fucking rewind the show and listen to yourself. Dude, you must think I'm be brave. So if I say something, the types of questions that I'm not going to rewind. I'm not going to explain. You are a grown ass man, and you know who you are. You know what you do. On top of that,
you cut people off.
No. You will be quiet barely get a word you can speak. You will be.
But I'm passive aggressive.
You cannot. Do you think you should get a word out? You passive aggressive son of a bitch.
Ooh, come on, you can't talk. I got my grandson on video.
You can't talk to any black person. You can't have a conversation with any black person without insulting you. Is that what you're saying?
Okay, you know what? You're right. I apologize. I apologize for insulting you. It was done. It was done within. This motherfucker can't shut up. I don't know. Why does he think he needs to talk constantly? However, Shenard, my assessment is you're passive aggressive, just like a woman. And you know what? I don't have to explain my opinion. It's just my opinion. That's all it is. Deal with it.
Stanley, how old are you?
Older than you.
Okay, so I don't really insult my elders. I can say a lot of shit that can really.
Oh well, you know what? Let me say I'm 30. Let me tell you my age. It's temporarily 32. Now go ahead and insult me so I can fucking shit on you again.
On top of that, you don't let anybody.
I beg you to insult me.
So when I ask you a question, it's designed in a way.
The first thing you're not going to do is say,
you angry. Like how you're right now.
You know what? Saying axe on my goddamn panel means you are an ignorant motherfucker who shouldn't be even asking me questions because you can't. Don't ask me a question. Ask me a question, bitch. That's your first goddamn mistake. Okay, dude, if you want me to critique every fucking illiterate word you utter, I can do that. I'm not John Galt. Don't ask me a question, ask me a question. And before you ask me a question, say ask. Bitch.
Well, I gotta ask you a question, Stanley. I gotta ask you a question. Can I ask you a question, Stanley? Damn, I can't even say ask.
Well,
ask. Fuck. That's fucked up, man. I can't even say it like that. But anyway.
Well, you know what?
Stop all that cussing, man.
You're not passive aggressive, so you go ahead and ask.
I don't even think you know what passive aggression means.
Hey, Stanley. Hey, man.
Those rules only apply to passive aggressives.
Yeah, you ain't got to worry about all that, man. You good? You just
I'm doing it.
You got a lot more script out on the street. You can't be just talking all like this.
Hey, what can I say? I have nothing to do today. I'm eating leftovers from last night. Fuck it, I have all.
Everybody wants to spend Saturday with Stanley.
Bro, have you been
spending Saturday with Stanley today?
You know that's a good name for a show.
You been drinking?
Saturday with Stanley.
Let me put it to you this way. I'm about to start.
You know, the more you drink, the slower that you talk.
Okay, don't see
like
all that.
Come on, man.
No. Listen, hey Snake, listen to this. You've been drinking. That motherfucking sounds like. What are you, my wife?
Yeah, it's diabolical.
Why the fuck would you care whether I'm drinking or not? You're
You talk too
passive
slow,
aggressive?
man. You talk too slow.
Oh, you know what? I always talk slow, but what I can tell you is
Like I can predict what you're gonna say
the
next.
last
Every
motherfucking
single
time
word.
I was asked that question was by my wife. Are you a woman?
And I asked you before, why do you talk slow?
No, motherfucker. I motherfucking told you you don't ask me questions. You ask me questions, wifey. Act like a goddamn man and pronounce your words correctly.
This is sad. 60 years old.
Oh,
I'm more mature than you.
But see, this motherfucker asked me how old I was and knew the age. That is a pure example of passive aggressive. Dude, you know my age, but you're gonna ask me anyway. And now you're asking if I'm drinking. You know what? My dear departed wife, dude, you are so sad. And I bet all I can say is you are wife material, but you need to
What
go.
the hell?
You need to go talk to CT or somebody with all that bullshit.
Wife
Hey, y'all, $5 a day for Uncle Stanley. You know what I'm saying? $5 a day for Uncle Stanley.
Well, no. Hold on, because you're right. You're right. Please make sure you subscribe to the John Galt Urban Landlord channel. Please hit the like, because I always forget, and Solid Snake is always reminding me to do it. Please hit the Stanley Cross channel. I actually wound up reposting an interview. Well, it wasn't really an interview. It was a conversation I had with a friend of mine from Nigeria on the Stanley Cross channel. So give that some love.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
I didn't see it.
It was the other day. It was this
Well, I
Friday
did.
morning.
No. Well, I reposted it today on the Stanley Cross channel. But I tried to premiere it so you get that little thing, but it didn't do it. So it's there. It's worth looking at. Not as in depth, but it's only an hour show. So we go.
Hey, at least it lasted that long. I mean, I'm surprised you actually kept a topic. I'm surprised you kept somebody on the panel that long, Stanley.
Well, I was the guest, and I'm on camera. I actually appeared on camera. Fancy that.
Well, oh yeah, I did see some of that. I think I see some of that earlier yesterday.
Gotcha.
I didn't know that was from your channel though.
Well, no, it was from his channel. I just posted it on mine, and then I got a copy of the video
background
to
work?
What?
How did you get that background work when you was in that picture? Like I told you a long time ago. I don't know why you got.
I just
but it had your face in the thumbnail, and I was like, "See, this is what I was telling Stanley. Why you got Frederick Douglass there when it needed to be you?"
Because I like Frederick
I think
Douglass.
you're more relevant than Frederick Douglass at this
However, it's just if you go into the camera settings on StreamYard, you get to select your background. I just selected that as the background.
Stanley,
and
what do
it's
you
crazy
think about?
you didn't have a green screen. That's crazy.
You know what? I got a white wall behind me, but with this particular screen, it just works without a green screen. I'm not exactly sure why. You also notice that the letters are reversed. Somehow or another, I was messing with the setting in OBS, and somehow or another, there's a setting in there that does a flip.
Mirror the camera or something like that. Mirror the camera.
Yeah, I haven't been able to unflip it, but it works for this. I kind of like it. It's goofy.
Now we need to have a Stanley chilling with Stanley. Hold on. Saturdays with
Stanley. Yeah, we'll see. But that's not. Well, you know what? If you're gonna be here, we can do it. I shit. It's just goofy shit.
Nah, Stanley, my
Um,
thing is I gotta be sober now. I can't just be online drunk and shit. I ain't gonna lie. That's something I picked up on CT channel the other night. You know, I'm not finna be online drunk. I'm not finna do it. I mean, there's some late night stuff we do,
well,
but
Saturday
like,
with Stanley's. It could be sober
yeah, Saturday gotta be
sober,
sober. Sober
sober,
Saturday. That's what it is.
sober snake, and Saturdays with Stanley, something like that. You know, a bunch of S's.
Yeah, man, we gotta do it. I can't say nothing. Well, that's all I can say is S words. Never mind.
Yo,
Yeah, you'll
so
figure it out.
if Frederick Douglass, right?
Got a little genius right there.
Have you heard of Samana the Samana Americans in the DR? Have you ever heard of that?
Samana Americans?
Yeah. So I think the reason why I think what you have against
No,
Garvey
I
was
haven't
that
heard of them. What are they?
they were the Black Americans that Frederick Douglass sent to Haiti when Jean Pierre
He
Fourier,
sent them personally?
when his work, yeah, to basically work as slaves
Okay, what I would like you to do, because
for a mulatto.
by the time Frederick Douglass was ambassador to Haiti, slavery was over there.
Yeah, but not really.
Slavery ended in Haiti. Remember the Haitian Revolution?
Right,
It was over
right.
by the time the Civil War happened.
Yeah, but the president at the time.
Okay, motherfucker, I need
okay,
you to address
talk
the
to this guy.
timeline. You said sending slaves. You mean like former American slaves over to Haiti?
Yes.
Okay, so they were former slaves.
Right, and they were working as
Former
slaves.
American slaves. So they weren't slaves. They were freedmen.
I didn't
correct?
say that. I
Hey,
said
motherfucker, don't no.
You don't listen.
You will
You don't listen. That's your problem.
You will be correct in the lessons you're trying to teach. So he didn't send slaves over there.
I didn't say that. You don't listen.
Okay, motherfucker, you literally said it.
I said to work as slaves.
You better be disciplined in your language. So he sent freedmen. He sent freedmen over to Haiti. Got it. Now, what's your point?
I didn't say he sent slaves to work as
motherfucker. You'll be gone. I told you what you said. Okay, don't see. This is that weird motherfucking anti-black bullshit. You call them on what they say, then they tell you they didn't say it, and I'm not going to take the time to go back and rewind to prove my point. I know what I heard, bitch.
Hey, Shamard's a pro-black.
No, he's not a pro-black. He's an... Shenard is not a pro-black.
I'm pretty sure Shenard is a pro-black. He's pro-black.
Okay.
I'm anti-black.
Whoa. Yeah, anti-black blacks. Stop that. You wouldn't know what a pro-black was if you started.
Oh, see, that's what I'm saying. I don't really call it that.
King Shenard is actually just a troll.
No, actually, no. I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say that. He helped you make money now. Stop it, Stanley. He do his
Frederick
job.
Douglass had no slaves. Latino for Trump. He was a slave. He did not own slaves. Fuck you if you think that. Go read a book. And Latino, don't do that, or you will be stomped. No. Now you're fucking with Black history. Now you're fucking with Black history, and you don't know enough of it to be typing that kind of bullshit in the chat. You better go read a book, son. Now, what were you saying, Shenard?
You know why Douglass wanted black people to fight in the Civil War?
Why did he want to? Why did he want? Because his two sons. He had two sons who fought. Why did he want blacks to fight in the Civil War?
Right, because he got paid.
Okay, motherfucker, I got books I can recommend, but the bottom line is that, you know what? Why wouldn't blacks fight for their freedom? It seems having whites fight for your freedom just doesn't seem, it's a bad look. So blacks fighting for their freedom is a good look. That's why.
That he was paid. by the Massachusetts.
Motherfucker, so what if he was paid?
Right. So, but then you got to
okay,
ask,
motherfucker. No.
Why
Don't
did he
tell
send
me
them
I'm
to,
right.
to the
I
DR?
asked you a question. What does it? Why is it a bad thing that he was paid? Dude, I'll kick your ass off right now if you can't answer questions. I didn't ask. I asked. Why would it be a bad thing for Frederick Douglass to be paid to recruit black slaves to fight for their freedom?
Because he received
in the North. Okay, motherfucker, I didn't ask you what he was paid. I'm asking you, why does it matter if he was paid? Why does it matter?
Because he received money for it.
Okay, dumbass. I'm not doing that kind of stupidity. He was paid because, motherfucker, I asked you, why is it a bad thing to be paid for services rendered? This is your last chance, and I'll just boot you from the panel and you won't be back. You're backstage right now. I expect you to answer direct questions. Why is it bad to be paid money for services rendered?
He was paid to recruit black people to join the
Civil War. And what's wrong is my question. What's wrong with that?
No, there's nothing wrong with it.
Okay, good. Then why are you fucking acting?
I'm trying to bring it back to my
other. What's your other point, sir?
Okay, why did he send black Americans to Haiti at that time? Really, the DR.
Don't recall. You tell me.
Okay, so you don't know nothing about that history.
Was it to basically found a settlement? And it was the Dominican Republic, if I remember, or maybe I think it was the Dominican Republic proper.
Okay, Jean-Pierre Boyer, he was
a mulatto. Motherfucker, I don't care about any of that.
He was a mulatto, just
Tell
like
me why, motherfucker. I just told you why. Now you repeat it back or counter my point. He sent them over there because it was a test colony.
It wasn't
correct. Correct.
Yeah, there's something wrong.
No, dude. Before you go too far,
this is sad.
David Blight has the last.
You have a strong need to be right all the time.
Pulitzer Prize winning biography. Have you read that? So, yeah, he sent them over there, and it was a failed colony. Okay, Lincoln had a huge desire because he and others like him really didn't think white people and black people could even get along. So it was a test colony. If blacks could go down there, and survive, there would be more going down there. Lincoln was not, for all his good points, there are a lot of people who basically didn't think white people could treat black people well in a quote white country. That's why. And motherfucker, you are testing my patience because I want to watch Pop the Balloon, and you're asking me elementary school history questions. Anything else?
All right,
good.
All right, so
then
Garvey,
we can move on.
Hold on, Garvey started the Black Star Line.
I don't give a fuck about Garvey.
And you don't like Garvey.
I've already told you my opinion.
Frederick Douglass did the same thing.
I have Frederick Douglass was dead by the time Garvey.
And the Black Star Line wasn't
stop
actually,
your bullshit. Frederick Douglass was dead by the time the Garvey movement started, correct? Am I correct?
What's the difference?
Motherfucker, I answer my question. Frederick Douglass died in like 1896 or 97. Can't remember which. Garvey's movement did not start until the 20th century, correct? Correct?
Right.
Okay, then why are you bringing up Frederick Douglass?
Because you said
he's your idol, right? Don't tell me what I said, motherfucker. Tell me what you said.
Watch your
why
mouth,
are
man.
you?
Stop
Why?
all
I don't like these fucking history tap dancers. You don't know your shit, and I know my shit.
You speak more words in a day than.
You know what? Because I have words to speak, you dumb
Everybody hit that like
bitch.
button.
I have words for motherfucking years. I, as a black man, know words. How to
What all
use
the
them,
curses,
bitch.
man?
No, you know what? He's gonna be my
Dang,
little whipping.
bro.
He's gonna be my little whipping bitch today.
This is sad, man.
You know
Jesus
what?
Christ,
Sad
Stanley,
for
we
you.
trying to get
But you know what?
monetized.
It is so sad. Your ass is still here.
You like to hear yourself speak, isn't it? That's what
Oh,
it is,
I
right?
absolutely love to hear myself speak, mostly on this microphone to you right now.
I have some
Yeah, you always want to
discipline,
speak
man.
on
We not late
if
night.
you would like me to stop speaking to you, do you know what the remedy is?
No, Stanley, we're not talking about you
just take a
speaking to
guess,
us.
King Shenard. If you don't want me to
can't even answer questions.
what
Oh, no.
motherfucker,
Accuse
what
other
I
people
can
of not
do is
answering questions.
okay, dude, you have
There's something
failed.
wrong with you, man.
You have failed this goddamn test. You have failed your literacy
Everybody
test.
hit Stanley cash out to
can't
make
have
them
a
stop
vote.
cursing.
Hey T, you have failed your literacy test for the vote, so you have no vote on this panel. What you have already failed is you don't know about Frederick Douglass, yet you want to keep bringing him up. You thought Frederick
didn't know
Douglass
about
was a
the-
slave. You
how you
thought
said-
Frederick Douglass was a slave owner.
Everybody thought Frederick Douglass was you.
Motherfucker thought Frederick
Everybody
Douglass
thought Frederick Douglass was you,
slave
man.
owner.
I didn't say
Motherfucker, you have failed
Yeah,
every
I think you
test
is
that
Frederick
you have
Douglass.
tried to
You
pass
don't listen to
today.
nothing, man.
You
just talk.
are the tap
Talk,
dancer,
talk.
Queen Shenard. Now you're a queen.
You
Don't
grown-
make
how many
don't
words
make me
you use in a
change.
day, man?
Don't make me change. It says King Shenard. Don't make me demote you.
Can we please watch the Pop the Balloon?
No, I'm kind of fixated
see,
on dealing with our passive
I
aggressive.
knew it.
panel.
I knew it.
All right. You better
I knew
thank
it.
Solid Snake.
It's been on your mind. I know.
You're getting cooked.
Shenard,
You're
you
getting
better
cooked.
thank you better thank your Solid Snake. Your Solid Snake is saving your pussy ass.
Teaching how to be getting y'all, man. I mean, like, that's why I don't even jump out. I know he cold-blooded, man. He cold-blooded. He diabolical. I'm telling you, man, damn near insane. I be peeping this game, though. I peep this game.
All I have to say, Mr. Shenard, and that's a loose mister. You either mute and let's watch this Pop the Balloon, or your ass can go over to Be Braves or wherever it is you go. I'm sure it's under a rock. But dude, don't come up unless you know your shit. Don't be asking me dumbass questions.
You know what you're doing.
I swear, you're Be Brave. I get it.
Oh, sorry. Yes, I know what I'm doing, Shenard.
Go ahead, man. Go ahead.
Oh, motherfucker, I need your permission to go ahead. Is that what you're implying, Mr. Passive Aggressive? Oh, he's gone. Thank God.
Oh,
he had a little hissy pussy fit and just wanted to skedaddle. Fine,
you know what the problem is? I don't think the audience understand what I understand. I think you and Be Brave the same guy.
What do you understand?
I think you and Be Brave the same guy. I just think Be Brave is like 10 years later. And I still disagree with him.
I think Be Brave.
I disagree with both of y'all, to be honest.
Well, I didn't put. I did. I did not. Shenard left of his own volition. I didn't bounce him.
Oh no, should not be back.
Yeah, well.
Look at HBO hating ass nigga. Drive truck. You need to be watching the road, not the chat, bro.
I'm gonna start this.
He at home now. He at home.
Don't pop the balloon. Don't pop.
And this music is
Hi, I'm Christina Fasciana. I'm 55 years old, and I'm looking for the real one. Hi, my name is Michelle Renee. I'm legal, over the age of 21, and I'm looking for my real one. Could it be you?
My name is Loretta. Hello, my name is Loretta, and I'm looking for a real one.
Hi, my name is Pam. I'm over 55 and I'm looking for a real one.
Don't pop the balloon.
Hold on, Stanley. She said she legal
My name is
though. You
Diana
know what
Pratt.
I'm saying?
I'm 69 years old, and I'm looking for the real one.
Pop the balloon.
Are you legal though?
My name is Paulina. I'm over 55 and I'm looking for a real one.
They don't feel like you do.
Are you legal? Are you legal?
Girl, this must be blue.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome back to yet another episode of A Real One. I, Pointer, am excited, elated, and ecstatic for what's about to happen today because I am in the wonderful state of Florida. That is correct. And I'm in the city of Miami. I'm out here in Miami, and I had to visit some Miami queens. So I am here with some lovely ladies from the lovely area of Miami. Ladies, how you doing today? I'm wonderful. I'm so happy to have these queens here because they are real ones. And they are here to find their real one. They're here to find a king. Okay, they're here to find one that is going to make their life even more special than it already is. Okay, so ladies, this is how it works. As you see, you have hearts in your hand. That means you're open for love. You're open for a connection, a real one. You also have heartbreaking devices.
As long as you can dress
hand.
your age.
Okay, so what that means is once the wonderful gentleman comes in,
what is he
if you don't like what you see, if you don't like what you hear,
said
you
she
have the
legal,
right to
man.
break your heart, and that means the connection's just
That
not
dress
right there.
is
But
not.
if you hold on to your heart, that means you're feeling
come
that real one. And by the end of that segment, I'm going to bring you on out here, and I'm going to say, is this a real one connection? If you both say yes, I'm treating you to your first
Is that
date,
too
a
loud
lovely
to y'all?
Sizzler salad bar. Okay, all right, sponsor us either way,
Is
know,
it
but it's
loud
a
to
wonderful
y'all?
thing to be able to connect
Like-
with real ones. I'm excited. Ladies, are you excited?
Nah, it sounds good.
Wonderful. All right, well, if that's the case,
Okay.
let's bring out our first real one, our first Miami real one. We are ready for our first real one. Will my first real one come on in? That handsome gentleman. I see him, and we are ready to converse. Hello there, kind sir.
Hello, Pointer. How are you, Pointer?
Doing well.
Hi, ladies.
Would you share with these lovely ladies your name, your age, and what you do?
Well, I'm Al. I'm 67. I used to sell cars, so I'm used to being around people, and I'm semi-retired. I just work overnight a few nights a week.
Beautiful. Okay. Tell us this. What makes you a real one?
Overnight?
Wow. I don't know what that means, but as
What
far
makes
as that
you a,
goes, but
what
with the
makes you a
balloon.
genuine person?
No, I know what that
okay,
means.
but the
I just
heart-
don't know about the balloon.
We'll find out soon.
Well, you know, I'm a old school kind of guy. You know, I think women should always be treated very nicely, like ladies. I like classy, cute, curvy, little sassy. You know, that kind of thing. And it's just I'm an old school guy. I'm gonna treat you like a lady until you tell me not to.
Oh, wow. Okay. Now tell us this.
Oh,
what
my
are you
Lord.
looking for in a real one?
Do women ever tell
nice personality
men
and
not to treat them like ladies?
I mean,
I need to meet those women.
well, physically,
I didn't know that was the
I
thing.
like cute, curvy. I like cleavage. I mean, you know.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm kind of like most guys. Boom. What is up with that?
We'll find out in a moment. But you have the right to like what you like. You're
Yeah.
a real
It
one.
kind of
There
looks
you go.
like
I think
Peter
everybody here
Rabbit.
is gorgeous.
starter.
Okay, that's a beautiful thing. Okay. Now,
that
as you
girl
saw
in
in
the green-
relationships,
a
there are
woman in the green
heartbreakers,
dress.
deal
She's
breakers.
kinda
We call them
tall.
red flags. What are some things you're not going for?
Oh, that's a good one. Wow. Well, you know, somebody who's
that
thinks
right,
they're
Juan?
better than somebody else, and so I just like people with an open mind.
Those aren't girls. Those are
You know,
those
if you have
are
kids that live at home, that's kind of a
older
deal breaker.
ladies.
I had bad experiences
Older
with that. So,
It's the
you know,
power of the
because
sun,
you know,
Juan.
if they're living at home,
power of the
we don't have
sun.
privacy. So,
Okay. Okay. Interesting. And just for the fun of it, what do you like to do for fun?
Lord, damn. What do they put in those
anything
balloons to
outdoors,
make them sound
like
like
dining on the
gunshots?
water, car shows, air shows, walking through a mall, whatever. You know, just sightseeing.
Yeah.
You know, being with my woman, that's like a big thing right there.
Beautiful.
You know, it's just I don't need to hang out with the guys if I'm with a woman. I'm just gonna basically
that is
my
funny.
the majority of my time is gonna
that's
be with
a
her
show
if it
title.
can be.
That's a real one. That's a real one right there.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for sharing that, kind
That
sir. Now, it
made me
appears we
laugh.
did get a few
How
broken
is she
hearts. So you're
gonna
going to step
pop
in
a
with me and walk
balloon
towards
with
this lovely
one
lady so
arm?
we can figure out what
Yeah,
happened.
that
Name, age, and why you broke your heart.
Michelle
show
Renee.
title.
I'm legal, not going to say my age. I have a daughter that lives with me.
Yes, you probably do need to turn down a bit.
I'm not going to leave her homeless, and
Oh, of course not. No,
She's
it's
not ready to
understood.
move
It's
out
just
yet.
yeah. There you go. I understand. That's okay. Good for whatever works for you. You know, you got to let people live their own lives.
That's right.
Before he mentioned that, is he someone that's your type?
No,
What makes him not your type?
I'm too tall.
Okay. Okay, you do have
Oh, you
heels
like
on.
we see eye to eye, as far as that goes. I mean, you're not really taller than me.
Okay.
I mean, you got, and if you take
But
your
I
shoes off, you're
always
fine.
wear shoes. I always wear heels.
I like it. I think you're.
What are you doing?
Yeah, I think you're right up there. I
Thank
would
you.
definitely. I think you're
Money,
gorgeous.
man.
She's someone that's your type.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
told her
All right,
what-
let's take a step forward because we had another broken heart right here with this lovely lady. Name, age, why you broke.
My name is Christina. I'm 55 years old, and
I'm probably too old.
you're a little bit old for me.
Yeah.
And I'm just not into the facial hair.
Oh, okay. By the way, I like that. It's the peacock dress. I've never seen that. It's very nice.
Thanks.
Very classy. You're a cute girl.
Thank
So
you.
if he didn't have the facial hair, he could be your type.
He's a little old. He's a
Okay.
little
Yeah.
vain.
Maybe a little younger.
A little younger, yes.
Is she? And you said she's cute. She's someone.
No mustache.
Yeah, I can't shave that. So.
Me too. I understand. Let's take a step forward to this lovely lady. Name, age, why you broke your
Oh,
heart.
by the way, the mustache, it tickles, I was told. And you can think about whatever you want about that.
Interesting.
I have
All
a
right.
sense of humor. A big thing is I love a sense of humor.
Okay.
Don't take life so seriously because we're all going to die anyway.
That is true. The death rate is 1 per person. Name, age, and why you broke your heart.
Pam, over 55, and
Good.
I have 4 adult children and 5 grandchildren. So I have
Oh, that's cool.
grandchildren around me all the time.
Well, that's not, as long as they don't live with you, that's fine. But no, I understand. I'm not a little kid's person. I don't have kids of my own, which I'm very odd like that. So I know and I don't drink beer or alcohol or pot. So
Yeah.
my only vice is probably going to be one of the ladies here. That's my vice.
Is he someone that's your type?
I want to rethink that one there, dear.
He's a very nice person, but no. Thank you.
Okay. And is she someone that's your type?
Apparently not.
No, I mean, is she your type? Would you
Yeah,
approach?
she's cute.
Okay.
I mean, everybody here is gorgeous.
All right. Well, you still have 1 heart remaining, but let's figure out. We'll take a few steps forward to
I'm
this.
still looking at Goldie though.
Oh,
I love that black hair.
well,
It's
she,
just- wow.
she broke her heart already, so you
Yeah.
gotta
Oh, well.
stay focused on.
I didn't know that meant something, but okay.
Yeah, it means that the connection isn't established.
okay.
But
Now
we'll see
you
what
tell
happens.
me.
We'll see
Okay.
what happens.
Well, I like that right up front. Just tell me, so I don't waste time or money.
And that's why this is the best show. Name, age, and why you broke your heart.
My name is Mari. I'm 65, and I live with my son. He's my best friend. So,
I understand that. So, and I'm just.
Oh, that's
yeah,
scary.
okay, I understand. That's cool. If it worked for you, that's great.
Ladies, make sure you're not talking to me back.
Oh, you know what? And the Latin ladies to me are just like a big turn on too.
Oh my lord.
Teach me some
gracias.
sassy words. There you go. Oh, I've been
Oh,
on
my
Telemundo,
Lord.
so I don't
Teach
speak
me
Spanish,
some
but I've been on
sassy
Telemundo and a Latin
words?
film cruise with all the time. So it's just, I just wish I spoke Spanish. I'd love to hear a few new phrases.
Okay. Is he
You
someone that's your
live
type?
in Miami.
He's cute,
You
but
could do it
not,
if you
not
tried.
really feel there's a here.
Okay. And she's someone you said the Spanish speaking that
No,
gets to you.
that's a nice thing. I don't appeal to everybody for that 1 or 2 that I do every couple of years or so. It's just we have a great time.
You got a 1, so we'll see what
There you
happens.
go.
We'll see what happens.
Every
Let's take a step
couple
forward though
years.
to this lovely queen. Name, age, and why you broke your heart.
My name is Loretta, and I'm 69.
Oh, okay.
And I broke my balloon because when you said outdoor stuff and car shows, that car shows and boat shows I'm not really into, but I'm very active. So
Oh, that's good. Good luck on your arm.
yeah, had an
it's too bad.
accident, so-
Yeah, I see that. Yeah, it's too bad.
She's a real one, and she still came out. You're a real one. We appreciate that. Could he be your type if it wasn't for the outdoors?
Luck on your
No.
arm.
Okay, what makes him not your type?
I think it's the outfit, and you don't have enough tubby right there.
I don't have enough. Actually,
wanted to have more
I'm
tummy?
thinking I got like 20 pounds too much.
When I put in my script, I just love big guys as long as
Uh-huh.
it's firm.
Well, it depends on what you're talking about. Big, okay. I may not be that big. Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, okay. Yeah.
His character. Wow. All right. Interesting. Let's take a step forward to this lovely lady, and he's still looking back. Name, age, and why you broke your heart.
I'm 68 years old, and the reason is you are a fine guy. I have nothing against you at all. Your physical is okay to me, but I had a big problem. I live with my daughter and my grandchildren.
Yeah, that's okay. Most people
That's
do.
the wall. I
So
won't have any privacy at the moment. So
Yeah, that's fine. I appreciate it.
Yeah,
So he could be your type, though.
he could be. Yes.
Okay. Is she someone that's your type?
Maybe, but the big thing is the kids. So.
Okay. All right. Well, let's take a step back. We're not.
I kind of like being able to look eye to eye with someone, whether they got heels.
Make sure you cheek towards the camera, because with the camera, you see your
yes,
yeah,
eye to eye is a nice thing. Thank you.
Yeah.
I like being able to like look eye to eye with.
Well, take a few steps back, because you can look eye to eye with this lovely lady here that still has her heart. So what I want to do,
nice hair.
I want you to show. We're not going to rush anything. We're not going to make a connection yet. No one did that here. Name, age, and why you have your heart not broken.
My name is Paulina. I'm 55.
How old?
55.
Oh, nice.
And I didn't break it because I didn't want to be so mean so fast.
Oh,
that's nice. But you're still holding on because it could there be a connection if we ask a few more questions?
No, I like very athletic and tall man.
Oh, so you think you'll have to break your heart? Okay, break it. Break it.
That's okay. No, I appreciate it.
Okay. He loves the honesty. He loves when people keep it real.
Yeah, you know what? I know I'm not that tall. A lot of women like tall guys, and I'm like,
you're tall at heart, though.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's like regardless of your height, I'm going to look up to you anyway, because if I think about and I care about you, I'm going to look up to you.
The best guy I had, it was very short, and I kept saying no, and he gave me my triathlete life, and he was the best.
Mm-hmm. He could do the same.
No, I now I can get to choose.
Got it. Yes, that's true. Okay. Well, let's take a few steps back, my man, because as we scale the horizon of real ones, it appears that all of the hearts have been broken. But ladies, can we still clap it up for this gentleman? This is a real one. We thank him so much for coming out. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to take that mic. Okay, and you can head out that way. Just head towards that exit. We thank you so much. Clap it up for him one more time, ladies, just so he knows he is a real one. All right. Well, if that is the case, let's get ready for our next real one. Let's get ready. We are ready for our next real one. Well, my next real one, come on in. Come on in for the win. Hello, kind sir.
Hello. Every demographic is represented in this. Like, we got an Asian, a Spanish, a black, a white.
Well, yeah, they're in Miami.
I kind of like that.
Yeah, now, this is kind of strange because most of the women, I mean, there are really no women up there that are just like ogres, so gives me hope. Maybe I need to move to Miami.
They're still picky at that age, man. What's with that?
And they shouldn't be. You mean women or men?
I guess the women, because they're the one that pop. So.
Can women do anything right in your mind, Dave?
Yeah, they can.
Really? Like what?
No, don't ask.
Oh, that's why I did ask.
I know you were setting me up, but no, they're entitled to what they like. That's fine. I just didn't.
Well, I would hope after when you get old, you've done some things.
They're still looking for tall, dark, and handsome. You would have thought they had that already.
Okay, what would you expect them to look for? The best they can get? See, this is why I asked you what should women expect? Why should a woman lower her standards?
You never should.
What did what's his name? Did Shannon Sharp lower his standards?
Absolutely not. What's funny is
I'm gonna argue he did lower his standards. There's some quality women, as we can see in this panel. There's
20 years old, Stanley. I don't think they validate themselves as women at that point.
Well, we all know. We all know your. Come on, Stanley. We all know your weird standards, but my joke was I argue, and maybe you weren't keeping up. Old men don't lower their standards, or you know what? That interjection just kind of made me lose my train of thought.
20 years old, come on, man. No, man. I can't rock with that no more. That's old school, man. That's
good.
No, that's too young.
Like you know better
than that. 20 years old, you been grooming that child.
Did you ever have that problem in the first place?
Mm-hmm. Oh, I had that problem before.
Gotcha.
Yeah, that's why I stopped fucking with them that young, because it don't make no damn sense.
Gotcha.
It don't.
All right.
Y'all in two different timelines. Ain't nowhere in hell y'all roads gonna intersect if you don't make it happen. And you got money too? Shit. Go ahead with that bullshit.
Okay, I don't plan on devolving into Shannon Sharp's problem that he has enough money to fix.
I got a problem with an
Therefore,
old
I'm
woman
not
and
that
a younger man.
concerned because
But I mean, that's a man.
actually
No,
think
hey,
Shannon Sharp does. Shannon Sharp is not a culture man.
I don't trust them little young niggas, man. Shit, them young niggas asleep with your wife.
Okay, now we have
No, that's not.
doing N-word infractions. Man, y'all
I
just
said
getting
the young.
wild.
Why is my bad? My bad. I said nickels.
Yeah, is that what you said?
I tried to. My bad.
All right. Well, let's continue.
Everybody
this,
hit that
Travis.
like button, man. Everybody hit that like button, man. Share, subscribe to your friends. $5
Oh, my
a day for the
Lord.
Porsche J. Give your last
We
$2 to Stanley though. Don't give him all that because he
Oh,
don't.
T,
He don't
by the way,
appreciate nobody.
y'all make sure you go over to Here for the Tea show and just get over there and hit the likes or do whatever you can to support her show. Unfortunately, I had a little Stanley eruption over there. So
what time does she come on? I haven't.
you know
I don't
what,
have
it
a wrench
varies.
in this chat, and it's hard for me to find channels.
Just go for Child Listen. Child CHILE space Listen. That's her show. At least the one that, and then her sister has a show, but you know you can hop over from there. But I
ain't gonna wait on the seat. I already know now. I'm do her Sunday shows.
I actually
doing that Sunday stuff, man. I like that though.
I actually recommend Child Listen because you know it's kind of my pre-show. You know, kind of gets me into the mood to talk.
Wait, so you can be over there
and do karaoke tonight? Hey, you doing karaoke tonight?
Not all the time.
Yeah, but Stanley, like you have to dial it back to be on a panel like that, right?
Well, most times, but most times I don't go up there. The 2 or 3 times I've been up there, you know, unfortunately, you know, beer me and someone who just pissed me off on the panel seemed to have joined. And I should know. I should honestly. I should honestly know better, but T and Mo Love just kind of make me feel so welcome. You know, I kind of showed out, and I feel bad about that. So T and Mo Love especially.
I gotta get that cash.
I apologize.
Oh, so they let you do your thing over there a little bit.
No, I think they just like many people just kind of go, well, what the fuck?
I mean, I ain't gonna lie. I like it because you know they let a lot of stuff go on, but they let it run its course till they stop it. Yeah, I mean they know what they're doing. I mean,
well, they are actually very nice women, and
they very good at what they do.
I don't know. I
like the topics they cover because I could be just thinking about a topic, and here go Here for the Tea. They got the topic. Boom! I ain't got to call I work on my buddy. I just be listening. I don't even know what music sound like sometimes.
I went a bridge too far, and they were very nice about it, but in honesty, it was all on me, and I apologize, and I will try not to do that again. But you know, then fucking Kev Stutters comes up there and tries. There's some motherfuckers who just like, dude, how about just, you know, don't come up and confront me because you know that's gonna piss me off. Kev and
I broke every
Kev Stutters. You know what? Kev Stutters is like King Shenard, except someone who doesn't ask annoying questions. So.
Yeah. Oh, that's cold-blooded though.
Oh, so you
Oh,
found
you know what?
a worthy
See,
opponent over there, huh?
y'all don't seem to understand how
Kev be
cold
hitting
blooded
though.
I
Kev be
am.
hitting though.
Kev
be
isn't
hitting.
shit. Kev is honestly weak tea.
Oh,
And you are welcome to quote me on that.
Oh man, see, I ain't
I guess
trying
I'm
to
gonna
throw
have
no
to see
shade.
this for
I
myself.
hope you know by now, it's not something I wouldn't say to his face.
Shit, it be
Don't
96 degrees
ever,
in the shade.
Kev
Shit,
should
sir.
never come up on a panel and pretend to be a man.
Oh,
You need to shut
man, you just
the
got smoke
fuck
for
up.
everybody.
You need to shut the fuck up until I'm done, and then you tell me who you think you are.
Man, I gotta see that dynamic over there. I haven't seen it.
Oh man, she going hard over there. Late night, yeah. Between like
However, I will
7 and
do
2
better
o'clock,
about just
yeah,
staying
not
down
here
on the
for the
panel.
TV going hard. But I think today gonna be Sunday, so I'm pretty sure Mo Love gonna take over at like
Yeah, I
3,
have
4
no
o'clock in the
fucking
morning.
idea why you're even talking right now. Why? Okay. So I'm trying to apologize for here for the tea, and especially to Mo Love, who likes peace. So just sincere apologies, and I will do better. I will. You know what? When I came up on the panel, I was sitting here and just, I came up on the panel cool, and then I was sitting here just kind of sipping beer, and then one beer led to another. I love talking to this. I love talking to Here for the Tea. She is just a really, her show is chill. And I sometimes forget it is chill. And, I'm not always that chill, especially once people start. I think people are starting to be able to read what pisses me off. So, that's part of the problem too. I'm suddenly predictable.
Hey, you ever seen a show called The Breakdown?
I think I've heard of it, but I'm not. It's a game show or a dating show.
No, it's just a YouTube channel.
I don't think so. Breakdown of what? What are they breaking down?
Oh man, everything really. But now I was wondering if the show was kind of like that. I don't know. I'm gonna tune in. I'm gonna tune in.
Oh no, Child Listen. No, it's a talk show. It's kind of like this show. Kind of like the way John Galt does it. People. She has topics, but people come up and. I mean, it's just like a John Galt show, except it's a little bit more chill, a lot less anti-black.
Oh,
It's really like men and women getting up there and just kind of talking about current day issues, and it's definitely not anti-black and not that political actually. And you know what? I actually like a lot of times before I go, start my show, I'll go over there just to listen because it's such a chill vibe. And as a matter of fact, I get kind of, you'll never believe this, but I kind of get, I won't call it stage fright, but it takes me a minute or an hour or two to kind of warm up. Especially that time of the morning. You don't know what your microphone's doing right now, do you? You have no idea how bad your microphone is.
Yeah, man.
So anyway, I'll stop talking. We can get back to me picking out a woman.
Oh, how are you?
How you doing?
Pretty good, thank you.
Wonderful. Would you share with these lovely ladies your name, your age, and what you do?
My name is Hugo.
Have you ever thought that old women shouldn't wear sandals?
Yeah, man. Them feet be busted at 67. Holy.
Oh, that is so horrible.
They're probably swollen and bunioned out. Yeah.
No. That's not what I meant.
But what you mean?
I don't know. Wearing a pair of sneakers would work for me.
Unless they got those what are they, like
Okay,
the soles are real thick and
you're
they're
thinking of
uneven.
hammer toes and corns and bunions.
Yeah,
These are actually decent looking older ladies. So
like,
stop your fussing. You'll
they
understand
have to
when
put
you get
Velcro on, don't they?
when you get my age, Dave. You'll understand. My brother, who is probably around your age, he's definitely around Solid Snake's age. I've told him a time or two, hey, tease me now, but you'll get here one day and you will understand what I mean. And there's been at least a couple times he's gone, well, you remember when you told me? And I'm like, yep. And he's like, yeah, you were right. And you know what?
Oh, I got the show title. Sober Saturdays with Stanley and Snake.
Okay.
How's that sound?
Email it and then suggest a time. When will Snake be sober on Saturdays?
That's the big question.
That's gonna be probably a fairly decent question.
That's the irony of the show.
Man, Stanley, you just be making me drink. I don't be wanting to drink. It's just the conversation. And the way you be going, I be like, nah, let me take a drink on that one. Nah,
that's funny.
Nah. Let me get that liquid curve Jimmy. I gotta get that liquid curve because I ain't gonna be able to argue with you. I can't argue with you. You're too well read.
No, I don't know that it's well read, just well practiced. It's probably better.
Hey, they say John Galt the holy man. John Galt, he a holy man, but
yeah,
you the one that's well read.
Do you mean holy as in holy drawers? Don't wear holy drawers to school.
John Galt the holy man. John Galt the holy man. You just is a powerful.
Well, he's a holy, that's a magical Negro to white racists like Solid Snake.
Stanley, you the only magical Negro in the room.
No, they want magical Negroes to say what saying what they want to say. The racist whites like Be Brave. Now, Be Brave is pretty courageous. However, most racist white people they need a John Galt. He is holy or magic because he says what they might think is socially unacceptable. And there's a role. There is a role we all have to play. And nothing wrong with him doing his part for white racism.
But Stanley, come on now. You're the biggest racist in the room, though. You are the biggest for your low expectations.
See, this is what anti-blacks like yourself don't understand. I'm literally the least racist.
Oh my God!
Pointing out racism and racist behavior is not being a racist. It's pointing out
being racist, Stanley. What are you defending, Stanley? That's what I want to know.
I'm not defending anything. See, why would you think I'm defending? I'm pointing fingers at.
Okay. But then I hear you talk about that.
What would I defend?
Like he's an American citizen and he deserved it.
Okay, whoa. That is a totally separate subject.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
Yeah, it is.
Right?
Yeah, it is. When I call the anti-black blacks the racist, what does that have to do with immigration?
I think pro-immigration is anti-black. How you like that?
Who's pro-immigration? Pro-legal immigration? Sure, who wouldn't be? Or you?
I wouldn't even put legal in it because
are you
against?
See again, anti-black blacks have
there you go.
Have no sense of nuance or subtlety. You know what? They take the
Constitution to make us.
You bring your fucking Louisville Slugger to surgery. You're not
I mean,
a good
but come
doctor.
on, Stanley. How do
Don't
women get the right to vote
no.
because the black
Don't
men
come on.
got the right to vote?
Don't
How that
come
work?
on. Don't
Oh,
come
because
on.
black men got the right to vote.
Don't
Now we
come
gotta let
on,
women vote.
Stanley.
Now we gotta let
Don't
illegal
come
immigrants.
on.
We gotta
Don't
sacrifice the American culture for the
fuck off.
illegal
Fuck
immigrants that just
American
come over there.
culture.
Just
Hey,
because they want to show up at the doorstep. Now I gotta pay half the rent for them motherfuckers
all
for
I
free.
have to say,
While my kids
in
gotta
your
come on, Stan, stop it.
in your little Louisiana town, you're making it up.
No, Stan, it don't work like that though. See, that's why.
Immigration is not hurting you, Solid Snake. You're making it up
Damn
and
lie.
pretending you are
Damn lie.
pretending,
Making it up.
motherfucker. Apparently, you're not so bright to understand that your life will be the same whether they're immigrants here or not. Get a fucking grip, anti-black MAGA folks. You'll still be black. Hey, when Garcia Abrego rots in that El Salvadoran prison, you're still gonna be black.
And guess what's gonna happen? I'm still gonna be American, just as I was
And
born.
you know what? Make the mistake of
Why don't you
thinking.
just go and write your papers up and go back to Africa and just leave us black folks to fight for the black freedom?
You know
we don't need nobody else over here fighting for the same shit we fighting for. I don't understand the shit y'all be on. I think that's anti-black to be pro-immigration, Stanley. Stop it.
Anti-black blacks are not freedom fighters. They are slavery preservers. They want to be slaves.
I'm just an American.
You and John Galt,
I don't know what you're talking about.
Both y'all motherfuckers think slavery was better for black people.
No, because you always got to provide an excuse.
You do. Hell yeah, you do. You think slavery? You think slavery was good for the? Slavery was good. Slavery was good for the blacks.
Great job.
We were protected, we were warm, and we had enough to eat. Slavery was good for the blacks. Take that dumb bullshit.
I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it.
Take that dumb bullshit back to your anti-black buddy. Take that shit over to CT. Take that shit over to Be Brave. Don't bring it to Stanley versus the world because you will never get away with that fucking magical Negro
my people came over here 400 years ago and you just want to put everybody in front of the line.
You have no
You just want to put everybody in front of the line. And then have reparations on top of that. Man, get the fuck out of my face. What the hell you talking about? You putting everybody else in front of the line.
Solid Snake. You have no fucking clue.
I don't understand you people.
You are repeating. You are repeating what the white man told you to repeat.
No, there you go with that big brain bullshit. That's that big brain bullshit.
It's like
y'all don't want to hold nobody accountable that needs to be held accountable. You just want to blame it on. You don't want to blame it on the white man. Blame it on the white man. When you're in the 90%.
Hey, Be Brave. You would make a good overseer on this here John Galt plantation.
Against each other. Stop it.
You would make a good overseer, Be Brave, on my plantation. I'm gonna buy the plantation. I'm gonna buy the plantation. I'm gonna buy the plantation.
A woman is.
I'm gonna buy. Dude, I will get this joke out. You will not overtalk it. I'm gonna make the Solid Snake. You are the type. Okay, done. You need to take a breath. Be Brave is the type to buy the motherfucking plantation, be a slave on his own plantation, and hire Be Brave to be his overseer. I'm not that kind of black man. Motherfucker, anti-black blacks are not freedom fighters or even understanding of the nature of what America is. The anti-black blacks just want to serve. They still think white people are the best people on earth.
No, I look at the white people. I look at the white people as majority population, and I think they are
Those white people.
And I
Those
want to
white
buy their
people.
dollar too. I want to advertise for their dollar.
White people invented Reese's peanut butter cups, after all.
I know green.
You know what? They got me. I'm sold.
I'm a capitalist, Stanley. I'm not a communist like you.
White people. White people invented the Milky Way
Man,
candy
drink you
bar.
some water. Get you some water.
White people invented peanut M&Ms.
I tell you what, they
Can't
got
be
three
all
more.
bad. They can't be
They
all
can't-
bad.
Hey, y'all don't sign your papers on over since you so mad at the white people. Since the white people did you so wrong, why don't you take your
Hey,
ass on
look
back
at this
to
dumb son of a bitch. Without
Well, take
whites,
your ass-
blacks, and no, you may shut up. You can be silent right now while I address this idiot's point. Without whites, blacks in Africa would never have got to. I don't even know what the fuck that means. You know what? Whites went to Africa, not the other way around, Brian Nichols. I think Africa would have been just fine without the white incursion. Dumb motherfuckers like you playing this whataboutism, this fucking counterfactual
what
rape.
about the white people? That's what
Motherfucker, you
about.
will be quiet, Solid Snake, or you'll be gone. Now you've gone too far. Without whites, blacks in Africa would never have gotten to over 400 million pop the balloons. I think Africa would have survived without the incursion. Okay.
But they wouldn't have had the
Nichols,
YouTube view count.
why do you feel this motherfucking need to interrupt
you
when I'm
from
not
Africa,
talking to you?
nigga.
Dude, you're about to be gone. This is annoying.
All right.
Don't interrupt. Brian Nichols, you need to learn. You need to read a book. Okay. Africa would be fine without white people.
Are you serious?
With this counterfactual what ifism y'all want to do, you sound like motherfucking morons.
Oh my God.
Oh my God, you wouldn't even have a Christian God without white people. Thank you, white people, for giving me something to believe in.
Oh, so what you saying is black people
next I'm going to go
So
Jesus
you
Christ,
saying all
because
the tribes in Africa didn't understand where the God was.
white man told me about Jesus Christ. That's why I believe in Jesus
They
Christ.
worship
The white
gods in
man
their
gave it to
country.
me. You better
The white
shut the
people
fuck
ain't
up.
did shit. What in the hell
This
you talking about? We
this
didn't know about
Saturday with
God.
Snake. This Saturday with
Oh,
Stanley and
man,
Snake
come on,
will
man.
not be overtalked.
Who you think the oldest, the Asian community or the African community?
I don't give a fuck.
And
It's
that's your
irrelevant.
problem.
It is irrelevant to my point. This is what the anti-black Be Brave lovers do. Try and move the goalpost. When you nail their jello brains down,
I'm not even.
you nail
I'm not
that
even at
jello
point.
brain. You take their jello brains and engage them, then they
I just
squirm
want to
over
end
to
all
another
these
point.
goddamn
And you know
liberals.
what? Anti-black jello brains.
And I'm just it ain't not anti-black. I think you liberal.
Anti-black jello brains are lime flavored. My least favorite flavor of jello is anti-black flavored, and it's lime.
It don't make no sense, man.
Motherfucker, because motherfucker, it makes no sense because you don't ever think for yourself. And you didn't think,
I think for myself.
You don't think historically. You don't know shit about American history. You don't know about the whites you worship, and Be Brave doesn't even know his own history. You can't be that dumb as Be Brave tends to be and pretend you know something about American history. This motherfucker literally, like, 2024 is Be Brave's like historical reference. Failed whiteness.
I'm 65 years old. I'm a contractor. I do home renovations and different installations for residential properties.
Beautiful. What makes you a real one, Hugo?
Well, I'm a hardworking guy. I'm pretty decent. I'm just looking to make friends.
Beautiful. Okay. What are you looking for besides looking for a friend? What are you looking for in a real one?
Just an honest, fun-loving lady, that wants to have a good time, have fun,
That's beautiful. Okay. Well, in relationships, it hasn't happened to you, which is a great thing. There are heartbreakers, deal breakers. We call them red flags. What are some things you don't tolerate in a relationship?
Maybe perhaps a person that's very needy, a gold digger.
I don't think they're gold diggers. They're popping for other reasons, I would hope. Okay, what else?
A possessive person, possessive personality.
Okay.
What's up, P. Black?
Controlling personality.
Man.
Just
Hey,
jealous
Fred, what's up?
type,
Yeah.
Hey, shout out to
Right. Well, my final question before we find out what happened, what do you like to do for fun?
Okay, dude, I don't know. I
Beach, go to
don't
the
know.
movies,
Did a white man design that
concerts,
microphone?
just maybe exercising, bike riding.
Beautiful. It's being active and getting out there. Okay, beautiful. We did get a few broken hearts, just a few, but let's figure out what happened. So take a step forward with me. Oh, okay. We're going to talk to this lovely lady right here and figure out why she broke her heart, name, age, and why you broke.
Michelle Renee, I'm legal, over 21. You're a little old for me. I'm sorry. You're a little old for me. I'm sorry.
Oh, wow.
No problem.
If he was a little younger, could he be your type?
Yeah.
Okay. Very good. Is she someone that's your type?
She's like
Dude,
nice looking lady.
that
Okay.
microphone.
Very good. Let's take a step forward to this lovely lady. Name, age, why you broke your heart.
My name's Christina. I'm 55 years old.
Okay, you just don't
And
know
you
what
look
that
like you're in great
microphone's
shape,
doing,
but you are a little
do
bit
you?
old for me. I am 55. So thank you so much.
No
Wish you
problem.
well.
No problem.
Could he be your type if he was younger?
Possibly.
Okay. Is she someone that's your type?
No, I'm not sure.
Not sure. You'd have to let it marinate a little more.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Let's take a step forward and figure out what happened. Someone's still holding on. Maybe that mean let's find out. Name, age, why you broke your heart.
Oh, my name's Paulina. I'm 55. Just not my type.
Okay. What makes him not your type?
I don't know, T. Why?
Okay. Is she someone that's your type?
I'm not sure.
Here for the
somebody that
T.
could be.
I'm sure, like, someone knows their ages, but they don't have to do it on the channel.
I'm pretty sure all of them over 40. I'm pretty sure. That's just my theory. I think all of them over 40.
How all
anyway.
these old people trying to say he too old? HB, aren't you in your 40s? So
that's what I'm saying, HB. That's what I ain't gonna lie. HB right. HB right again. Right again.
HB is rarely right. And you
I ain't gonna let you do my dog.
You know
right
what?
there,
I
nah,
swear,
nah.
oh motherfucker, I will say what I want to say. You're not letting
I
me
know,
say
but I ain't
anything,
gonna let
right?
you do it.
Whoa. I need
to
to corral.
Hey, be
I need to
cool, man.
corral this panel. You are running wild, little pony, and I need to rope you.
Oh, P Black. Oh,
I
really,
need to
P
put
Black?
you
P Black
escaped
ain't right.
barn.
Oh, he gonna side with you. Ooh, wee, cold blooded. Hit the link. Hit the link. Hit the link.
Yeah, I don't, and the people in their 40s are pretty close to being 50s. It's the next tier up.
I ain't gonna lie. I think 70 in the new 40, man. I think if you 60,
wait, hold
you
it.
like
Wait, hold it.
Like
Where
that
are you
Jay-Z
going?
song, you know what I'm saying?
You know what, dude?
What?
fucking see? Can you pin your brain back inside your skull? Where are you going with this? We're just talking.
Man.
We're just talking about the chat in this show. And my point is, if you're in your 40s, don't be calling people in their 50s old. Well, you know what? 70 can't be the new 40 here for the tea.
That's what I was saying. It's crazy. 70
Hey,
to new
and
40, man.
I hope your grandkids aren't being exposed to this rot. Feel free to mute so they can't hear me.
Nah.
No. I will not be contaminating youthful ears with my, horrible language and bad attitude. So your grandpa, protect your grandkids.
Yeah.
My only point.
Could be a friends with.
Okay, that's a good thing. Everybody needs a friend. Okay, let's take a step forward. Name, age, why you broke your heart.
Hi, my name is Mari. I'm 65. Too fit, too out there for me.
You don't want a fit king?
Well, not really. No super fit because I am not, and so.
I want to make a point. I want to make a point about. I want to make a. What the fuck is this idiot doing? I want to make a point about that last comment. See, this is why Black culture is not. Well, it isn't separate from American culture. Hear what these people. Hear this comment this guy makes.
Well, not really. No super fit because I am not, and so. I'm not very active like biking or anything like that. So
it's understandable.
Nice for your age.
Understandable.
Okay.
Kudos.
So if he wasn't as fit, could he be your type?
Yes.
Okay. Is she someone that's your type?
She seems like a friendly person. She seems intelligent.
Okay.
I could see us as being friends.
Beautiful. Okay. Let's take a step forward. Name, age, why you broke your heart.
My name is Loretta. I'm 60.
There was a comment about a fit king, and you know what? I don't even know why I waste my time like thinking about these fucking racists, anti-black racists, white racists, anti-black blacks / racists are the biggest problem. The Black community in America, and this is north, south, east, west, the anti-black blacks are worse and more corrosive to any sort of self-esteem that Black youth might have than the white racists. We expect white people to be racist. Excuse my generalization, but Black racists against blacks, horrible. They are the worst. And I challenge a motherfucker to dispute it.
69 years old. And I broke my heart because when you first came in.
Well, that's fine, Fred. I made my point.
And I'm not always dressed to a T, but I love looking nice, and I like my man to look nice also. How old did you say you were?
65.
Okay, that's fine. That's because I'm 69. But the needy was the real reason. I'm a very needy person.
Okay.
But
okay.
I give back more than what he gives to me. The more he gives to me,
still needy,
then I
though.
do much more.
Beautiful thing. Wow. So if it wasn't for some of the things you said, could he be your
Senior
type?
Pop the Balloon, P-Bot.
Is she someone that's your type?
No.
Okay. All right. Well, let's take a step back. We got a broken heart
You're
back here.
right,
So come back
Fred.
with me, Hugo,
You did.
because she still has her heart alive. So we'll go and talk to her. But let's talk to the broken heart. Name, age, and why you broke it.
Hi, my name's Pam. I'm over 55. You're wonderful. I love your personality. You come across very sweet, but I've just never really dated construction workers. I'm sorry.
I understand.
Is there a reason why?
They're very vocal and they kind of get out there with saying things, and I'm a little bit conservative.
Okay. Okay. If he wasn't a construction worker, like you said, he could be your type.
Yeah, he's got a great personality. He's
Fuck wrong-
smart.
what the
He
fuck is
talks
wrong with a
well.
construction
He holds
worker? What
himself
kind of
well. He's got
retard?
many great characteristics.
You're saying great things. He could be your Bob the Builder. He could be elite.
Bob the
All right.
Builder.
All right. Is she someone that's your type?
Yeah, and it's a shame though that she
Use a
I don't know limiting my chances by thinking that I can be as sophisticated as a person in a different profession. You know,
It's not about that. It's just I've dealt with a lot of people.
Let me address this. I'm just stank ass nickel. Yeah, well, you can always stay down in the chat with the other passive aggressive King Shinar types. Stay your dumb ass down there, Simon, where it's safe. When you decide to come to the adult table, I'll be here to serve you up what you need to be served. Yeah. Yeah, I was going to use the F word, but I can't do that. What's up, Ignat? You there, Ignat?
Can you hear me?
It's real faint.
I'm gonna try to come back in. Hold on.
Okay, yeah, I've got on earbuds so I can barely hear you. They may not be able to hear you if they're using a computer speaker.
People in construction over years. I'm a former registered nurse, and I've had to deal with a lot of different situations, and I just don't cross the path when it comes to construction. I'm sorry. It's not
okay,
you.
it's
You're
okay,
wonderful.
It's okay. It's all right.
She's a real one. She was keeping it real. You keep
Exactly,
it real.
exactly.
Let's see if this real one will keep it real down here, because we have one heart remaining. So I want to talk to this lovely lady and figure out why she hasn't broken her heart. So name, age, and why you haven't broken.
Yes, my name is Diana. I don't see anything wrong with him. I like working man. He's a working man. It's very good. I say he's not lazy. He has a nice working man, and he has a nice personality. And the only problem is he like to go to the movie. Everything I love, everything you say I love. But the problem is I don't have nothing against you. I don't have nothing against you. Everything you say is fine to me. And you are working man. I don't have nothing to do against that. For the contrary. But the reason is right now my time is so short. I had to talk with my daughter because I had to take care sometimes my grandchildren. And I don't want to lead the life I want to live with you because I had to talk over with her and to get some schedule and things like that. Is the only things.
So are you going to break your heart because you're too busy, or you think you could work it out maybe?
I don't know. He's too young for me.
Oh,
that's the problem.
Too strong?
Young.
Young.
She said.
Young. Okay.
How old you say?
65.
And I'm 68.
That's not bad.
But he may be looking for a younger woman. I don't know.
He's here on a real one. He was open to.
All I have to
if
say
you're gonna
is
break your heart,
y'all,
then over a 3-year age gap.
y'all racists want to deport her, don't you?
Hell yeah, I'm wondering why ICE don't raid that whole goddamn thing right now. ICE ought to be outside
Yeah,
on the
I
ass.
was waiting for that.
Yeah, man, get them motherfuckers.
You know what?
Louder.
I'm waiting for ICE to enter into Pop the Balloon right now.
Shit. ICE ought to come on in on their ass. Get their ass. All them goddamn illegal ass
That's
motherfuckers.
right. That's right. Deport. It doesn't matter whether you're an American fucking citizen or not. Your ass is out of here, especially if you have an accent.
You know what was so fucked up? I was listening to my boy the other night. What's his name? Sean Paul. He was a little reggae artist back in the early 2000s. He had this song called Deport Them.
Did it make you laugh like that back then?
I agree. Deport them.
Okay.
I do like him, but my schedule right now is so tight, so I don't know what to do.
Okay.
Right, I'm confused. So right now.
Okay. Well, what we could do is if you still want to give it now, we have to see if he feels the same way about it possibly being a real one connection. You could at least maybe schedule a date in the future. You know, it doesn't have to be today, doesn't have to be next week, but if you had time, or if you're just like, you know what, I just due to maybe other things, I'm just going to break my heart. It's up to you.
Maybe in the future, yes.
Oh,
score.
Okay. Now let me ask you an essential question.
She looks
Is she someone
older
that's your
than
type?
her age.
No.
Okay, so let me borrow your heartbreaking device, and then if you want to break her heart, because if she's not your type, then I thought that meant it's meant to be. What makes her not your type, Hugo?
Well, she seems
face the camera a little more so
She
they can see.
seems like she's not sure what she wants. You know, why would you come to a contest to begin with if you know you don't have the time? You know, I mean,
Love it. Love it.
Let's be realistic.
Okay. Break
here,
it
you know?
down,
I mean,
buddy.
I'm not here to waste anybody's
You
time.
silly woman.
You know, by not
Why would
being
you be
real.
here?
You know.
I understand that.
All right. Could she be your type though?
No, I think,
Okay,
I
like
think
you said.
she does look a little older than
Okay.
me. You know?
All right. Let's take some steps back. As we look. The hearts have been broken, and I already talked to everybody about why they broke. I believe so. Okay. Well, come over this way just a little more, Hugo. I just want the ladies to do one thing. Can we clap it up for this real one? He came all the way out. We were happy to have him. So I'm going to take that mic.
Deal with another anti-black. Dude, let me rewind this a little bit because HB, all these anti-black blacks think they know niggas. They think they know.
Hey, but Stanley, I ain't gonna agree with
Motherfucker, you better not interrupt me when I'm
legal.
doing a. Why do you need to talk now?
She legal. Yellow dress legal.
Okay, irrelevant to my point. Let me
okay.
talk to HB here. Why would I hang a nigga? That's what that says. A nigga for yellow dress. The fuck are you?
Might
talking
have to,
about?
Stanley. You just might have to.
She's not my type. Now, if you knew my
She's mine.
type, the taller woman to her right,
Oh, no, she
more my
legal,
type.
Stanley.
Okay,
She
you know what?
legal.
Why the fuck do you constantly need to talk?
My bad.
Solid Snake.
My bad.
HB, you don't know me. You don't know to use the word, which is against the rules. You don't know me. You don't know the type of nigga I am. Stop acting like you do. You simply don't know shit. Concentrate on yourself, son. Don't concentrate on your elders. I'm already where you want to be. So stop.
All I'm saying, she legal,
Motherfucker,
Stanley.
I don't care what you have to say. What are you doing?
I'm just saying she legal.
Okay, why do you have to talk at all? Is
Come
it
on, she
necessary?
Asian too, Stanley. You telling me
No,
you don't like the Asian chick?
seriously. I
You
literally
telling me
just
you don't
made a
like the
point
Asian
about
chick?
HB. This isn't Saturday with Snake and Stanley yet.
No, I'm just saying. You don't like the Asian chick? I picked the Asian chick
I don't
earlier.
know what
I
the
said the
fuck
Asian
are
chick
you
when it
even.
started.
You know what?
She said she legal, Stanley. Hey, she got my vote.
Maybe
I
fucking
went to audience. Everybody else saying you pro-Asian anyway.
Maybe the anti-black morons make connections I can't fully comprehend.
But you pro-Asian too, Stanley. Now stop
you
it.
are.
You ain't no anti-black, but I know you
I never
pro-Asian.
said I was pro-Asian. See,
you did.
Morons.
You did. You
Morons.
did. Yes, you did.
Morons.
Nope, you did. You learned Asian model. That's what you
literally
said.
said
I
I'm
remember.
pro-Asian. Dude, you can't behave yourself. Dude, I'm very precise generally in my language. If I was pro-Asian, I would actually use the term. When it's the anti-black blacks telling me what I said or how I feel or how I like yellow dresses, y'all just basically look like morons, at least in my eye. Do better, anti-black blacks. You don't speak for me, and you don't speak for most blacks for that matter.
I don't know why he tripping. Go buy that man a bill because he tripping. Get him a bill. Hey, Stanley, you know what I found out yesterday?
Do I have to
they
know?
got this stuff. Yeah, okay, listen. They got this stuff they sell in these stores called Kratom, right?
Kratom?
So I had Kratom. Yeah, it's called Kratom. Kratom.
What is it?
Okay, so it's like a like a herbal pill, basically made for people that was on opiates. It's like a subsidiary drug where they use it.
Where do you buy this from? Where do you buy this from?
Where they just passed a law in Mississippi where they telling you not
motherfucker,
to
I
gotta be
didn't ask
21
you
years.
about laws. You said you were just in the store. Where do they sell it?
I mean, they've been selling it. They've been had it.
Okay, so it's an over-the-counter thing?
Yeah, it's like an
Then I
over-the-counter,
don't give a
over
fuck about
supplement.
it. Why
But it's
do I
like
need to
an
care about
opiate reducer. Like
Why
it
do
keeps
I
you
need to
oppressed.
care about this?
I don't know. I just think it's a damn good model. I think that
Last time I did an
I
opiate.
want to know the research results. I want to know what's going on with it. Is Kratom actually working?
Well, you don't have a computer? You're
Nah,
supposed to
I got my
build.
phone.
You're
But
supposed to build you one.
yeah, but shit, man, you got to find a graphics card. I bought a workstation,
So
but I need a graphics card, Stanley.
okay, well, why not just go on Amazon and get a used computer? There are plenty of them, refurbished.
Yeah,
You
it
can
ain't
get,
that simple, Stanley. I
get
don't
one
even
for a
want the
couple $100
processor they got. I'm picking Stanley. I want to.
Okay, well, you keep being picky, and your research projects will go unresearched. Trump won't have to take your grant money.
I said that about 2 more weeks. I have it already ready, though, Stanley. I got 2 more weeks. I ain't gonna lie. I'm trying out different processors. I'm gonna do a review on them.
Good.
And that's what I really want to do. I want to do a review on it. And then I had about 8 different types of RAM, each one 16 gigabytes. So I want to see if they run in parallel
how
with
much
each other.
RAM?
About 8 16 gigabyte stick RAM. Yeah, I'm broke, Stanley. I'm
Okay,
broke.
you need at least a half a terabyte.
Not a RAM. No. I got any what they call it, that
I'm
NAND
sorry.
drive.
I'm thinking storage.
Yeah, no. I got the solid state storage. I got 2 of them. I got a
Good.
Barracuda.
Okay, can we move
I
on?
ordered 2 of them. So it's both of them 5, 6 terabytes each. Because I was I probably wouldn't need that much. Because really I just want to run GTA 5 on it. That's all I'm gonna do. So that's why the graphics card is very important, because I'm just gonna be doing GTA 5
Richard,
in the
my bad.
background.
I was thinking storage.
Or Red Dead Redemption.
So
Oh man, we can have fun. Just Solid Snake, Red Dead Redemption playthrough. Oh man, we'll go hard up in that thing, man. We'll go hard up in that thing.
Well, you know what? Better you deal with video games than actual culture, history, politics.
Well,
Occupy your time with stories for boys.
I mean, but that's
Ladies,
exactly what
Can we clap it up for this real one?
I'm sorry, what?
No, I was talking to my grandson. My bad. He bothers.
Okay. He came all the way out. We were happy to have him. So I'm going to take that mic and you can head out that way. Thank you so much, Hugo. Clap it up for him one more time. Thank you so much for coming out. Well, if that is the case, let's get ready for our next real one. Let's get ready. We are ready for our next real one with my next real one. Come on in. I'm ready for a real one. Come on in, handsome man. How you doing?
Very good. I'm doing great. How are you ladies doing?
Wonderful. We thank you so much for coming out on a real one. Would you share with them your name, your age, and what you do?
My name is Raymond. I am 62 years old. I am a retired New York City police officer, 20-year veteran. I retired 21 years ago, 9/11 first responder.
God bless you.
Thank you. I also got involved in acting when I was a police officer. Got big parts. And after I retired from the police department, I retired 21 years ago, so I had to do something with myself besides acting, because acting is not every day. So I got into the oil industry, involved in the oil industry, and I delivered heating oil to buildings that needed heat in the wintertime. And I did that for 14 years. It was a great job. I had a great run. And now that I'm here, I'm semi-retired.
Yeah.
And I still do some acting jobs when it comes my way. If
Yeah.
I get
Oh,
it, I
no,
get it.
fuck
If not, my lifestyle still stays the same.
Beautiful. Okay. Tell me this. What are you looking for in a real one?
Well, of course, loyalty, chemistry.
All
You
these
need that spark.
Yeah.
Women didn't
to create
a balloon over
to
that.
create that fire.
Okay.
And if you don't have that, and you got to keep that fire burning.
Yeah. You want it to
And-
pop. Not like that. Not like that.
Well,
but
things
pop.
will be popping here and
Exactly.
there. but, you know,
Exactly. Now, what makes you a real one? What makes you a catch?
What makes me a catch? Well, I got my life together. I'm not. I'm organized. I never got married. I did have long relationships. I did live with somebody, but it just wasn't the right fit. They were great ladies.
Yeah.
Nothing. I can't say nothing bad about them.
Okay.
But it just wasn't there to tie the knot. And I don't have any children. I don't want to sound old-fashioned, but I do not want to have children unless I got married for the right reasons.
Yes. That's honorable.
That's
No,
right.
It is. Some people just doing it and not even wifing them up. It's
I could have done that 5 times with my eyes closed.
With the eyes closed. Wow. Now, as you saw in relationships, there are heartbreakers, deal breakers, or some things you're not going to tolerate.
Right.
What are some of those things?
Bad temper, insecurity, jealousy. Maybe somebody with young children is very it'd be not that easy.
Okay.
Things like
Okay.
that. Yeah.
And my final question before we figure out what happened here. What do you like to do for fun?
Fishing, boating. I like being outdoors, the beach, restaurants, going out with family, my sisters, my brother-in-law, friends.
That's beautiful.
Yes.
Okay, that's a great thing. We did get a few broken hearts. You still have some alive, though, but let's talk to this lovely lady and figure out what happened. Name, age, why you broke your heart.
Michelle Renee.
I'm sorry?
Michelle Renee.
Michelle,
my name.
how are you?
I'm over 21. I am a
Oh,
very
lady.
jealous person.
Stop that.
And when I'm in a
Step up.
relationship,
I'm sorry. Say it again.
I'm a very jealous person. And when you said that, I had to be
Oh, my
honest.
Lord.
So
Yeah. This
Is it
is
a good
becoming
jealousy?
painful.
it's good. It's just that I was married to someone who cheated on me.
Daddy,
And I can't have that.
Oh yeah, well, so my
And I don't deserve that. Nobody really deserves that.
Okay. I'm sorry. What?
Man, what you think about that? What you think about that? She say she a very jealous person. What you think about that? She got a jealous mood. What you think?
Okay, you really asked me to stop this video for that? I don't think anything of it. Why would I care?
Oh,
And obviously you have thoughts on it. What do you think?
I think she's selfish.
You think she's what?
Selfish. That's a gigantic.
I don't even know. Why do you think she's selfish? I'm going down this rabbit hole.
You got to
Why
rewatch.
do you give a fuck? Actually, I'm curious to know why you care.
How you gonna be jealous? What? I mean, that's something. She too honest. She brutal.
But she literally.
But anyway, go ahead.
She literally had a husband or something that cheated. Maybe that's why she's jealous. Do you ever motherfucking listen to people? Seriously.
Yeah, but goddamn, why you got
No. Let's slow this motherfucker down. Because actually, I've been curious about you and the other anti-blacks for quite some time.
Oh man!
Do y'all ever fucking listen to people?
We listen to you, Stanley. We just don't agree.
No, not just me. I didn't say, do you listen to Stanley? Do you listen to people?
We listen to each other.
Yeah, and that's called an echo chamber, or basically
I wouldn't say that.
It's an echo chamber, or it's anti-black reverb.
I'm pretty sure we pretty much
y'all motherfuckers listen to the same bad ideas repeated back and forth to each of you, and there is no growth. Y'all dumb anti-black blacks are getting dumber, is my assessment.
Why would you
Try
say something
listening.
like
Try
that?
listening to people. Try actually listening, then thinking about what they say, and then responding. Because if you were, you would actually have heard why she's jealous. You guys are really
But why
quite
you gotta
choppy.
bring all that
Motherfucker,
lesbian shit
why
to
do you have to, or
another
why do you
person on
have to talk?
there?
You're not listening to me. You just want to
I'm
talk.
just
What
saying,
you're
Stanley,
doing,
why is
what
that?
you're doing is that anti-black fucking red pill, I
That's
got
the
a
type of
cock
woman.
logic.
That's the
It's
type of woman most order the most.
literally
And he be
anti-black
talking about her
black.
boyfriend
I
at the
got
same
a
time.
cock logic. I got a cock, therefore I have a brain, therefore I have to talk. That's what you're doing.
How would you address her, though, Stanley? How would you address her?
I would, it's not important enough for me to address.
I'm just saying, she popped up.
It's literally
Stanley, what you gonna
not
say?
important enough for me to address. I have no thoughts
It
because
won't be important for me if I already picked out love at first sight type shit, and then she gonna bring that bullshit to me.
yeah, all I have, she's not bringing shit to you. She doesn't know who the fuck you are.
She bringing her shit to
She
me.
literally has no clue who you are. Why do you think she's bringing this to you?
Why is she bringing it up?
Oh, for God's sake. You know what? You anti-blacks, put yourself in the middle of the most ridiculous
It's
thing.
not anti-black, Stanley. It's anti-ignorance.
It is literally anti-black racist behavior.
Why gotta be ignorant to be black? I don't get you, Stanley. I don't understand. You promote.
I think I literally think y'all, did you not hear what I said? Anti-black blacks,
ignorance.
Anti-black blacks like you and CT and John Galt and Kev the Stutter and all these motherfuckers. Y'all are the worst thing for the black community ever. You're the biggest threat. You're the biggest threat. You're the biggest threat. Motherfucker, you're not going to let me finish why you're the biggest threat to the black community and young black males right now. Yeah, I'm dead serious.
Don't consider me your friend. Don't you consider me your friend?
You know what? Friendship has nothing to do with it. You can be my friend and
But I'm
still
saying,
be okay, dude. Don't know how this is going to work. You can be my friend. I'm not a young black male who gives a fuck what you think. It's just my opinion. Anti-black blacks, the ones who see nothing positive, who think black culture is separate from American culture, y'all, the black blacks, anti-black blacks, worst thing, be brave is just a fucking doormat. We can walk over that speed bump. But the anti-black blacks, y'all are raising kids and grandkids. Y'all are the problem.
What is you talking about, Stanley?
Think about it.
So, yeah.
But what I meant when, not to be jealous, I meant insecurities.
Oh, I'm not insecure.
Well, that's what I meant. Of course, I wouldn't want to be cheated on, and I wouldn't want, if I'm in a serious relationship. But when somebody's insecure and they always think you're up to something, that's in being insecure. That's what I meant by jealous.
Okay. Oh, okay. I misunderstood.
It's okay.
Did you want a heart back? You can, unless you're settled with your brain.
No, it's okay.
It's all good.
Okay. Is he someone that's your type?
Could be, yeah.
Okay. Is she someone that's your type?
Anything's possible. We don't even know each other yet.
Okay, but what about aesthetic? Lovely dress, lovely.
She dresses very nice.
Okay.
She's a very classy lady.
Okay, let's step forward to another classy lady right here that broke her heart. Name, age, and why you broke it.
My name is Christina. I'm 55. Hello. You're very charming. You're very sweet, but not quite tall enough for me.
Not a problem.
And actually, your age is great too.
Thank you.
What about if you took the heels off? Maybe could same height? Maybe? No. Okay. So he could be your type, though, if he was a little tall.
Give a couple more inches.
Okay. Is she someone that's your type?
It's possible, but everybody's got their preference, just like I do. And that's a deal breaker. That's fine.
That makes her a real one.
That doesn't make
you
me.
a real
I'm not insecure when it comes to that.
There we go. Let's go to this queen that broke her heart. Name, age, and why you broke it.
Hi,
Face to
my
the
name is
camera a little
Pam.
more. Okay.
I'm sorry?
My name is Pam. I'm over 55. And you're very outgoing. You're very personable, very impressive. Police officers, really not on my scale. I'm sorry.
Not a problem.
Thank you.
We're getting the list
On
of
her
what you don't do. No
scale?
construction, no stop. We're ready for the next.
Retired. I made it.
Retired. Tell us why, though. Why no popo?
Well, I have a lot of friends who were, and they seem to be quite the outgoing type outside of marriage. And
Well, let me
I
let me
just
stop
prefer-
this so I can deal with Simon Plumman. Well, I don't give a fuck if they see it. I won't be here probably. So do better with your insults, young man. You can do better if you try. What a weakling.
Or to stay away. I'm not trying to be ugly.
Well, I don't know. I understand. You're keeping it real. Could he be your type if he wasn't the ops, as the kids say?
Well, he's very sweet. It would take me time.
Okay. Is she someone that's your type?
It's possible, but like I said, we don't know each other, so I couldn't say that.
Okay. All right.
And I know I usually want stereotype. It doesn't matter what you do for a living. If you're gonna cheat, you're gonna be a cheater.
He's preaching right now. But let's take a step forward to this lovely lady that broke her heart. Name, age, and why you broke it.
Hi, my name is Mari. I'm 65. Love the fit, love the attitude, love the accent, but two of my red flags are never been married and no kids. So
Why are those red flags?
because if at 60 something you still haven't been married and you still don't have kids, I'm not sure what's going to happen. Not that I'm looking to have kids, but marriage and long-term relationships. So fear of committing.
Okay. Was it a fear of committing for you?
Not at all. I just was smart enough not to do it because I was not in love, or there was just too much drama. And when I was in my
Smart
20s,
enough
30s,
not to do it.
most of my money was involved
I wasn't in
serious
love
relationship.
and no one
They
loved
had
me.
little infants, and I was not ready to be a father at that time. So that was another thing.
Okay.
And I could have got married. Like anytime Dick and Harry could do it.
Yeah.
But
anytime
I just didn't want to do it, and I didn't want to have any kids unless I got married for the right reasons, and I have
You
a
little
wonderful
man.
life.
Could he be your type
How
aesthetically?
about just say, hey?
Hold on, man.
Okay. Could she be your type aesthetically?
Do you need me to pause? Do you need me to
Yeah,
pause
I mean,
the video?
it's chemistry.
Okay. Because you didn't feel that spark?
And then pause and say what you said. And then we can play what he said. Because I think he was on point. I'm sorry. I ain't married. I ain't trying to get married. Competition leads to death in these streets, man.
Okay, I think that's
I ain't
just
got time
coping.
for it.
I think
I just
you
want to make money.
and Be Brave and this little man are just coping
you ready to
because
be
it
brave?
didn't happen. Don't Be Brave's a fucking, there's a reason. All I have to say is the one thing he never conquered or was successful at is marriage.
I didn't never get married, and I ain't never thinking about it.
Motherfucker, I'm not talking about you. I was literally just
Everybody
talking
ain't
about
meant to
people.
be in a
See,
monogamous
this is the
relationship,
bullshit that fucking pisses me the fuck off. I'm talking about Be Brave, and you bring yourself into it. Every dumb anti-black on this channel, as soon as I start bringing up someone else, you bring yourself into it. Anti-black narcissism. What the fuck is wrong with y'all?
It's a skin thing. I don't think it's a race thing. I think it's a reality thing, Stanley. I think that's just reality. I don't
Okay,
think
I'm totally lost. Why do you think it's a skin thing?
Maybe because you expect better out of him because he white, Stanley.
No,
I think
motherfucker,
because
I
you just said black,
I
you just said
expect
with
better
black
out of the
nation.
anti-blacks is my point. I expect
No,
better out of
I think that's
everybody.
why you call us
Should I
anti-black, because
expect
you
better of you? Should I expect better of you?
You don't have to expect it. You
Should
just know
I
it exists.
expect better of you? That's a yes no
But
question.
Stanley, you got the bar in hell.
Okay,
That's what
hold
thank you.
on. Let's try it again. Should I expect better of you, Solid Snake?
Stanley, I expect better of you, so of course.
You know what? Then tell me what I can do better. I'm not going to be anti-black, so we can
Man,
cross that off your
you gotta
wish
stop
list.
that anti-black bullshit. That
Y'all
anti-bullshit.
motherfuckers are racist.
No, anyway.
You are a racist. John Galt
Wait a
is a
minute,
racist.
how you
HB
gonna
is a
call me a
racist.
racist?
CT
Wait a minute,
is a
wait a minute,
racist.
Stanley. How
And
many young
many other
men-
motherfuckers on
how
here
many
are
black
simply
men-
racist.
Stanley. How many young black men call you?
Motherfucker, I'm not
Uncle Stanley?
talking about many
Uncle
young
Stanley.
black men. I'm talking about
I mean, you use your real name, but I
I'm
ain't
talking about you.
Uncle Didi,
You don't
Didi,
see,
they all say Uncle Didi.
again, y'all motherfucking racist cake is frosted with whataboutism. What the fuck are y'all doing? Dude, it is so glaring and no one ever calls your dumb asses on it. That's why you get so pissed off. I'm willing to call you what you are, a fucking racist. And an anti-black racist, to be specific. And then there are other, types of racism y'all display. Motherfucker, get used to it. If I think you're a racist, it's not because I throw the word around. It's because you've given me reason to think so.
What degree racist do you think I am, Stanley? That's the question.
An
I ain't gonna lie,
anti-black
brave right
racist,
about
for
that.
starters.
Brave
And
right about that shit.
you're
Nope.
you're
I'm not
motherfucking,
anti-black, Stanley. I love black people.
your
I think you're critical
microphone
of the
is,
African American
your
culture, Stanley. I
microphone
do.
is hell
I
on
really
ears.
appreciate it.
Your microphone is hell on ears.
My bad. What is bad? It's loud.
Well, it's real, just staticky.
Oh, shit.
All right. Well, here's your buddy, and I'm telling you right
I
now.
think I got. I think I
Whoa.
got.
Oh, dynamic duo.
Oh,
It's
man,
not something. Y'all will be gone quick. Yeah, you're going. Don't be the first to go, Solid Snake.
Oh, that's right. Oh, my bad.
What's up, 12?
Good morning,
And
guys. Happy
your
Saturday.
mic is still fucking up, Solid Snake.
Let
What's
me
up,
drop
12,
out and come
man?
back in.
Like
Happy
that or
Saturday, guys.
Happy
there.
Saturday, man. Let me go out here and come back in.
What's going on, 12, man?
Oh, not much. Enjoying the pop the balloon this afternoon. Kind of
Well, good for
kind
you.
of a funny
You're
one.
you're one of the ones who says that's all I know how to do. So I'm glad you're enjoying it.
No, I never said that. Tim.
You have. So let's not argue over that.
How many beers you got left?
Oh, okay. Okay.
What was that?
You know
Of
what?
course.
Let me ask you a
We're
question. Do you need a couple spares?
I can spare you one if you need one.
Yep, might need some.
Friends. Beautiful. Amigos, let's
If
move
I
forward.
seen you, I would say hello to you. There you go.
I love it.
Okay.
They're gonna. Oh yeah. All right. Now let's go to this broken heart right here. Just happened. Name, age, and why you broke it.
My name is Diana.
Diana?
Diana. The reason I broke it is because it's not chemical. The thing
Okay.
to say it's not chemical on me. I'm sorry.
That's fine. No, you don't have to be sorry. I'm not sorry.
Okay.
Aesthetically, though, so you don't feel the chemistry. Is it because of the aesthetic or something he said, or
I keep it my
in your heart?
Yes.
Okay. And you broke it, so yeah, you didn't feel it. Could she be your type aesthetically?
Probably not.
Okay. Okay. All right. Well, let's take a few steps back. You still have two hearts that are beating, so you are still surviving. So I believe that these ladies may want to get to know a little bit more about you. So face the camera.
Maybe some of them want their balloons back.
We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. Michelle Renee, take a few steps back. You're such a baddie. You know, the camera's always checking you out. No. That's a compliment. A baddie. A 10, a real one. Yeah. But what we want to find out from you is, let's go for some of the deeper questions. Would you want to be married in the future?
Possibly. We'll live together first, and then if we make sure we could deal with each other's bad habits, and then anything's possible.
Okay.
Anything's possible.
That question always gets a pop or an unpop or something. Fine. So let's take a step forward and figure out why that heart was just broken. Name, age, and why you broke it.
My name is Loretta. I'm 69 years old, and I broke it because at 69 or 65 or whatever, I want to be married. Now, I'm not saying I'm going to get married tomorrow, 3 months or whatever. I want to meet someone. I want to see if we can develop chemistry and so forth. But yes, I want to be married.
That's fine. That's you got to.
I love your outfit.
Thank you.
And I love the police. You still have the handcuffs?
Of course. I use that more in the bedroom than I did when I was on duty.
Oh my goodness. Do you want your balloon back?
Because he don't want to get married. You know?
So if he had wanted to get married, for sure he could be your type.
Yes.
Got handcuffs and all.
Oh yes.
Is she someone that's your type? Aesthetically.
like
I know you don't know her, but the look, if you saw her on the street, would you go, "Hi, mommy"?
I might have to say, "Hi, how are you?"
Okay. Okay.
No.
Okay. Well,
if I saw her in Publix, maybe I would slam my shopping cart into hers.
Oh, meet cute. That's a meet cute. He got tips for y'all. Okay. For the fans. Let's take a step back. We have one heart remaining. We don't want to rush anything too crazy, but I want to figure out what could happen. So I want to get your name, your age, and why you haven't broken.
My name is Paulina. I'm over 55, and I haven't broken for the same reason I didn't before on the first row.
Well, you're never being mean. If you want to break, you have the right, and they're not going to take offense. It's a real one.
No, I think he's very nice. I like the way he speaks, because he was a police, which I really like. I love these police TV programs, all of them. But I'm not his type at all, and he's not mine either. I know he would be good with the younger person that loves to be at the beach with little bikinis, and I don't like men that wears gold at all.
Is she correct though? Is she right about?
You know what? I
want?
like that.
I think so.
Oh, okay.
But she's a very sweet lady.
Okay. All right. Do you want to break your heart then? Okay. All right. So I
He's
don't have to ask why. You
he's
just said
wearing
why.
long sleeves because he's got.
If you hadn't discerned that about him though,
tattoos or two.
aesthetically, if he didn't have the gold, could he be your type?
That fucking shirt is horrible.
Maybe no rings, nothing. That's awesome.
Let's say when he wipes you up, you didn't want a ring on the.
What's up, Admiral?
Oh.
No. Okay. And you said she's a sweet lady.
What's
Could
up,
she
Stanley?
be
How you
aesthetically your type?
I don't think
Oh, just
CKG.
do you know the term bemused?
No.
I'm getting all my criticism of anti-black blacks out today, and I'm just being wanton in the abuse. I hope I hurt their feelings.
Well, I see John bringing my name up. He can't leave that case alone.
You know what? I haven't watched John's show in a couple days. Just it's too racist for me. Though I did see they're talking about the NFL draft, and I didn't realize that that Deion Sanders' son, I didn't even know he was a quarterback. So
Yeah,
I didn't either.
Quarterback, and the other one, I think he plays safety. The other son.
Okay, well, I don't. You know what? I literally am so far out of the game. I watch a baseball game every now and again. I don't. I know who will win. Like the Super Bowl or the NBA championship, or even the NHL. I kind of keep up with the playoffs, but I looked yesterday and.
You like hockey, Stanley? No way.
I don't like it because I didn't grow up with it, but I used to go to hockey games when I lived up near DC. So, I used to go to Caps games. So, I know who Ovechkin is and all that stuff. So, but it's a very family friendly game if you go at the right times. They used to do afternoon games. So my wife and I and our son, used to go and, had a pretty damn good time. It's fun to go downtown and watch a pro game of any sort. And, we used to, it's really neat, to catch like an after school game. And the Caps used to do like after school games, around about say 3 or 4 o'clock. And really cool. So
And
anyway,
excuse me, Little League down here, if you want to catch a professional game, you have to go to Anchorage. That's where the Anchorage Avalanche is. Maybe I'll do that sometime. That's a NHL team.
hockey's a pretty cool sport. Now the problem is, you can. I think up on the jumbotrons or whatever they're called, you can kind of keep up because they mark that puck. But if you're actually looking down on the ice, sometimes you'll lose where the puck is visually. So
yeah,
but it's you'll get your ass body checked into the plexiglass. But I think it's still a cool game. And to be honest, I've never taken my son to an NFL game, and one of these days we'll really go. I fucking hated NFL games. The worst thing they do is sell fucking straight liquor. You're selling like liquor to amped up motherfuckers. No, it's really quite just. I won't go back to an NFL game. I just, and I love football, but part of the reason I kind of lost my taste for the NFL is, I've seen a couple fights there. I saw a fight start. This drunk dude was standing in front of the wife's view of this married couple. And so the husband is crazy enough to get up and go, well, hey, sir, would you mind moving? My wife can't see the game. And, this motherfucker, this drunk son of a bitch just fucking like slaps the dude for asking.
Jesus.
It was, and I was there, I used to go with my father-in-law and one of his buddies. And he had another friend who had like season tickets every year. And I just, one day we were sitting there and, there's a family in front of us, a couple little girls, like young kids, probably maybe around 10 to 12 and younger. And then there was a mother or two. Fathers weren't there, at least, right in front of me. So behind me, these dudes just doing the foulest language, but they're kids within earshot. And you know what? I know, if you go to a football game, you might get what you get. But God damn it, don't you see these kids here? And someone said, hey, look, there are kids here. Motherfucker, if it's just the guys, fuck
you didn't get in a fight over that.
No, not that I know of. But my point is that NFL games just, and you know what, I like to hurl around that language. Damn it, I was a sailor, but god damn, when they're kids, and if a woman can fucking take the language, and there's some women who can hang, but still kids, tisk. So anyway,
I haven't been to NFL games since the late 70s and early 80s. since I've been to a Seahawks game.
Probably
A lot
better
must have
behaved back then.
changed.
This was in the 2000s. Like,
Yeah.
I don't know, around
Make me
2008,
not want to go
2009.
to. You make me not want to go see the Seahawks live.
Well, I don't care.
That's what it's like nowadays.
Maybe they're
I mean,
now this is back mid 2000s, maybe around 2009, 2010.
Could you go
'Cause I know
see Stanley?
I know my son was born because I was thinking, hey, it'll be really cool to take my son to one of these games. And I just remember, you know what? I'm not taking my son to one of these games till he's like 15 or 16. These motherfuckers are corrupters of kids. And honestly, let me put it to you this way. I like my beer and shit. I'm like, motherfucker, I'm not even going to, I'll just have to do this sober because I don't want to be like these motherfuckers. So it was really a bad scene. And I've been, it's Redskins games. I've been in, because we used to do like season ticketing for the Redskins. So I've been up in the, the expensive seats and shit, like up in there's a clubhouse up there at FedEx Field. And I didn't like those motherfuckers either. Of course, this was back in the Dan Snyder days. So, there was a creepy factor.
Yeah, it doesn't sound real appealing. I think I'll watch it from home on the TV.
Don't let me. It just wasn't my shtick. But CK, what's going on? You haven't talked much.
Say that again, Stanley.
You haven't talked much. Don't let me take over, Admiral.
Oh no! I just got off of work, Stanley. Just.
Oh really? You tired?
Yeah, I'm always tired, man.
That's funny. Well, motherfucker, you have a family. You will always be tired.
Yeah. That is true.
Hey, let me tell you something that heartened me. The Wall Street Journal has Georgia Tech number 6 in their best colleges of America. And they based it on earnings, salary, I guess, after college. So, you know what? Black people can do shit.
You didn't like them being number 6?
Oh, fuck. I'm thrilled.
Oh, okay.
You know
okay.
what? Now, this isn't any guarantee, but they based it on the earnings of college graduates from the school, like, earnings after college, basically a return on investment. And you know what? My son is at a place. He has a chance to actually, not be a John Galt failure. John Galt, no. John Galt doesn't think college is worth it.
Come on, Stanley. John's not a
Motherfucker,
failure.
don't you tell me what to come on for. Heal. My point is that if you're going to go to college, at least in the John Galt anti-black universe, you should go to earn money. Now, I'll tell you what I think after this, but Georgia Tech, number 6 in the country. And my son is finishing up his freshman year there. That motherfucker might be able to eat some ramen noodles after college.
Isn't that always a big game down there, Stanley? Georgia and Alabama.
My point is that if you're anti-black, there are black kids who can do shit. And there are black fathers who can raise kids to go and do shit.
Hey, Stan, I got a question for you. So
Yes,
you finished your degree and then you went to OCS?
Yes.
Oh, okay. So you signed up beforehand, finished your degree, and then you went off.
No, actually, I had an Army ROTC scholarship in college,
Oh, okay.
And I didn't like the Army.
Okay.
But so I was lucky enough.
So my niece, she called me the other day and she was asking me, and
Mhm.
I know it's like two ways.
Is she doing ROTC?
No, not right now. She's only a sophomore. She's gonna be a junior next year in high school. But she was just calling me. She said she wanted to go do the military route. So I was just
I'm gonna
trying to
be
figure
honest with you.
Uh-huh.
If she has the grades, go to one of the military academies. This is what I found in ROTC, and this is a Stanley problem because I went to an all boys Catholic military school with
Okay.
Army ROTC.
Okay.
And my parents, I was telling the joke that my parents said I was too strict with my son. And I looked at them and started laughing. Like, what did you say? Y'all are the strictest motherfuckers on earth. Don't tell me I'm too strict. I didn't say that, but I was thinking it.
I gotta figure out how to tell it. Well, not to tell her. Well, I gotta tell her, but how to start focus on getting into the
Math and science. Math, science, extracurriculars, especially sports. But what I'm saying is if I had to do the military route from high school, her first shot or her first choice should be military academies. Now, the problem with the military academies is they are military academies. You're going to have to do both military stuff and academic stuff. However, they are treated as the Harvard. Like I've known people, I had a buddy of mine who's a 3-star admiral right now. He had a 3.0 coming out of the Naval Academy, but Harvard was like, we're glad to have you. When he went, he was a 03, and there's a phase where you got to go do graduate school. He got picked up at Harvard. So a 3.0 at an academy is like a Harvard 4.0 because they expect your military stuff. It's just as important as the academics. ROTC would be my second choice. Now, the problem with ROTC is that at least when I was in, and this is back in the 80s, so it may have changed, but you're going to be doing that one weekend a month, and over the sun, it's almost like the reserves. There's going to be a one weekend a month, but you're also going to have to do a cruise or something like that if it's Navy specific. But Army or whatever, you're going to spend a couple months doing, something, and it'll be fun. They're not going to take their ROTC people and, put them to work down in the bilges, though I wouldn't put it past them. Emergencies do happen, but the thing is that one weekend a month always happened when there was a party that you wanted to go to. I would do military academy. At least you know what you're getting into. ROTC, if you get an ROTC scholarship, you will be treated like royalty, but there will be commitments that are not necessarily that fun. But if you're into the military, it's fun.
Now to apply is just the same. You apply to like any school.
I can't. To be honest, it's a separate process. You apply to a college, but there's a separate application process to a scholarship. It's not like on the same application. And is she in ROTC now?
No, she plays about 10 different sports right now.
Okay, what she needs, if she's playing
ways.
sports and she's got like excellent grades, just my recommendation, and you got to realize I was in college back in the 80s.
Right.
But she should apply to an academy, but especially if she's playing a sport, you know what? If she's playing like basketball or something, let me tell you something. When I was at OCS, we had a little ensign. She wasn't little. She was fucking about 5'10" or 5'11". She was gorgeous.
That's how tall
But
my niece
she,
is.
her first,
She may,
well, I like tall women.
she may be 6 feet for real. My niece.
Oh, good. Well, you know
Yeah, but she
what?
plays basketball, volleyball. She's doing track
Let
right
me
now.
tell you my point. There was a basketball, like she was a little ensign. It was, I don't even remember. She wasn't a SWO or anything like that. She might have been admin, but her first job out of the academy was being some sort of like PE coach or something for the officer candidates. Before, it was TAD or something before she went to a duty station. But what I'm saying is that she played basketball for the women's Naval Academy team. So, I mean, if you're playing a sport and you got decent grades and a good SAT, you're gonna have to be good at math. That's just the bottom line, math and science. But no, she could be. Oh, wait, hold it. By the way, you will never believe this. My across the street neighbor, when I was growing up, I used to mow her father's lawn. This girl who's she's roughly my age, maybe a year younger. Her daughter, probably by now, just graduated from the Naval Academy. And I had no clue. And I didn't ask her. I'll have to get back down there. Well, I'll be there in June. If I run into her, and I probably will, I'll ask. But no, black girl. Now I do know this girl that I grew up with. She was fucking brilliant. Everybody thought we were gonna wind up together. She was as nerdy as I was. But bottom line, so young black lady, graduate. Hell, when I was in the Navy, I knew a couple young girls at the academy who were black because they were midshipmen taking like a cruise on the ship. So no, I'd be. Annapolis is a fucking great place to go to school. So I know I'm getting all excited about the Naval Academy, but if she's good in math and she's playing sports, she should apply. She should take the academy route. Now it will take discipline. You're not going to get the straight college experience. It's going to be rough, but I can tell you right now, it's worth it.
Oh yeah, I know. I was telling her too, like if she was to, I know they had what was the program? State 21 when you are enlisted.
Now I'm gonna not recommend enlisted. However, I did have a guy when I got to my second ship. He was a boatswain's mate, but he got picked up for the Naval Academy. One of the best officers I ever met. He was a 03 by the time, and he was fucking excellent. So it's not a bad way to go, but it makes sure he went to the Naval Academy. So it is possible, but if she's got the grades in the sports, that should be maybe a fourth option. Third option would be just to go straight for the degree. And I don't know how OCS works. I know they got rid of it. I think there's still an OCS. You want, your first two options should be academy first, ROTC next. I wouldn't, unless she scores really high on the ASVAB and she can pick what she wants to do. And sounds like she would. But even that, that should be a third option if she actually wants to go into the military.
Okay.
The thing is if you score high enough on the ASVAB, you actually do kind of get to pick, but you kind of don't. You know how that works.
Yeah, needs in the military at that point.
Yeah. Oh, motherfucker! I forgot. I forgot you were Navy. Oh yeah, they. You know what? Shit. I was supposed to be stationed in Charleston after my first deployment, and they needed me in Norfolk, so I wound up in Norfolk.
Same to me. I had orders to Bahrain, and the day I was leaving out, I had to print out my orders, and I looked at it. So I'm reading it. I'm thinking I was supposed to fly into Virginia.
Oh,
and then my chief was
boy.
like, "Oh no, it's needs in the Navy. You're going to the Harry S. Truman." I said, "What is the Harry S. Truman?"
Hey, look, dude, and I was so weak.
They about to go on deployment.
Oh shit! Oh, they needed. Oh, that is funny. Well, you know what? It was kind of the same thing. I was going to Charleston. Dude, I just, it's 50 or so miles from home. So I'm like, well, I'm gonna be home every weekend, which was kind of weak, but I like my parents. They weren't, they annoy me. Well, they annoyed me, but you know what? I like my parents. So I got turned around to Norfolk, and I was so annoyed. Well, it turned out the guy I replaced, in a way, it was kind of good because the job he was doing was what I was doing on my first ship, and it was kind of like a cushy topside job. I was a topsider. I didn't my fucking uniform didn't get dirty for the first couple of years. So anyway, the dude that I replaced was a Naval Academy graduate. And he wound up doing some fucking like shit where he was like using his Naval Academy roommate's number for 900 numbers. It was something just so I'm like, he did what? So needs of the Navy. I think the first choice, because I wanted my son to go to the Naval Academy. And you know what? Not going to happen now. But ROTC scholarship second. You would have to check out what OCS does. And I'm just talking Navy because I honestly don't know the other branches. It's been quite some time. Now, I had friends who went to all three academies.
I want her to go Navy, so I'm biased. So
yeah, but she can't be like it's got to be a brainy job. You don't want to be a bosun mate. And shit, I'm talking to the choir, preaching to the choir here. You can advise her there. I'd be an OS or an ET or I think they're DSs. They used to be DSs, like the data specialists, the computer people. And I know they combine some rates.
ITs, they're ITs now, I think.
ITs are good too. Yeah, nuclear ITs even better. Do they have female nukes? I can't remember. They didn't when I was in.
I don't. Let me see. I don't think I never.
Because that radiation stuff is a little. It wouldn't surprise me if they didn't want women doing it because you're always under, like radiation bullshit.
You see
but I know they have.
John is looking for me. That's what HB say.
John who?
John Galt is looking for me.
Who gives a fuck? What is John? John must have a show going or something.
Yeah, that's what HB say. He say he's looking for me. I don't know.
Who knows? John's always looking for.
Oh,
Oh,
you're
he does
right
have a
here.
show going.
You're not that
Something
far
about
away. You're
something,
right here,
motherfucker.
CK.
Do you know what
Come
your?
on, Stan.
Yeah, John. No, you come on. Fix your microphone. The Casey Allison case is much different than the Carmel Anthony case.
My microphone
This
not
motherfucker,
good, Stan.
it's good. It's better now. Yeah, John's still doing that true crime, I'm anti-black bullshit.
My whole point about the case, I was just telling him it's 2 stabbings in Texas. That's the only thing I was comparing it to.
Well, my thing is, why so dark all the time? Why all the anti-black bullshit? I've never been able to figure that out. That motherfucker has, I'm surprised. Shit. He must have had a bad, hard time of it or something.
He liked to live around the mess. So I don't know. I don't get that part.
You know what? I swear it's because he needs content. I'll be right back.
12. What's the weather? What's the weather out there today?
CKJ, it's pretty nice. Getting a lot of sun on my solar panel today, and just chilling out.
Oh, okay.
Really nice outside. Really, I should go out there. I already been out a few times this morning. To take care of chores before I got time to waste on panels.
So, what was the deal with beers and cheers? You weren't there once I wound up checking it out. I'm gonna be honest, 12th man. I don't even know.
It's a mess.
Nothing. Oh, it's worse than a mess. I can't figure out, why you want to see 10 drunk black guys up on a panel, and all of them have the cameras
white
on. That's
guys.
even worse. Well, you know what? It's not so much the white guys; it's just drunk motherfuckers.
Yeah, like that, son Stanley.
So, CK, I hope I helped. I bet I didn't much, but is she good in math?
I don't know. I got asked her today when I talked to her. I don't know.
I mean, the thing is last time I had to deal with academy in even college, at least, don't depend on OCS after college, because I honestly, back in the day, even back in the 80s, I went to OCS in December of 89, and they were already cutting back. It was about a quarter of what it was like back in the day, like in the 70s. And you know what? I was kind of impressed that I motherfucking even got picked up for it. It was tough to get into. I didn't know. I didn't know how tough it was until they picked me up. And people. I had a YN. Do they still have yeoman? They probably combine yeoman and PN.
No. They yeoman's is still by themselves.
Really? Well,
Yeah.
they're the officer personnel people. They keep the officer records and they do other stuff. But you know what? My recruiter was a YN3, and one of these days I'll tell you those stories. But no, he was like, hey, you know what? You're there. He's a great guy, and the whole system. I had really good grades in college. So, I hope your niece isn't.
Yeah, my niece. Yep. Mm-hmm.
She better get her buttocks into the Navy.
Yeah. Like I said, she'll be a junior next year, so that's why I just wanted to ask you what was the steps.
I think if she's going to be a junior now, she needs to be thinking about how to apply. Because the other thing, you have to, the nominations from congressmen and stuff like that. It's a little bit of a chore to get into an academy. ROTC, I've never applied for it, but I know when I did Army ROTC, I'm sure you're going to have recommendations, but it was maybe more from professors or high school teachers. You didn't have
Will
to
the
deal
steps
with
be on the website? It should be on the website, right?
It should be, yeah.
Okay, I'll have to look it up later.
But if she can get into the motherfucking academy, go to the Naval Academy. It is honestly, it's going to be rigorous, but if we need folks in the Naval Academy, and the Navy's just beauty, and I'm partial, but man, I know my son would make a good naval officer, and that little rascal just doesn't want to do it. I know he would because he's my son.
Stanley, is he going to be doing internships?
Not this year. He's decided to come back home.
I don't blame your son, Stanley, because being in the military anymore, you're at the whims of whatever.
Fuck all that. There is a hero complex. No. It's a challenge. And by the way, let me tell you something.
Stanley,
let me tell you something interesting, CK. I knew a couple of Georgia Tech officers at the SWO officer basic in Newport. One of them was Georgia Tech. He was a nuke. And I think he was an electrical engineer. I had on my second ship, I knew two officers, JOs who were Georgia Tech graduates. Those motherfuckers were they were better than the Naval Academy graduates. They were just fucking sharp. And I mean sharp, funny, just their men loved them. And my captain, who was a Naval Academy graduate, you know what? You know how captains will treat Academy graduate special? Those other like Citadel graduates get treated special. Ivy League graduates get treated special. Georgia Tech graduates, because these motherfuckers were straight engineers. And you know what? That's kind of part of, the Georgia Tech stuff. Motherfuckers they were just like, hey, you want to hang around them because they're cool guys. But when the shit hits the fan, they're getting problem solved. And you know what? Better than me. Yeah. They're motherfucking dude. There is nothing that I love to see young men leading other young men in head first into a battle problem. And young ladies can do it too. Maybe not in the same way, but there's nothing like leadership. And I'm horrible at it, but back in the day, I was good at it. And if you're anything I can do, honestly, CK, let me know.
You got lots
I'm
of good
gonna look
advice,
for the
Stanley.
information tonight, and then I'll email you whatever I find.
Okay, and there's NROTC at Georgia Tech. And I keep mentioning it every now and again to my son.
That's what I was doing.
He's not motherfucking. He's like, what?
Every school has that, don't they?
Georgia didn't.
Okay.
They had
It
Army
wasn't for
ROTC. That's why Georgia had Army ROTC, and I had a scholarship.
Stanley. If it wasn't for getting shot, I'd
As a
probably
matter of
be
fact, they didn't
retired
even have.
Navy right now. I
Interesting.
had a scholarship to go to an academy after graduating in JROTC, and
Mhm.
unfortunately, I ended up getting shot and kind of ruined
Shot.
all my plans.
Wait, hold it. Shot with a gun, like
Yeah,
a bullet. Really?
yes, sir.
In high school?
Well, just getting out of high school.
Wow.
Yeah. And I was picked on. They called me a squid and all that shit.
And they
Like
they
these
shot you.
losers on the block.
They called you a squid, then shot you.
Well, it's a little more complicated than that, Stanley. But yeah, and I also got picked on because I was serving in NJROTC and I had black friends, so I had to fight these neighborhood idiots over just hanging out with black folks. And
You had a bunch of
it was a constant.
where
It
you
was
had
a
a bunch
battle.
of be brave neighbors.
Mhm. Evidently.
Well, goddamn, those be brave motherfucking racist whites. They are a problem. Have been since like fucking 1612.
Yeah, and it was always the white people fucking with me. It was never the black people. So, even though I was shot by blacks, I never held any discontent because I had so many black friends.
Right.
It was just a freak accident why I was shot and kind of ruined all my naval dreams that I had at the time.
Well, life happens.
That
Well,
was a lot of
anyway,
fun.
let me do some housekeeping here. It
Okay.
is everyone make sure you hit the like button. Like, share, subscribe. If you're new to the John Gall Urban Landlord channel, please make sure that you subscribe to the Stanley Cross channel too. Guess you can like, share, and subscribe that. And I'm watching the number count on this boring stream go down, and John Galt's talking about the same old bullshit. So anyway, so we go. So what else is going on, guys?
Oh, not a whole lot, Stanley. About ready to heat up some leftover spaghetti and toast up some French bread. That's about it. Play
Well,
with the dog.
if you don't do it, Sam Fisher won't.
Hey, Stan, I got a question for you. I know you had mentioned
Right
it.
here, wagging his tail at you, Stanley.
Was it your plan to retire at a certain age?
Well, I didn't retire. I got out after 5 years.
No, I'm not talking. I'm talking about just retired period. Because I remember you had mentioned before that you and your wife had planned to be done at a certain age. Because I know you said you was telling your son that you wanted.
Well, no, it was more so. It was more so for him. I had some health issues. That I and believe it or not, it wound up being a psoriatic arthritis. And it took about 3 years to diagnose. It wasn't rheumatoid arthritis. you can do a blood test for. Psoriatic arthritis is a little bit more difficult. Believe it or not, you have to have a dermatologist to diagnose it.
What?
Somewhere, well, hey, it's psoriasis, but it was kind of, unintentional, but wound up being a good thing because it literally took about 3 years to diagnose, and just so happens that I'll be
Stanley, can I
okay.
ask you a question?
Let's finish with CKJ threes first.
Okay.
So I'm okay financially. I wasn't, I'm one of those rare black birds that it'll be okay. So
Yeah, I just you had
the
mentioned
good thing is I got to spend my son's high school years basically being
there.
home
Okay,
counseling.
that's
And see now, but the thing is not everyone gets to be this lucky, and I'm damn sure aware of it. However, my son also had a stay-at-home mother. My son is almost a hothouse flower, and I know it. However, the funny thing is, he's doing fine at college, and I don't. I'm kind of skipping away from your question. I'm fine. It wasn't necessarily a voluntary retirement, but because shit, I'd keep working because it's what I like to do. But it became hard to work, driving and all that stuff for a couple years. Now I'm fully mobile now. I get to go where I want. You would never know I was sick. I'll put it that way. But I was sick. So now here's the rub. I was up in Northern Virginia. I'm down in Georgia, and the reason I moved here is because my sister lives not too far away. And you know what? I was a single parent, and I needed help from my family because it was difficult, bedridden for times, that sort of thing. So that's the other thing that's important. My family is a good family. My wife's family is a good family. So somehow or another, it all worked. And not everyone gets as lucky as I am.
Yeah, that's good.
So you know what? Again, who knows? I might go back to work, but this is my work now.
It's this couple that I watch on YouTube. They you ever heard of the fire movement, Stanley?
Fire
movement? Yeah. It stands
No, I don't
for
think I have.
financial independent, retire early. So you have
Oh,
like
yeah. I'm
So
familiar with that, but I don't know the channel. But it's why. But see, here's the. You know how life sometimes is happy coincidences. I never would have thought to retire. I never would have. And you know what? I can go back to work. I could do computer shit, but I don't have to. But like I used to tell my son, I put in the work ahead of time. I front loaded, and you know what? I'm not going to be driving a Mercedes Benz anytime soon, but I got a house. I'm,
paid off, right, Stanley? Your house is paid off.
we got furniture in the house. I can eat what I want to eat. It's not going to, but I never had expensive taste in the first place. You know, you give me a fishing rod, I would fucking pitch a tent and be happy. And that's part of, it's part of what, I've told my son. Now, my son is motherfucking in a way better position than I was at his age. This motherfucker, that Georgia Tech degree, if he can get through it. And so far, he seems to be doing fine. He's not flunking out yet. But I had no clue that Georgia Tech was so well respected, other than, I knew what I knew in the Navy. It's a motherfucking engineering school.
Yeah.
That's gonna look good on his resume too, Stanley.
Yeah, you don't get in by accident. But see, CK, this is what I'm saying. Black people actually have like actual problems. Like, how do I get my niece into the Naval Academy? That's a real grown folks problem, because you wouldn't even be asking that question if your niece wasn't doing well. And I don't see this accounted for in that Be Brave John Galt world. Y'all, if you ever watch their bullshit, you would think we're all failures.
What'd you do when you got out of the Navy, Stanley? I want to hear more.
Job. I got a job. HB. I'm sorry.
Doing what? Like, what'd you do? If I come fresh off the boat, what am I gonna do?
I went to work for Home Depot.
Nice.
And I was on the startup crew for this 1.5 million square foot motherfucking import distribution center. I did distribution.
Cool.
No, it wasn't a warehouse. It was a distribution center, and it was a 1.5 million square feet. It was highly computerized. We had automated vehicles. Motherfucker, I was good at computers. So, I've done some things, and I was in the receiving department until they realized that, oh shit, this motherfuckers. Then they discovered what I could do with computers. It was kind of, I remember being in a staff meeting, and the general manager's like, well, it's such and such a way, right, Stanley? And I go, yes, sir. Motherfucker, we were just fucking joking back and forth because, motherfucker, I'll tell you something that's so funny. We had a yard management system, which, you need to know where to park the trailers, and, you got like, I don't know, like 200 containers on one side. On the receiving side, you got 200 or more trailers, like non-containers. Containers are the import stuff. Trailers are how you take the stuff on the trailer, on the containers out. The stuff on the containers has to go through the distribution center, received, put away, or straight to, depending on what's needed, straight to the shipping dock. Well, you know what, motherfucker, I just knew how to do, especially the software, where you put stuff. So one day I'd made a joke about this special portion of the of the trailer yard, and I named it 666.
Oh.
And it just so happened I motherfucking get, and this is back in the days of the beepers. So I had like that little beeper thing you had to take home with you. This is back in the, I don't know, mid 90s. I had a
Sounds
lady
about
who
right.
worked out. I had a lady who worked in the yard, in the trailer yard, because it was a 24-hour facility. So I get this call, and she is freaked the fuck out because I thought I had isolated this zone. Well, for some reason, it pops up on Halloween. You will never believe this. So 666, this special zone, and the system wants to put a trailer into the 666 zone. Oh, she was fucking. Oh, she freaked
Blasphemy,
the fuck out.
Stanley.
Hey, and better yet, I had to drive all the way in, and this was like a fucking practically a 40-minute drive to get from where I was to there. And I'm just trying to call her down. And I'm like, well, it was just a joke. I didn't think it would pop up. Oh, she was like, you need to change that name and you never do something like that again. I was like, holy shit. Well, my point is that what I did after the Navy was get jobs. A lot of them were logistics. A lot of them were computers. And actually, my main job wasn't computers, but they figured it out. Well, you know what? He can scare his people with dumb jokes. And then, in my mid-30s, close to my 40s, I switched over to IT proper. So that's what I did for the last 10 years.
Nice.
Yeah, well, somebody's got to do it.
Stanley, was the transition good for you from the military?
No,
back to civilian?
It was not.
Okay.
And not
I know
that
a
it
lot,
was
a lot,
bad,
a lot
but
of people transition from being military and then going back to civilian. It's just you can't deal with like a lot of stuff.
Well, you better
because you so used to
luckily,
a certain way.
well, let me give you a good example because I know what you're saying. You're used to having an audience who will do what you tell them to do. That was the biggest transition for me. And the other, the secondary was like you expect people to give it your all. They don't give a fuck. Their job is not their mission. Their mission is to raise good families or the home life or, go to the pool hall and get high, whatever. Their job is not their mission. And that was a big thing. And it took me like probably 10 years to get over. I'm used to giving it like if I'm going to go to work, I expect to come home tired because I'm going to give it everything. And civilians aren't like that. And they shouldn't be. They don't have to be.
They don't even appreciate your effort at giving it all either.
Well,
do they,
why
Stanley?
should they? Now, at the time, I'm like, well, don't y'all see? But, here I am 40 years later. They probably shouldn't. And CK, we had a 1-star Air Force general at corporate. And they hired him. He's a good-looking guy, former pilot. That motherfucker lasted a year because he was used to giving orders. And you know what? There before the grace of God, I didn't have a star. I just had a couple. I had railroad tracks. Luckily, I wasn't. I hadn't gone. When
you have the lieutenant bar, didn't you, Stanley?
Yes.
You was a lieutenant
in the Navy, captain. If you have to do Army speak,
okay.
It was. That dude. And once you get your star, motherfucker, people do jump, and they weren't doing it at Home Depot home headquarters, and he had his he'd be fine. And he probably found some board or somewhere. But Home Depot at the time wasn't like that. It was Home Depot back in the 90s. There were motherfuckers who were hourly. CK, I kid you not. You would go walking into a Home Depot store, say in Atlanta, there were fucking hourly associates who were millionaires because they had gotten in early, back on the ground floor. You could get a bunch of stock and shit. You'd walk up to some fucking like $15 an hour associate, and they're like, "Hey, I'm just here because I like Home Depot, motherfucker. I got like $2 million in the bank." It was.
Oh, they gave him stock options at that time.
Oh fuck yeah!
Oh my god!
Home Depot back in the day. Oh shit yeah! Oh shit yeah, dude! I had a boss. This motherfucker. Let me tell you something, dude. This is back in like 1997 or so. This dude bought a motherfucking BMW for cash. And it wasn't like, the 320 or whatever the base level was. This motherfucker bought cars for cash. Now he was management level, he was my boss. So I mean, he was famous in the distribution part. Home Depot, it's sort of funny. Distribution, and then there was the stores. Distribution back in those days. I mean, people knew each other because Home Depot, I don't even know that it was national yet. It was very regional. So everyone knew who my boss was. Like, motherfucker, shit. Fucking like Bernie.
Were you part of the protest?
The fucking CEO would be calling my boss. He was that famous. But no, this motherfucker, black dude, motherfucker, my BMW. Fuck, I'll catch some fucking options or some stock.
Yeah, that's a big thing now. I know a lot of
last time I was at Home Depot.
These companies. And they bounce from job to job, and they getting stock options. Just building up.
Yeah. Those motherfucking options, dude. Oh shit. But man. back in those days, even as a junior manager like I was, oh fuck yeah. After you were kind of vested, and it wasn't even 5 years. I mean, you were kind of vested maybe after a year or two. It was back in the mid 90s. You could be getting stock options a couple years in.
Been rich now.
Yeah. My wife's sister, she had worked for Intuit, and they was allowing her. They was allowing her. She worked for Walmart now, but corporate. But they was allowing her to purchase it at 15% at discount. I said, man, you know how how you could just rack up and just have that good old nest egg when you could just man, it's crazy. It's crazy.
Well, all I have to say is that the 90s, those mid 90s.
You probably worth half a billion now with the way
I would say half a billion, but you know what?
I'm exaggerating, but
however, but let me also tell you something, and this is kind of a different side of it. I'm talking about my parents. My father is still around. My mother, died a year and a half ago. Those parents of mine, they're low key, like low budget, but they're not poor. Like, let me put it to you this way. My mother died at home after a very long illness. My father, now he had insurance and all that shit, but no, it wasn't she never went to some facility. He had everything. Now, this is going to be very low key. Look, all I have to say is those motherfuckers weren't poor, and they nickel, dime, policeman, teacher. They were very judicious. They invested in stuff like that. You know, one day they bought a motherfucking Volvo, like a top of the line, some weird form of Volvo. And my sister told me how much the car cost. And I'm like, what? These motherfuckers were buying a 6-figure car. Now, part of it was, you know, because my mother had some special needs, but I'm like, the motherfuckers who used to like tell me you couldn't have an Azad shirt because it was too expensive. And you know what? I'm motherfucking proud of them. Those are my parents. And you know what?
Your parents, they was born in the 30s, the 30s.
No, I
40s?
think early 40s, like
40s.
I think maybe like 44. I can't remember. But no, it was early 40s.
You know, my great grandmother, she was born in 19. Well, she passed away now, but I used to always go over there when I started to drive to cut her grass, take out the garbage for her and stuff like that. She always told me, she's like, it's not what you make, it's what you do, what you make. And she was loaded, like big time loaded. Like she's very smart with her money, man. Very smart with her money. But you could learn a lot from these people if you listen to them, man. I tell people, you can learn a lot, man. You there, Stanley?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I had to step away right quick. Look, y'all are sleeping on the old folks, like my mother used to call them. You need to listen to these old folks. You know, they may say things that you think are weird, or maybe look, and you know, CK, you remind me of, you know, or a person like you motherfucking know how to listen to people. And sometimes I don't, but I actually do listen to people. You have a very, and this is my impression, you have a very respectful way of listening to what my mother used to call the old folks. Okay, people know wisdom when they hear it. And I don't think all young people, I don't think my son, now he is a good listener, but he's yet to convince me that he actually listens to the old folks. I think he listens to my father-in-law. He definitely listens to my father. Kind of shocking, actually. He listens to my father. They, you know what? I could leave those two alone and walk away, and they would never miss me.
You know, that's good that they have a good relationship like that, man.
Oh,
He
hell
could
yeah.
pour a lot of
my father.
wisdom into him. A lot of wisdom into him, you know.
My father. Well, look, you know me. My father, my mother and I could talk for hours. My father just thinks I'm kind of, you know, we after about a day or two, we're pretty much ready to, you know, we'll see you next time. My mother and I could stay together for days because we, you know, we were just personality wise, you know, we like to bullshit and, you know, bullshit and read books. So I miss my mother, actually. Miss my
You know
wife.
why I like talking like to like older people, because they tell you about like the past, like what was really going on. You know, this
Right.
what happened when I was coming up, and you know, I remember I was sitting on the porch one day talking to my father, and he
Mhm.
was telling me about the Huff fire, because it's like across town, like on the other side of town and stuff. So he was telling me that like what was like going on and what happened around that time and stuff like that. So
Mhm.
you know, it's
Well, you
don't sit there
know,
and just
my
listen to us.
father, I know exactly what you mean. And you know what? Let me tell you something. My father used to tell me stories of his time in Vietnam. And you know, he was in the Air Force, he was an MP. However, the MPs at the forward bases were basically infantry. So I remember I was scared as a motherfucker before my first deployment. Um, and you know what? I remember him calling me like the night before my deployment. And, you know, you know, I was a little like, fuck. You know, I wasn't gonna like run away or anything, but I was a little jittery. And you know what? Um, basically said, you know what? It's gonna make you or break you. that that is my father. You know, don't be broken.
Yeah, straight to the point, right?
Yeah, my father doesn't bullshit. Now he's the nicest guy, but you know, in the end, he makes it sound nice. No, it's gonna either make you or break you. And now you are my son. Therefore, you know, that sort of thing. You know, he had perfect confidence. And you know what? Motherfucking dude, I got a Navy Achievement Medal after as an ensign. I got SWO qualified as an ensign. So I come walking into my second ship with my warfare qualification and a motherfucking Navy Achievement Medal. You know what? I was royalty on my second ship. Um, so, you know, there were, you know, I was a little bit intimidating to even the chief. It's like, you know, and he's been in Desert Storm, he's got his warfare qualification. Like, what the fuck? You can't build me, chief. I'm gonna build you. You know, I was a little bit of a bastard, as you can imagine. So, I've seen my glory days.
What would you
I
say
don't think
was your favorite? What was your favorite place to visit? Courtside,
Israel by far.
Israel. Oh,
I,
okay, okay.
Haifa, fucking loved it.
And you was on a what? You was on a small boy, Stanley.
When I visited Haifa, I was on a destroyer, Spruance class.
Oh, okay, okay, okay.
My first ship was a minesweeper, the smallest of small boys. It was an MSO. Shit, by the time you got into the Navy, they decommed them all.
Yeah.
You'd have like 100 people, maybe at most, maybe 120 on a crew. But those little minesweepers, there's a little patch that was mined. You remember? Well, you won't remember, but before Desert Storm, or maybe it was right at the beginning, there was one of the amphibs, Pelu. One of the amphibs was like steaming along. I guess it was to drop Marines off somewhere on a beach, right on. You know, Iraq has a little patch right on the Persian Gulf, and they'd mined it. And the Pelu, I think it was a Pelelu, hit the. I said Pelu, because I know a guy named Pelu. Pelelu hit a mine, and this little minesweeper had to lead the whole motherfucking convoy out because it knew how to sweep mines. So these little MSOs became very important in the Persian Gulf. And I happened to be stationed to one in Newport, Rhode Island. And I kind of, I was looking for a Spruance or a motherfucking frigate. Back then, the Perry class frigates were a big deal. And when I found out I was going to a minesweeper, my feelings were hurt. However, it wound up being the best thing ever because I learned I was the operations officer, like as an ensign. So I had comms, I had the OSs, I had the QMs. Do they still have quartermasters? The navigators?
Yeah. They still got here. Yep.
I basically ran the whole topside operation as an ensign. And this is 100-man cruise, so I probably maybe had 25, 30 people, but I had to run comms, which is a big operation. Quartermasters aren't that hard. OSs aren't that hard. I had the ETs, and I had the there were ETs and ITs. Because those were the dudes who did that non-electric communication stuff. I think there were ITs. So anyway, yeah, I had a bunch of motherfuckers, and I had to run it, and I did it on a whole wound up being a 5-month deployment, and I spent a month coming back, so it wound up being 6 months. But like I said, I got an achievement medal and a motherfucking SWO pin out of it. So, I come in and I was, it's a big deal. A SWO called ensign. And I know you may not get it, but you get your warfare qualification as a SWO or a submariner as an ensign. You're shit hot. So I was a shit hot black ensign coming into my second ship. Oh yeah, motherfucker. I was hot. And you know what? Dude, I got picked up for department head school as an ensign. Literally.
Dang. After that first deployment?
It was before my second deployment. Motherfucker.
Oh, okay.
No one gets picked up for department head as an ensign. That's how motherfucking hot I was. So now after my second deployment, we had to get prepared. I got pneumonia. I was working my ass off. And you know what? Finally, I'm just like, you know what? I'm not meeting women. I'm not doing shit. I'm working all the time. And I expected my parents, because I called them and told them I'm thinking about getting out. And I really expected them to go, well, hey, you have to stick it out. You know what my mother's response was? Good. I was like, what? No, my mother was fucking worried all the time. She was.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
look,
yeah.
my it's like, she was tuning in to people falling off ships and drowning. I'm like, what the fuck are you listening to? It's not a whole doom and gloom. But no, even my father, he was like, your decision. My mother was like, good. So, and I had a captain like 6 months before I got out. My boss, it was during Christmas. My boss was on Christmas vacation, so I was the acting department head, and I had to bless the chief out because this motherfucker. So it was an inspection of one of the main engineering spaces, And my captain wanted to go down there, and I'm the boss. So he's like, Stan, let's go. So I get down there, and this motherfucker had put a bucket under an oil leak, right under a valve. I'm like, this is a motherfucking hee-haw. Motherfucker, fix the valve. So I didn't say all that, but I'm like, well, Chief, we got like you wouldn't know engineering inspections, but there's ORS, the nuclear inspections. It's OPI for the gas turbine engineering ships, that inspection. So we're getting ready for it.
All the time on the ship.
Oh, it's like, motherfucker, this is a career breaker. You don't pass an OPI. I don't even want to think about if you don't pass an ORS. That's just not, like, motherfucker, they'll sink you. They'll just take you all off. Like, every officer on the goddamn ship, we don't care if you're engineering or not. Y'all get off. But the OPI, it'll sink a captain's career just instantly if you fail. And the engineering officers, you're done too while we're at it. But anyway, I had to tell this chief, and I was so pissed off, much like I get pissed off on this channel, where it's just pure stupidity and I just have to say something. I don't care who's around. So I had to tell this chief, you need to come up to our standards, or maybe I said my standard. We're not coming down to yours. And this is an E7. And it's me, the captain, in this E7. And you know what? I forgot the captain was there. I was so annoyed. So, I fucking just walked off, left the captain and this chief there. I'm like, fuck you. I might say more. So about an hour later, the captain finds me and he's like, well, Stan, are you sure you don't want to stay in the Navy? We could probably, it's like, are you sure you want to leave? Like, Captain, it's done. And, it is what it is. But, I fucking love the Navy. And, I got a buddy or two who have stars on their collars. And, I may or may not have, but motherfucker, I was shit hot back in the days. And I'm pretty sure of my stuff. If you fail, you fail, but fail hard or fail something. And this is what the anti-black blacks don't fucking get. Motherfucker, stop fucking caring about Shador Stevens, or what's that kid's name? What is
Diasa?
Who gives a fuck? Why do we give a fuck?
We just picked him up too. So you're gonna be here in Cleveland with me.
Well, you know what? I don't care. Now I'm old.
Yeah, I don't.
All I'm saying is, you know what, yeah. Dion, that motherfucker Shador is going to be just fine, whether he makes it in the NFL or not. That motherfucker's a rich kid.
Yeah, he's set.
But here's where I'm going with this. Some of the anti-black blacks have young sons. Okay, instead of motherfucking worrying about this bullshit, why aren't you with your son? I know where my son is. As a matter of fact, I wish that motherfucker, he'll be here next weekend or so. I know where he's going to be all summer. Look, I'm going to be rather direct and I'm going to use coded language, but you know where I'm going with this. Motherfucker, if your ass is on here talking about Shador Sanders, motherfucker, where's your son? Because we know you got one. Why aren't you grooming your son for excellence? And I'm going to be motherfucking brutal Motherfucker, if you are not grooming your son when you have the chance for excellence, you don't have to be mean, you don't have to spank, you don't have to do shit. All you got to do is fucking be there for your son and tell him what you expect. And I motherfucking know it because I goddamn did it. It is so annoying to see these motherfuckers on here talking about Shador Sanders and Carmelo Anthony when they have kids they don't see often.
Yeah, a lot of the 99% of that stuff doesn't even matter. Like me, man, I'm focused on, like I said, my household. I'm not focused on
Well, you
nothing
know
else that's
what?
happening. Yeah.
My point is a lot of these motherfuckers could have households if they tried half as hard. They're more focused on bullshit than actually building families. But yet they want to talk about the dysfunction of the black community when they are who they're describing. Okay, motherfucker, if you have two young kids and you're on the fucking internet blind, drunk, and puffy, why should your idea of black dysfunction, you are that dysfunction. And don't you ever motherfucking approach me about what I've done. You need to be doing what I've done. You know, the King Shenards of the world. Well, what did you do when you got out of the Navy? Motherfucker, I was in the Navy. That's all you need to know.
People can't even make it through boot camp, Stanley. You know, that's
Well,
crazy.
I think what it is it's kind of crabs in the barrel, a basket. You know what? If you are close to 50, your life is done. You have chosen. Now, it's not that, you know, you can't change your life, but you pretty much, odds are you won't. And, you know, if you're not looking at what your kids' abilities are and trying to figure out, you know, how you guide them. Like I knew my motherfucking son was fucking talking about being a game designer and a computer programmer at fucking 6. Now, I didn't put the idea in his head. That's what he wanted to do. And he has been consistent. He kind of thought about being an architect. He thought about aeronautical engineering, but you know, he is probably will be good because he's well balanced. You know, he can read and he can do math. He's actually really kind of, you know, my thing is if you're going to be a good black man, be a Renaissance man. Be able to read a book and split wood, you know, that sort of thing. Turn a screw and be nice to women. You should be able to do a range of things. And I'll be honest, CK, I just don't see it on this channel. Most of these motherfuckers are just weird.
They have no solution. They just
Well, I
complain.
don't give a fuck if they don't have solutions. You don't have to have a solution for society. You have to have a solution for your family.
No, that's what I mean. Like they have no solution, but to complain about everything,
Other
I guess.
people's,
Yeah.
you know,
Stuff.
why you do a month worth of Carmelo Anthony is beyond me. Don't you have a family? So you're gonna go criticize his family when yours is falling apart. And the other thing that's annoying me today is I just came up here to fucking do catch-up show. And I'm gonna have to talk to Portia. I'm gonna stop posting the link on into the chat. Come up here if I want you to come up. This fucking, you feel comfortable coming up here just isn't working for me. Not you specific. You're always welcome. I'll drop the chat for the people I want to talk to. But this 12th man bullshit, this solid snake bullshit, it's becoming old. And then it goes from there.
Yeah, I know. I feel you. I know you gotta cut back and rewind.
No, you know what? I have father complaints, but they will be aired out. So this is my new girlfriend. This woman is hot, in my opinion.
Before we even get started, let's talk about the
Now,
gear that you are going to want to buy for your roller
not my
skating
biggest
hobby.
deal.
I'm going to try to make
Not
this
my
as simple as
biggest-
possible because the last thing I want is for you to
I
go
don't
out and
want
waste
it.
a bunch of money on gear that
However,
you don't really need. I'm going to hit you with the basics of what would be good. Before we get started, you might be thinking, but Deja, you're not wearing any safety gear. That's because I'm a hypocrite, okay? I've accepted this. I fully acknowledge that I am being very hypocritical right now. I also acknowledge that I'm an athlete and I have been working out for the past 6 years, which means I have a very strong connection to my body. Mind-body connection is like on 10. Not meaning that I never fall. I definitely fall, but I'm more aware of how to fall, which I will teach you. The whole reason why I created this roller skating course with the idea of helping you develop your mind-body connection is so that you can get to that point where if you don't want to have safety gear on, you don't have to have it. Is it highly recommended? Because no matter what, you can't control anything? Absolutely. I know that
she didn't have
roller
those
skating is already scary.
sleeves,
So what
she would
gear
be
do I need?
damn
How do I
near
not waste my
perfect.
money? The first thing that you need is a helmet. The biggest mistake that I see a lot of adult skaters make is they get a helmet that is too small for their adult size head. So get a helmet that fits your head appropriately. The next thing you're gonna need, knee sleeves. A lot of times they'll have this cute little sleeve that you can actually put your knee inside of, and you wanna make sure that they fit nice and snug. For the purposes of this video, you guys already know I'm a hypocrite, but okay, if I wasn't a hypocrite, this is what they would look like. You want to make sure that they are right side up and that you're not accidentally putting elbow sleeves onto your knees and wondering why your knees aren't protected. The next thing that I would recommend is elbow sleeves, because few things suck more than chipping an elbow on hard concrete. We're styling, we're profiling. Safety is sexy, okay? Don't let anybody steer you in the wrong direction or make you feel like you are not cool for gearing up, okay? And the final thing that I would definitely recommend are wrist guards. These bad boys should have a nice little firm piece inside, and that's just gonna make sure that we don't break any wrists, okay? Few things suck worse than when I get a message from someone and they're like,
Lord, that is so
try roller
unsexy.
skating, this is gonna be so fun. And I'm like, yeah, hell yeah, man, you're doing the damn thing. And then they DM me and they're like, oh, I broke my wrist. And I'm like, God, I'm so sorry. I'm sorry that you don't get to
There's
participate
a
in the
video
awesomeness that is roller
after this
skating.
I wanna
Boom, we're
watch,
geared up.
man.
I don't have a helmet because again, I'm a hypocrite and I don't know where it is, but you should definitely have a helmet. Make sure it fits your adult brain. Falling becomes that much less scary when you have gear on. If this still does not feel enough for you, the only other thing that I would recommend is this bad boy. Let's see if we can put these on. I already put my skates on, but we're gonna see. This is not a good plan. I should have put all of this on first, but you can tell that I don't. Oh, it worked. Okay. Okay. Pull that bad boy up. Oh, boom. Do you see that? Pull this bad boy up and you don't even know that we're geared up. Okay, so these shorts make it so that if you were to, bust your ass, it would hurt considerably less. And you can just put these on right under your skirt. You guys know how I feel about skating in skirts, So if you need a little bit of extra cushion for your pushing, money. We are in here. This is the safety gear that I would recommend. Don't go wasting your money on a whole bunch of other stuff. Make sure you just have the basics. If you're gonna do it, some pads, some wrist guards, some knees. Go ahead and get some little booty and hip pads. I feel so supported. I almost want to run into stuff just to get some booty and hip pads, and I promise you'll be fine. Let's talk about falling. falling is going to happen. If you are geared up, falling becomes less scary. But you should still know techniques for falling. Let's start how to avoid falling. The best way to avoid falling is to make sure that your knees stay nice and bent. Stay nice and bent. That's the best way. The biggest way that people fall is their weight shifts too far back to their heels, and then they start to swing, and they make their body real big. If you're about to fall, try and practice, oh no, go low. So try to train yourself that if you feel yourself start to swing, oh no, go low. You grab onto your knees and you bend down. Hands on your knees, hands on your knees. To reestablish your center of balance. Oh no, go low. Let's say, oh no, go low has failed and we're going down. The best thing that you can
Those
do
damn
is
arms are
commit to a
driving me
fall. If
crazy.
you know you're gonna fall, the best thing you can do is commit to a side and fall. So if you feel yourself falling, try and commit to a fall. You don't want to land on outstretched hands. If you have wrist guards, it's a little bit easier for you to just fall and let it go. Let yourself go if you have it. But you don't want to fall on outstretched hands at all. The best things that you can do is pick a side and commit. So, okay, I'm going down. I'm committing to that side. And if I have hip pads on, like I do right now, I would just, boom, let that baby rest on the hips. Commit to the fall. I like to practice falling into a push-up, which prevents me from falling on outstretched hands, and it makes my elbows act as shock absorbers for me. So we're falling down, whoop, and we're bending versus we might as well lean into it and distribute the force throughout our body versus resting it here. So, oh no, go low here, and then committing to it and picking a side. And you do that by getting as low as possible to the ground. If we're low to the ground, we have less distance to fall. We are, and then we're here, we're down already. The important thing to understand here is falling is going to happen, but if you're falling consistently, you might be trying something that is just a little bit too difficult for you, or if you're falling so.
You know what? This music gets so music is so part of the background you don't really notice it. This is actually the video I kind of wanted to watch today. Let's see here.
Stanley, can she skate?
Actually, she can. You
Okay.
remember? Did you see that skate thing she did with the? No,
No, this is my first
she.
time seeing this.
Oh,
Yeah.
really? Okay. Well, hold
Yeah,
on one
yeah,
second
yeah.
here.
I have seen I seen a clip of this one girl. She was teaching herself how to jump rope. And I guess she was like, doing like a documentary of herself or whatever, but she's real good like now. Like you could just watch her for like days just doing all these tricks and she does it for exercise too. So I know jump rope is a good way of doing cardio.
Well, this girl does it too, but this is the one that's just. I'm gonna have to mute it because it's got music. This is just like holy shit. Just go home with me. This is hot. And it's a short, so I
Stanley,
can't really enlarge
she
it.
got a nice toned body. She in shape.
Yeah, well, she said she's an athlete. She's
Yeah,
not
she
kidding about
definitely is. Nice tone.
Yeah, there is nothing wrong with that. Now she is older. She's actually got gray hair now, somewhere in those braids. But
Oh, this is old.
you know what? I am same girl. Now let's see. I think it's within the same year or two. This might be a year ago, but I'm not shit. Where can I get me one of those? However,
Oh,
this
they
is
all
the
down
same.
here where you can ask Stanley. They all down in Georgia.
You know what? I will have to get out more. But let me
Exercising our rights as
also
citizens.
say this. This is the same woman.
We're going to
and
defund
this
schools.
is
We're going to cut
this
social
is
programs.
kind
We're
of
going to
like where I am with her.
profit first.
She's
Part
just
one.
cute as
What
fuck.
is a public good?
She is my
Oh,
kind
this
of
is the
woman.
same stay girl.
Quick refresher for my
Yeah,
visual
same
peeps.
girl.
Public goods are
Oh, okay.
basic rights. Exist to serve society, funded by tax dollars, everyone has access. Privatized services exist to serve profit. You pay to access, again, limited to who can afford it. If you have a pulse in America, chances are you have definitely heard the dog whistles and marketing phrases that signal and sell you on making as many things as possible private instead of public. My fellow Americans, blah, 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 blah. School choice gives parents more options. We're defunding public education, and we're funneling your tax dollars into private schools that get to make their own rules and exclude whoever they want. IEPs need not apply. Blah, 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 blah.
So
blah,
anyway,
blah. The
I'm
free
not
market
gonna,
is more efficient.
you know,
Corporations profit
make
while
y'all
services
suffer through
decline
that.
under
I'm just
the guise
into.
of efficiency.
I
No
am.
public accountability
This
means that we
woman
can
is
and
my
will
kind of
maximize.
woman. She is cute and toned. So we'll have to find her. Well, let's see. We are down to 5 viewers. Damn it. Let's see what we got here. Uh-oh.
Because the same system that prosecutes you is the same system that's going to convict you. So changing
Well,
within you doesn't really mean
this
anything. You have no power
Is
to
that
change
Linwood?
yourself in that
Is that
court
Linwood?
I have
because
no
you got the enemy on
I
the
think it
bench,
is.
you got the enemy
Sounds like it.
prosecuting you,
But
and you have
here's
the
the
enemy.
deal. There are 30 motherfuckers into this. And you know what? Can't compete with this kind of oh look at Universal Jones. Linwood don't run them for me, boy. And I must respond. 12th man is over there. I can't understand why they want this kind of fucking just, it is what it is. And Universal, Linwood runs. I have to do it. Universal's a pussy. And anytime I get to tell him he's a pussy, I enjoy doing it. You know what? Now you will be mad at me, but you know what? I love picking on people who think they're strong, pretend they're strong, but they're not strong.
Stanley, I think you know what? I think that's a Navy thing.
Well, no, I don't think it's a Navy thing.
Military.
Dude,
I think it's kind
let
of
me
a
tell you a
military
story.
thing, man.
You're gonna love this story. I'm gonna tell you 2 stories. There was this ensign, and now I was a lieutenant. Like, the Chiefs got out of my motherfucking way. and the reason they would get out of my way is the bosun mate chief, who is like, this motherfucker was an E7, but everybody, E9, it didn't matter. And he and I were fucking, dude, I have to tell you 3 stories. Motherfucker, let me tell you, you think I'm bullshitting? We were in Barcelona, And I used to hang out with the chiefs because the officers were too boring. And you know what? The chiefs did not mind. I hadn't even made. I was a JG, so I'm out in Barcelona, and me and the chiefs are just fucking. Now I knew I was an officer. They knew I was an officer. But you know what? I just like hanging out. They were real. And not like this fucking officer tea party. Now I was an officer. So anyway, dude, I have to take a piss. And where the fuck would I take a piss? But on the side of a motherfucking Barcelona police precinct. There was a dumpster. So I'm like, well, fuck, let me go over there and take a piss. And of course, I do that, and the Barcelona police are there, and they were fucking gonna arrest me. And you know who the fuck stepped in? Dude, I was 3 sheets to the wind. I barely remember it.
Yo, was out in town, Stanley?
We were in Barcelona.
Oh, just out and about. Oh, okay, yeah.
Oh no. We were probably in the gut somewhere. But I hung out with the chiefs. They're not gonna. It's such a weird thing. They will protect the officers they like, especially the JOs. So you know what? My career probably should have been over. And you know what? Next morning I wake up, dude, I was so fucking drunk. I blacked out. I remember taking the piss, and that's about the last thing I remember. So next morning, you got to have your ID to leave the ship. I can't find that motherfucker. I don't remember what happened. And dude, it is shameful to admit this. But so I'm I'm putting on a uniform because we were right next to a supply ship or an amphib or something. I was basically going to go over and have a new ID made. And all of a sudden there's a knock at my stateroom door, and there is Senior Chief Uran. URANN. He goes, hey, sir, you remember losing this last night? He holds up my ID. And he's basically said, hey, look, those motherfuckers protected me. They're like, nah, we're not going to leave him to the cops. So he goes, say, thank you, Senior Chief Uran. And I go, thank you, Senior Chief Uran. You know what, though? There have been a couple times I've pulled a couple of them, out of scrapes. You know what? And I don't know. Y'all think I'm some flighty motherfucker? Dude, I used to go and help because, I understand machines. I used to go out and fucking help my chief troubleshoot shit. You know what? We need to get this motherfucker done. If it means I have to get my goddamn uniform dirty, we will get this done. I will stay all night with y'all. Bottom line is that I was all into the Navy. I loved my people. Now I was mean as a fuck to them, but the one thing they knew is no one's gonna fuck with y'all except for me. If another officer or chief comes and fucks with y'all, you best be coming to find me so I can fuck with them back. No one fucking messed with my folks. No one. Because they would have to deal with me. I'm a consistent asshole. Now my people, you know what? They fucking love me. It's like, hey, you know what? We know who's gonna fuss at us. Me, you are the chief.
Yeah, that's the type of
no one
champion
else.
man you
No
want.
one else. We know who's gonna fuss if we fuck up. Now there's some fuck ups I can't shield you from, but on this ship, god damn it, dude. Especially in at the time it was the engineering department, but even when I was topside, no one fucked with my people because they, you know what? It could just be like, yeah, we just don't want to deal with Cross, that motherfucker. But you know what? My guys loved me. I was demanding, but motherfucker, they knew no one else was going to fuck with them. Fucking not even the department head would fuck with him because he knew. Well, I told you that story. The only time I want to hear from you, because I know what I'm doing, if I fuck up, and there's been one or two times, but dude, I just knew what the fuck I was doing. And took me a year or so or two. But if you're gonna be black, and you have good parents, I fucking knew how to turn a screw. Look, you were going to be one of those parents. One or two of your kids are going to wind up being naval officers or just successful. My parents
Hopefully
didn't
both of them, Stanley.
motherfucking raise me to fucking be a John Galt. They raised me to be Stanley Cross, which is naval officer or scientist or, raise. They didn't fucking raise me with like, oh, blacks can only do so much. Motherfucker, that's not how they raised me. And I don't get the John Galts. I don't get the Solid Snakes. I don't get these motherfuckers. What the fuck are they doing? And I know it's a weird question to ask, but what the fuck are they actually doing? You're not helping black people by doing body cam videos. Why do they think they are? Highlighting the worst of us is not elevating the kids or even the young people.
Yeah, it really does nothing, nothing at all. Besides bringing the wicked worlds and people in just to joke with you. That's about it. Or to be braves,
Well, what it'll do is give you 35 viewers. And it'll get up to 50. And I just it's just more entertaining. Now,
not
he's
entertaining to
doing
me, man.
FBI arrest I'm sorry, what?
I said it's not entertaining to me. I mean, I can't listen but for so long to the same thing over and over and over again. It gets kind of dead.
Yeah, I don't get that part. So
I mean, like I just said, like I had trolled John the one day with the case. Like I said, that was like a week or 2 weeks ago. And today, oh, John looking for you. Like, dude, that was 2 weeks ago. Like, let's move on.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna have to at some point, this kind of stuff. Hey, what's up, Seven Steel? At some point, I'm gonna have to evaluate what I'm associating with. And these are good people, but it's a little too dark for I don't think, even if black people are as effed up as you think, how are you helping? And the solution isn't being a fucking urban landlord or being Philippe. These motherfuckers, oddly enough, I don't get it. But so we go.
is
chemistry. All
but
right.
you know, it's
There's always old people.
Of course. Well, there's a real one. You got to try to find a real one. Let's take a step back with me because we're going to look at these lovely ladies. And even though all the hearts are broken, can we still clap it up for this gentleman?
And I would
Because he
still
came out
take
looking great,
second
feeling great.
from the
So I
right
thank you. I'm
in the
going to take
green
that mic
dress. She's
and you're going
about
to
the
head
best
out
of the
that way.
lot.
Head out that way towards the exit. Thank you so much. You're awesome. Thank you so much. Clap it up for him one more time. We thank him.
All your wishes come true.
All your wishes. Beautiful. All right. Our next wish is for our next real one to come on out. So let's get ready for our next Miami King. We are ready for our penultimate real one with my next handsome king. Come on in. Come on in, kind sir. Welcome.
Wig on his head.
Doing?
His head.
Wonderful. Come on in. More.
okay.
We want to be.
I'm sorry, what?
Is that a wig on his head? Is he just acting?
Oh yeah,
like
you
this?
know,
Or-
he's trying to be some parody of
Oh, okay.
like a 70s game show host.
Game host. Okay.
However, he has let's have a look. He has like 150,000 subscribers.
You know, my cousin sent me a video of
And this
Who's it,
this
the Johnny
particular
Carson
video
show?
has over 25,000 views.
Oh, okay.
So he's doing something. What were you telling me about your cousin?
I was saying, yeah, he sent me a video of what's that guy name? The Johnny Carson show? Is that his name? Did I say his name right?
Oh, the Tonight Show with Johnny Carson.
Yeah, he was talking with the. You ever seen the movie with Leonardo DiCaprio, Catch Me If You Can, with Tom Hanks? And the
I've
guy
never
was
seen the
like,
whole thing, but I'm familiar with it.
yeah, I guess it was based on a true story, I guess. But I guess he was talking to the guy.
Abagnale, I think
Yeah,
his name
I was
was.
watching. I'm
Yeah,
like,
it was an
"Did he
actually.
really?"
He was an actual person.
Yeah.
Actually, I think
And he
he's
ended up
still
working for the
alive.
FBI, right? I think he ended up working for the FBI.
Probably. You know.
Like, damn, how the hell you pull off? Well, I mean, it was back in the day, so it was what?
Well, you know, they
80s or
have.
something.
You know, there have been times when the government has hired these little teenage hackers. So.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
But that's so rare. Very few people get to be so good that we're not going to convict you. We're going to hire you. That doesn't happen too often.
Want to be able to see it. We want to be able to see it. Would you please
damn
share
it,
with these
what
lovely ladies
is
your
it
name,
with
your
these
age, and what you
guys?
do?
You know what?
Mark, age 61 and a half. And what do I
All
do?
these
That's a tough one,
motherfuckers are
actually,
short.
because I wear a lot of
There's
different hats. A
one
lot of
guy
people know
who
me as a
looks
chef,
fairly tall.
and I do a lot of interesting preparations that
No,
are
I'm going to
a
skip
little
to the
bit like
end
raw
because this
vegan,
is just too painful.
as an example.
Okay.
And I also get in.
Stanley,
All
he
right,
sent
well,
me
if that's
another
the case,
video
let's get
of
ready for our final real one.
the 1992 debate.
Between what?
It was
Clinton and
Bush,
someone?
Clinton, and then what's the other guy? That he was independent. Rose.
Oh,
Was it Rose?
Perot. Oh, you got that
Yeah.
video? Fucking put it in the back. Let's watch it.
Yeah, yeah. Let me send it to you. Hold on, right quick.
Absolutely.
But my cousin was telling me like they I was young, so I didn't know. He was like, I guess they threatened him. They said he had like a good shot to win or something. I mean, I don't know. You'll know
No,
more than me.
Perot never actually did, but he got like 14% of the vote. So I mean, he wasn't chopped liver, but you know, it's one of these things where he was a Naval Academy graduate, by the way. He had just enough to pull voters. You don't have that the reason the two parties don't like third party is because that third party leaning right will pull voters away from the Republican Party, and then the opposite for the Democrats. That's why they don't like third parties. It's going to pull votes from one of the two main parties. I would like to see, I think, naturally there are four parties. And the thing is the progressives and say MAGA, if it's split off from the Republican Party, I actually think it would be Democrats, like the more centrist Democrats versus MAGA. I don't think that it may be the main. I think the main race would be between centrist Republicans and MAGA. I don't think the progressive left, they keep saying how popular they are, but I've never seen, hear tell of it.
Yeah, this clip, I think he was talking about, I guess, NAFTA or something.
Okay.
And this clip, did it send? I put it in the back. I don't know. Did it send? I don't know. Was it? Hold on. Did I hit the link? Right. Hold
on. Put it there again. I see the words. I don't see the link. Or do you want me to search it?
Yeah, I think they're gonna link.
Hold on. Oh wait, I found it. I think I did. Is that the one you're looking at?
You can move your factory south of the border, pay $1 an hour for labor, hire a young 25. That's assuming you've been in business for a long time. You've got a mature workforce. Pay $1 an hour for your labor.
Can you hear it?
Have no health care. That's the most expensive single element.
Yeah, I can hear it.
Have no environmental controls, no pollution controls, and no retirement. And you don't care about anything but making money. There will be a giant sucking sound going south. So if the people send me to Washington, the first thing I'll do is study that 2,000-page agreement and make sure it's a two-way street.
Almost sounds like Trump. And then
look how young Bill looked at.
Clinton looked?
Yeah.
Let's see here. Excuse me. Because I'm going to play the link you sent. Might be part of the same link. Oops.
And I think the first question is over here.
Yes, I'd like to direct my question to Mr. Perot. What will you do as president to open foreign markets to fair competition from American business and here at home from foreign countries so that we can bring jobs back to the United States?
That's right at the top of my agenda. We've shipped millions of jobs overseas, and we have a strange situation because we have a process in Washington where after you've served for a while, you cash in, become a foreign lobbyist, make $30,000 a month, then take a leave, work on presidential campaigns, make sure you got good contacts, and then go back out. Now, if you just want to get down to brass tacks, first thing you ought to do is get all these folks who've got these one-way trade agreements that we've negotiated over the years and say, fellas, we'll take the same deal we gave you. And they'll gridlock right at that point because, for example, we've got international competitors who simply could not unload their cars off the ships if they had to comply.
Oh, Lord,
if it was
what was
a two-way
her
street,
name?
Just couldn't do it. We have got to stop sending jobs overseas.
She was a great
To those of you in the audience who are business people,
anchor/reporter.
pretty simple. If you're paying $12, $13, $14 an hour for factory workers, and you can move your factory south of the border, pay $1 an hour for labor, hire a young 25. That's assuming you've been in business for a long time. You've got a mature workforce. Pay $1 an hour for your labor. Have no health care. That's the most expensive single element in making a car. have no environmental controls, no pollution controls, and no retirement, and you don't care about anything but making money, there will be a giant sucking sound going south. So if the people send me to Washington, the first thing I'll do is study that 2,000-page agreement and make sure it's a two-way street.
Okay, this is basically back in the days of NAFTA. Big business created this problem we're having that Trump is not going to fix. The reason all these manufacturing processes went overseas was exactly what Ross Perot is saying. You're paying them $1 an hour. Business created capitalism, capital created this problem, and now they want to charge the taxpayer to bring it back. This is these motherfuckers.
So at this time.
Oh wait, hold it.
It had just started.
Oh, whoa. Did you just put that link in the back?
Yeah, I sent it to you.
Oh, motherfucker. Oh, you are reading my mind, sir. Let's finish this.
Okay.
I've already run it through OBS. I've already given it to Portia. Be Brave and I will talk about this, but we can watch it here. I'm glad. Damn, dude. Navy minds think alike.
Yeah, I know. I'll be sending you a lot of stuff. So.
No. I see them. Part of the reason I wasn't even gonna do a show today, but I felt guilty because there were a couple things I didn't get around to. I told Richard I would look at the education stuff. Mississippi with some weird adjustment. Not Mississippi, Alabama is made the best improvement in their education for K through 12. I think it's K through 12. And Alaska's second. And then there was some things that, I didn't get around to that Fred wanted to talk about. So, the way it's going to go is I'm going to do like Monday through Thursday. And, if there's, stuff to talk about that I didn't get to talk about during the week, I'll do it on Saturday. But, I'm going to, if you haven't noticed, I'm not doing these 12-hour shows anymore or 7 days a week or any of that bullshit.
No, I see you catching your groove.
I don't know that I am. Look, John Galt is the star of the channel. It is his channel, but I just, it's going to have to be a groove that I have to think about because I'm not sure I want to catch much more of this. It's toxic. Dude is not a hero to the Black community. And the funny thing is these motherfuckers call me pro-Black and they are the ones who are pro-Black. Like, what does it mean when people who will criticize everything Black people do will call you not Black if you marry a white woman? These motherfuckers are just weird. These anti-Black Blacks, like, you worship the white man, you worship the Be Brave and the Jason Kesslers, but if a Black person marries a white person, you want to say, well, you're not Black. In my opinion, that's just a confused Black man who does not know what the fuck he's talking about.
Right.
He has no core values. I didn't marry my wife because she was white. Dude, I was 38 and I was like, well, holy dude, I knew I was going to marry my wife. I think I knew the first time I met her. Dude, I knew I had to have her. And I didn't give a fuck whether she was Black, white. Dude, this is what maybe part of the reason I'm not married now. Dude, it was love at least at second sight. It was my mission to get that woman. And thank God, I never really asked her what she thought, but I think she knew it was going to happen. But women, must be demure. Dude, I knew I was going to marry her. It's like I must have her. There is no other choice. Um, I must have her. And I'd never felt like that before. I'm not that kind of guy, but it was like, motherfucker, failure's not an option. And it was really her sense of humor. She was really smart. And, she had physical attributes, but she could have, I don't get that. I had met women up until I was 38, and I never had like, she's my wife. I pick her. So anyway, and I fucking hope I hope my son knows, has those start choices. Every man should have that motherfucking feeling. And I'm sure you did. It's just like, it's a foregone conclusion. I just need to figure out how to be worthy of her. I knew she was attracted, but you know what? I did the chivalry thing. I was a gentleman thing. And one of these days when we're not online, she made sure I knew that the feelings were reciprocated. I was, kind of hanging back, had been talking to her every night. And you know what? I just waited her out. It was, it was like, holy shit, calm down, Tiger. So, yeah, there's something to be said for making the women wait.
And one last point here. I decided I was dumb and didn't understand it, so I called the who's who of the folks who've been around it. And I said, why won't everybody go south? They said, we'll be disruptive. I said, for how long? I finally got them up for 12 to 15 years. And I said, well, how does it stop being disruptive? And that is when their jobs come up from $1 an hour to $6 an hour and ours go down to $6 an hour, then it's leveled again. But in the meantime, you've wrecked the country with these kinds of deals. We've got to cut it out.
Thank you, Mr. Perot. I see that the president.
Have you watched this video before?
Yeah, like I told you, like my cousin sent it to me, so I watched it when he sent it to me, and that's why I emailed it to you to see, like, I was 92, I was what, like 6 or something.
Though, I didn't particularly find the video that earth shattering. I did find a bunch of people that reminded me of Be Brave, like that first guy talking about, hey,
you talk about the other link. You talk about this link.
Yeah.
I thought you were talking about what you were just playing. Oh, my fault.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Let's see. You know what? Let's make sure, because I actually have it. I ran it through the YouTube thingamajig. So give me one sec here. I'm just going to play the one I ran through OBS and then up through the YouTube, like whatever their algorithm is. Here we go.
I don't have any trouble admitting that I'm a racist. I think it's absurd to try to fight with that. I grew up in this society. I was conditioned by it. I think internally in my psyche, I have grounded and rooted those attitudes, and I see it in me all the time.
I don't like being a white man. And that's where I still am and working on it, because I know what I've done, what people like me have done.
Part of being white is just not in any way acknowledging what it means to be white.
I have a white skin, and that with that white skin comes along a whole mess of privileges that I have, and I don't ask for them, they just are there.
You have started to break the code of silence a little bit when you start talking about white people and you start talking about this stuff. And you find yourself suddenly all alone.
The family history, as I understand it, was really, people coming to America as a way of searching for a better life and escaping poverty. And it has often seemed to me that also meant escaping their roots, where they came from, that there was a sort of a desire to separate from that and to become something different.
That I have Scotch-Irish ancestry with a little bit of German. I'm European, and I came over some 250 years ago.
My ancestors are from England and Germany.
My ancestors are German and Russian and Scottish.
In my father's side, it was Irish, and my mother's side, it was probably English, but I don't know a lot about her side.
I'm French Indian. I guess you'd say I got a little Cajun in me.
Ireland. Did you identify as Irish?
No, not really. I identify as an American. British, Scotch-Irish. Scotch. That's where my ancestors are from, supposedly, but hasn't had any impact on me. Doesn't mean anything.
I think pilgrims. When I think of where did I come from, I think pilgrims. But no, but I'm sure somewhere down the line I am.
Because they were Irish, there was a lot of oppression, because they immigrated over from Ireland. So I thought a lot about what that was like for them as Irish people, but I never thought about what it was like for them and when they became white.
Well, you can only be something if there's something else to negate it, so I guess we became white. I guess we're white because there's a bunch of other races to set us off.
So how did English people and German people get turned into white people?
Came to America.
By assimilation, by living, by living in the U.S. It's just the smorgasbord,
I have no idea. I honestly have no idea.
Do you know how they got turned into British and Scotch people? How those people got turned into white people?
No.
You ever thought about that?
I'm not a history buff. I think culture did that over time. It's like certain words that we use in our language are not our words. They're other nations, other words that come from other languages.
How did the Irish get turned into white people?
That's a good question. I think a lot of it was early assimilation in the United States, a lot of European ethnics coming over, assimilating for a variety of reasons. Primary one being a desire to elevate their socioeconomic status. So to get jobs, to find places to live, a lot of the Europeans altered their last names to sound more mainstream. A lot of them changed the clothing that they wore, the foods they ate. So there's some might call it assimilation. I think of it more as Anglo-conformity, conforming to this kind of dominant white culture.
But the reality is that those persons who are white and who are considered white and treated as such in this society, by virtue of being white and treated that way, have had to give up who they really were. If they were Russian American, my father's side of the family, grandfather's side, great-grandfather came here from Russia in 1910. He had to give up what it meant to be a Jew, a Russian Jew from Eastern Europe, to become an American, which really meant to become white. The Irish had to do the same thing. The Italians had to do the same thing. The Greeks had to do the same thing. All these European ethnics who were not white Anglo-Saxon Protestants had to give up their actual identities for the sake of whiteness.
I really didn't think about being white, I'd say, growing up, because mainly I think because I was part of the majority and I maybe wasn't forced to think about it.
I don't think it means anything. It's just, some people might think it means better, but to me it doesn't mean anything but just the color of my skin, really.
How often do you think about being white?
Not very often. I really don't think about it a lot at all.
Hardly ever. It's just me.
Racially, do you see yourself as a white person?
No, I see myself as a person.
So do you ever think about being a white person?
No.
Probably not very often.
Not really. Sometimes I got a lot of black friends. Sometimes we make jokes about it and everything, but
not really. It doesn't matter to me whether I'm white, pink, or purple, or black. I don't care.
it depends on the social situation. Sometimes I'll be the only white person in the room when it's reversed, when the tables are sort of flipped.
How do you identify racially? Do you see yourself as a white man?
I think that everybody is equal in the eyes of the Lord.
So you don't see yourself as a white person?
Not as much as most people. I think when it's all said and done, we're equal, and definitely inside and outside.
But I don't know if I ever considered myself white or thought about it. At one point, I'm sure I did, but I don't really have any recollection of when it was, which I think is a total reflection of whiteness, of never having to sort of contemplate why people treat you the way they do.
To be white means to be a member of a dominant racial group in a society that I'd consider white supremacist. And to be white in a white supremacist society, not just a racist society, because that's almost too generic. To be white in a white supremacist society is to be able to have the luxury of oblivion, to be oblivious to the injustices, to be oblivious to racial privilege, to be oblivious, frankly, to one's own identity. So it is, in a sense, to be invisible to oneself.
Well, I think to be white in this culture means to deny the reality of racism. And it means to deny the privilege that we have as whites. Most people who are whites don't want to accept that they are privileged because they are.
People don't want to talk about being white because they know that at a deep level, even though they haven't even, some of them may not have ever talked about it with anybody or ever expressed it, they do know that they get a benefit from being white.
If you're white in this country, there's certain advantages that come your way, and it doesn't really matter whether you want to or not, or whether you're in touch with it or not.
Now I know there are privileges that I enjoy simply because I'm white.
Every minute of my life, I'm aware of my white privilege, of the fact that I have a white skin, and that with that white skin comes along a whole mess of privileges that I have, and I don't ask for them, they just are there.
There are things that come to me, that belong to me, that I'm given and that I expect just because I'm white, that I never wonder about, ask about, discuss. And that's the power of it, is that the privilege of expecting that I'm going to go to good schools and that I'm going to have choices no matter what, that there will always be a choice that will be probably pretty reasonable, that will work out pretty well for me.
To me, it's about privilege. A lot of people get to walk around thinking that we live in a meritocracy and thinking that their own hard work is the only thing that's, responsible for their achievements. I think that it means, it has, and I think that it shapes everything.
White privilege is probably the freedom to move through the world fearlessly in a way that Black people cannot move through the world. That you can take advantage.
Now, this is actually really interesting, her point about white privilege being able to move through the world. And the most interesting thing is Be Brave would absolutely agree, because he thinks, and he's literally said it today, white people are the most, brilliant people to ever live. So basically, people like Be Brave can't be defeated because they are just too far gone. This motherfucker actually is a white supremacist, and proud of it. So
do you think that she means it the way that Be Brave means it?
yes.
No. Like,
She doesn't mean look,
all whites are brilliant. Like, she's not taking it that way.
I don't know that she means it, but what she's saying is that people like Be Brave understand it. She kind of understands that, it is the way it is. I don't think. Oh, by the way, a lot of this, part of this at least, was shot in Savannah. So.
Oh, it was. Oh, okay.
Yeah. I don't know any of the people, but I kind of recognize some of the places. But no, I think she, the thing is if you're white, and you realize that, some things you can do that other people can't do, so you go, you just be aware of it and try not to take advantage of the privilege. But the other thing that I must say is that people like Be Brave, there are more of them these days than there were back when I was in high school. The Be Braves have taken over, white supremacy to a point to where Asians beat them. See, this is the part that they're not realizing. Whites are second best, and people get their feelings hurt when I point this out. That's why they don't want more Asians here, because god damn it, the culture's gonna change because white people just aren't living up to their own expectations. And Be Brave talking about, well, hell, I'm a bottom feeder, but I've done well, or I'm a psychologist. If you ever hear this motherfucker talk, it's like, really? The only place, there's a reason he's not on white channels talking this bullshit. He only does it on places like, talking to John Galt or wherever it is he goes. If he actually went to any white, and there's several of them I've been on, Be Brave would be fucking laughed off the channel. So, he's having his fellow bottom feeders come over, and he's kind of enjoying his time, as well he should at his age, but he's not fooling anyone. white people are second best. I talked to Jason Kessler, and John wasn't too happy with my argument, but even Jason Kessler was like, well, yep, Asians are doing better than white Americans. And then, then comes the little, King Chenard level shuffle. They want, he wants to go off into all kinds of esoterics. Bottom line is, Black people need to fucking stop focusing on quote, white culture so much and start paying attention to what Asians, and you don't have to become Asian, but you know what? They focus on their studies. Do what you can to have your kids take their studies seriously. And if they're not smart enough, go be a plumber or go do whatever it is you're going to do. There's nothing wrong because, you're going to own a business if you're a plumber. You may not wind up doing that if you're a fucking scientist somewhere in the lab. There's good and bad in everything. But the bottom line is, I think listening to these anti-black blacks are the worst thing. I can't think of a motherfucker. Solid Snake, why would the fuck would I listen to Solid Snake about black people? He's not one of the best. John Galt, why the fuck would I listen to John Galt? John Galt is doing well, but would I want my son to be like John Galt? Nope. And I can go farther. There's pretty much no one in this space that would be a role model I'd consider. And you are the exception. So you must know that. You're a Navy man. And motherfucker, shit, you're doing more shit than I did. You got more kids. And they're all excellent. I just had one. But there's pretty much no one on this channel, and there are no exceptions, that I would want to, point to and go, oh, hey, son, this is someone you need to be like. Not a one. And you would be the exception. Honestly, these motherfuckers need to fucking join the military. That's why they're all pussies.
Yeah, I think everybody should.
I haven't heard
do at least a
anyone
contract
on
at
this
least,
channel. Well, J-Dub, there are some folks, J-Dub, but I'm just like, what the fuck are these people talking about? You hear John Galt talk about his military experience. He had none. He fucking didn't make it past MEPS. You remember MEPS?
Oh yeah. I thought he went there, but he.
Oh, that's right. He made it to boot camp.
The first week they allow you to I guess renege on joining.
A trite?
I guess.
Is it a trite? Was that the word?
It's called, because I remember when I got to boot camp, like the first week we was in this room, and then they announced like, if you don't think you want to go through with it, they allow you to to back out. But that was that's the only chance that you got to back out. So I think
that might have
been
it.
What John did. Yeah,
that might have been it. But for a motherfucker, okay. And you know what? For better or for worse, I'm not gonna think you're some super genius, motherfucker. Dude. For better or for worse, I know what a man can do or what a woman can do. But back then, shit, the month I left the Navy, it was April of 1994. That's when women came aboard my ship, and I could not get off fast enough. Because, dude, the summer before that, summer 1993, there was some female midshipmen from the Naval Academy that came on, And my God, the stories I heard, these little virile 20-year-old women were fucking. And you know what? There was a gorgeous black female midshipman. And you know what? I could have fucked her. And honestly, I'm thinking to myself, my father used to tell me there are some people who are not good at like lying and shit like that. They always get caught. and I wanted this woman. I wanted that little girl. She was fine as a motherfucker. And God damn it, she was fine. But I was a full lieutenant, man. And there I had other people in my peer group who were fucking these little midshipmen. And you don't know how much it hurt me to fucking have to be a goddamn example. That shit hurts. So last night she was on the ship, CK. I fucking took her out to dinner. And it was just like, hey, you know what? It was good having you here, all this stuff. And she was gone the next day. Now, a few months later, we did visit ship to the Naval Academy. And who should I meet in the fucking mess hall? So, you know, motherfucker, sometimes when you are the only black, you know, senior petty officer, senior officer, just what the fuck, sometimes you just can't act like your brother officers. They're getting away with shit, and you just know as soon as you do it,
it's gonna end up on you. You can't do it.
And I know that's a weird thing, but my father, there's some people who don't do good lying. I was never a good liar, therefore I never do it. And that might be my little paranoia, but you know what? That's not a bad paranoia. If I do it, motherfucker, I'm gonna get caught, and everybody else is gonna get caught, and I'm just gonna, you know, fucking end my career. So I should have fucked her though. You know how many times I should have fucked? I'm gonna be on my deathbed, and you know, I'm not gonna be like a normal motherfucker. going, yeah, well, you know, I shouldn't have done this. I'm gonna go, I should have fucked more women. I swear that's gonna be my last thought. I was too fucking careful. You know, I didn't want to be a baby daddy.
Stanley, do you think something is wrong with that?
No, but god damn it. No. There's nothing wrong with it, but you know, I should have fucked more. But who knows what I could have gotten away with. But no. I am where I am. My son is where he is. I got a wife that I could not have. If I couldn't have had her, all I have to say is it would have been second best. Motherfucker, she was the best woman I've ever known. Best woman I could have possibly married. And I, you know, after it'll be 12 years, I think. You know, it doesn't hurt, but that, you know, you don't ever, if you can possibly, just cherish your life, cherish your kids, cherish your wife, cherish your motherfucking life. You can't do it every day because you'll forget. Damn, at least once a year on a birthday or at Christmas or something, you must, even if it's listening to old ass Stanley, motherfucker, you must cherish your family because it can literally be gone in 2 weeks. You know, Saturday my wife was fine. Next day she's in the emergency room and then ICU. it was fucking, it happened so quick that, dude, you better appreciate it. And give your wife a kiss, hug your kids, because the shit can be gone really quick. And there isn't a day, I honestly thought that I would grow old with this woman and all that stuff. And so anyway, I don't want to get too maudlin, but you better appreciate what you got there, young man.
Oh, I do every day.
2 minutes. Well, you've been on a ship, so you know what it's like.
Oh yeah.
Oh, look at this. Let's see. Average groiper. That's a weird name. Black and gorgeous are 2 words notably unable to coexist with each other. How about groiper and normal? There is no average groiper. Groiper and average or groiper and normal are 2 words notably unable to coexist because it essentially means you are maladjusted. So, thanks for being here, though. So let's finish this young lady's thing. And like I said, you got it right. She's not gloating like a Be Brave would
Of
be.
opportunities with much less fear and an assumption that you'll be treated equally with all other white people.
Part of it is not having to even think about it. And so in a way, it's sort of like the privilege of having that space in your mind free to think about other things and be concerned about other things. So it's not even having to think about race is part of the privilege.
White privilege is being able to walk into a department store and not be followed by the detective.
A friend of mine who's Asian American, she was very unfairly treated at a department store. She was at a cosmetics counter, and she had bought something, and it came with a free gift. So the woman at the counter put the free gift in the bag, and my friend didn't know that the free gift had already been put in the bag, so she had grabbed the one on the counter and put it in the bag unknowingly. Just as the sweetest woman, wouldn't hurt a fly. Just and they called the cops on her, and she was taken to jail and arrested. I put myself in the same position that she was at, and I know there's no way I would have been arrested. I know I would not have been arrested.
It's the assumption that when you go to buy a car that you're going to have the money. Well, it's the assumption that when you go into a real estate office looking for a place to rent, unless you wear raggedy clothes, it's that you're going to want to go into this nice neighborhood.
You basically get to say what you want to, be any way you want to. You get privilege. You don't have to work as hard. You can slack off in jobs and still get promoted and still not have to worry about somebody coming after you. So whiteness to me is about privilege and access to information systems and people and power that you didn't earn.
I went through a time where I was poor and I had to take care of my father, and I worked with about 100 African-American men, and I was the only white male on the shop floor. And I was really horrible at this job. It was a metal grinder. I'd grind too much of it. I'd make big indentations. I was constantly messing up, and I was sure I was going to get fired. It was just a matter of time. And about 6 months into the job, the boss and a few of the managers come over. They're all white men. And I thought, this is it. This is the day I'm getting fired. And they came over and told me that they've had their eye on me and they think that I'm management material. I said, what? And they said, yeah, you stick around for a while and we think you've got potential to be a manager here.
It's all embedded in every piece of our country. It's embedded in every structure that we have. It's embedded in our economics. It's embedded everywhere.
When I walk into a bank
or when I walk into anybody's neighborhood, or when I walk
Hey,
into
CK, that
anybody's
last dude,
store.
this was like a be brave moment right here. This dude, that is be brave.
They've had their eye on me and they think that I'm management material. I said, what? Yeah. And they said, yeah, you stick around for a while and we think you've got potential to be a manager.
Yeah, every now and again, T.
It's all embedded in every piece of our country. It's embedded in every structure that we have. It's embedded in our economics. It's embedded everywhere.
When I walk into a bank, or when I walk into anybody's neighborhood, or when I walk into anybody's store, that I'm acceptable, that I can go anywhere I want, and I'm seen as an acceptable person. And the reason I am acceptable is because I'm white.
I remember when I was going to get my driver's license renewed for the first time, I really couldn't see very much without glasses. I didn't have any glasses with me. They had you go to one of these machines you look in and see like what letter it is and etc. I couldn't see any of it. I was one of the few white people there, and the guy behind the desk was this older white guy, and he just said, "Oh, don't worry about it. Go ahead." I was like, "Is he just letting everybody through?" And I saw that he wasn't, and I kind of was like, "Oh, okay."
It's the ability to walk into the bank in Savannah when we were ready to build our house and borrow $100,000, and neither one of us were working. I mean, that to me, that is just so incredible that we could do that. I mean, of course we had to present, we had to give them facts and figures and all that kind of thing, but if you were a person of color and you walked in and you said, well, we're neither working and they're going to loan you $100,000, I don't think so.
Oh, simple things. I mean, from everything from the ease of getting a bank loan to knowing that I can drive just about anywhere in the city and not get stopped because of my color by the police.
When I drive down the road and I get pulled over by a police officer, it's probably because either I've broken the law or I'm getting a flat tire and the police officer's going to tell me I'm getting a flat tire.
Well, when I get pulled over, I don't get tickets. I'm a white woman, middle class, in a minivan. I get pulled over all the time for speeding. And it's almost become a joke. And then, the police officers apologized to me for pulling me over, and I know if I was a person of color, that wouldn't happen, I know that I would be pulled over a lot more if I was a person of color because I speed every day. And so I get stopped. They look at my license and then they let me go,
I've experienced whiteness on the 3 occasions that I've been pulled over by law enforcement driving a car. One time I ran a red light, it's turning red, right? Another time I was speeding, another time I had a headlight out. And every single time I got off with a warning. I never got a ticket for any of those things. It was privilege and whiteness, therefore, that helped get me off. And I think for the average person, it would be whiteness that would allow me not to even have to think about why. I could get away and thinking, oh, I sweet-talked my way out of that. I did, but I was aided by the fact that I'm white.
They're not going to do a body check on me. They're not going to rip my car apart looking for a reason to haul me in. I'm not profiled. That's white privilege.
Basically, when I go to city council or county commission, I expect my representatives to take me seriously. And they do for the most part, because they know that they have to be more accountable to the white community, because the white community has more power and money and can vote them out of office.
We as white people have a sense of what our rights are, that we have the right to, live well, live safely, have health care and police that respond to us, have city officials that pay attention to us, have, the needs of our community, be able to have those met. And I think that if you talk to people of color or look at communities of color, that does not exist for people. That kind of that idea of those rights.
The more I know, the more it's like, I've really got to talk about privilege here, you know, even though, I mean, I faced a lot of shit in my life. I mean, I really had all this stuff happen, but I still had whiteness in a way that's given me all this stuff.
And it's all these things which not only give you privilege in the sense of stuff and access to stuff, but also it validates who you are. You know, so you have this feeling that, you know, I'm important, I'm worthwhile, that other people don't have. You know, they have to get it somewhere else. You know, they might get it from their family or what have you, but I'm going to get it from everyone, you know, with few exceptions.
I was taught that you respected black folk, but not really as human beings, more like cats and dogs and cows. You wouldn't mistreat a cat or a dog in my family, and you wouldn't mistreat a black person.
I don't have any trouble admitting that I'm a racist. I think it's absurd to try to fight with that. I grew up in this society. I was conditioned by it. I think internally in my psyche, I have grounded and rooted those attitudes, and I see it in me all the time. I mean, I'm always dealing with it. I don't think that makes me a bad person. You know, I don't think that means that I've grounded in original sin or anything. It just means I've been well indoctrinated. But it does also call me to do something about it.
I consider myself somebody who does racist things and acts on the racism I have within me because of the context of the world in which I grew up and live in.
For me, individually, is to recognize and acknowledge that I have the power of race in me, and that I'm going to be. I don't believe I'll ever have a time when I look at anybody and don't see their racial classification first.
Oh, I hate to admit it, but I still have thoughts that I'm smarter than some black people just because of skin color. I mean, I'm sorry, but that still crosses my mind.
Stereotypes will pop in my head just like everybody else, you know. When I see somebody, a stereotype will pop up, and then I have to say, no, you know, that's a prejudice.
When I'm in a classroom of students, I'll tend to look at the white students more than I'll look at the black students. And when I realized I was doing that, I was shocked. And I tried immediately to begin to train myself to stop doing that. And it was astonishingly difficult. There was something about a natural tendency to look at white faces in a way that I did not have the same natural tendency to look at black faces. And I think that's a kind of an ingrained, inborn racism. Is all I can think of it as.
I remember I was
not racism.
Talking with a young man named Sylvester, and he was saying, "You're racist." And I'm going, "I'm not." He's going, "You are." I'm not. You know, we went back and forth like that for a while. And then I had to go get refreshments. So I said, "Hold on." And I went upstairs, and my mother turned to me and she said, "Get a grip on yourself. You know, you're a white young girl. You've grown up in the racist society. You're racist. Deal with it. Move on." But that was, you know, that was an amazing gift that my mother gave me, because it allowed me to turn all of my defensiveness about it into, oh, well, maybe I am.
Now, did she tell you to be
and
proud?
Prejudice are very different things. And all of us have grown up with prejudices. Some of us have prejudice against people of color. Some people have prejudice against white people. And some of us are downright awful about it.
Because so much of the focus is on personal prejudices. That's how I think a large part of the U.S. population analyzes race matters, is between different groups of people.
Well, I think it works the same way. If black people feel that white people can be racist towards them, I don't see any difference between a black person being racist towards a white person.
In high school, the high school I attended was probably 60% black, 40% white. And being white and in a majority black class, I was picked on and teased for that. So
sometimes you come across people that feel because of what had happened in the past that we're held responsible. I'm 30 years old. I wasn't around when that was happening.
I know what it feels like to be subjected to anger for something that I personally never did.
If we're in the wrong place sometimes, it's obvious that we're in the wrong place, we're the wrong color to be in that place, you'll hear a comment. You'll hear a comment. You'll hear some things that's not so nice that you would never think that you would hear. You're a little too white to be in this neighborhood.
When I was teaching, I was not privileged because I had to interact with a lot of stereotypes about white people, and I had to deal with them on that level. But I was privileged in the sense that I got the job in the first place.
I think that one of the key things to understand about racism is, like Malcolm X said, racism is like a Cadillac. There's a new model every year, and it's racism is a dynamic social construction, so it's always changing, it's always mutating. So people that say, well, there's no racism anymore, they're referring to racism as it existed in 1950 or 1920 or 1910.
Racism permeates every aspect of our society, and it's made a world that we live in that's very unequal.
It isn't what you personally did or did not do. And I think that's such a hard leap for white people to make, is like, it isn't something that I personally did, but it's something I personally have to work against.
It ain't just a matter of who I am as a person or what I think or feel about other people.
I think there's a hierarchy in our country that's based very clearly on skin color and on people's perceptions of what race you're in. And white are at the top and black are at the bottom, and Asian and Native American and people of sort of light brown hue are in the middle, and Latinos are down, and then blacks are at the bottom.
Racism is not simply about how we get along on an individual level, but it has to do with who has institutional and social power.
White people have the political and social power in our society. And that is a given. And if you look at if you pick apart social and political situations, you can see that very clearly. I think it's quite obvious.
Whites get privilege and experience the advantage of being in a system that thinks white is better than folk of color. And so there's all this unearned advantage that's going on all the time.
Particularly in a society like the United States, it's hard to confront racism unless you understand how, if you're racialized as white, you benefit from racism.
Just because I am white and have these privileges, I participate in a racist system. And that doesn't make that, it's not my fault. I can't help it. I'm born to it. And, and that's what being white means.
But I do think and assume that white privilege is, in fact, the kind of racism that you can't avoid.
All I got to do is sit down and close my eyes, and things are going to just move forward in white interests. And there's a way in which I'm complicit. I collude. I don't say anything. I don't do anything to stop it or challenge it. And in that way, I really do think that's how racism works, and that's a way in which I'm racist. And the difference now is that I don't try and prove to anyone else or even to myself that I'm not racist. I sort of assume that, know that, and get on with doing anti-racist work as best I can.
I believe that the very depth of understanding racism is understanding that process of us becoming white, historically us becoming white, and exactly what does that mean to be white, and how much of our humanity that we've lost. Because I think that the only way that whites can truly regain our humanity that's lost to the degree at which we've bought into white is through doing anti-racism work in anything that we do.
Like a lot of people, you start to learn exactly how messed up our society is in terms of racial disparity. And you realize that you're in the privileged class, and especially for me being a queer feminist woman, I in no way wanted to identify myself with an oppressor society, an oppressor
What's
group.
up, Speak?
And that was really hard for me.
Calling myself white, that's been hard to actually say I'm a white person. Took longer than me recognizing that I was
We're
a white
watching
person, you know what I mean? To go around and
relatives
say I'm
of
white.
Be Brave, but Smarter.
Right, with that.
But not
Like I
much.
was aware that I was white, through this whole process, but it's, you know, it's been a process of being able to say all the time, you know, I'm a white feminist.
It's taking the onion and it's unpeeling the onion, you know, of how racism permeates everything around us.
I am white. I am, you know, middle class, English speaking, and seeing that as tools that I can use, and also claiming my identity communally as part of this white community, and seeing that, you know, the work that I need and want to be doing is in the white community.
What we have got to do is use the power that we have because of the privilege to kind of tear down those things in the system that hurt other people.
For me, I haven't been able to give up white privilege because you can't until the system is eradicated. It's going to be there. But by struggling against it, by fighting against it, by consciously making a decision to turn against it, I can release myself. I can say to myself, you know what, I'm still receiving these benefits and that's horrible, but at least I'm out there doing something about it. And so there's a sense of freedom. There's a sense of being, of really claiming my humanity.
As a white person, I have leverage. It's kind of funny because as a poor person, I never had leverage, but as a white person, I have leverage. And a woman, I didn't have much leverage either. But as a white person, I have leverage among other white people. They take what I say as being more valid. It doesn't seem self-interested to them.
I mean, I have connections with the judge. I have connections with the guy in the bank. I have connections everywhere with people that have power who can make decisions around policy, you know, procedures, just all kinds of things. So at that level, I can use my influence.
What has been a challenge for me, and where my greatest challenges have been, is on how I can personally use the positions that I'm in to help to change the institutions in ways that make it possible for them to really be allied with communities of color and accountable to communities of color, and where people who come to work in those institutions can begin to come into them without feeling like they have to code switch, or without feeling like they have to put on another persona in order to survive.
There's this whole world out there that I had no idea about. And as far as I can see, people of color, the ones that I have been close to, and the communities that I've been around, have a lot more figured out about how to be human beings than white people do. I think because we're cast as oppressors, we've had to get rid of a lot of pieces of ourselves that are human, and it's deadened us to a lot. I mean, it's deadened our sympathies and our empathies and our heart to other people.
I think that not knowing that you come into this world with all this privilege makes us, you know, doesn't make us good people, in the sense that it doesn't make us, I'll take that back, doesn't make us the people we could be. It takes away from who we really are as true human beings when we start applying when you start benefiting from something that you didn't earn and you don't acknowledge and you don't do something about.
If you're going along with the status quo and you're not doing something to make change, you're part of the problem. And I think a lot of white people don't want to have that discussion. When we pretend that our school systems are okay and that the criminal justice system is okay and media depictions are okay, and we just go along with it, we are part of the problem.
No, I think the biggest part is you just don't understand your history,
in this world,
American
because
history.
it is set up for me and
you
mine,
get a better
and
sense
because
of
the
who you
systems
are if
operate
you
for my
understand
benefit,
how you
then
came
I
to
am
be.
perpetuating that system. I
These
am letting it
motherfuckers
go
are just
on,
idiots.
and I am benefiting every day from it.
So, any conclusions there, CK? Uh-oh. Did you fall asleep, CK? Well, anyone who's still here, please make sure you hit the like button on your way out. Please make sure that you subscribe to the Stanley Cross channel.
Can you hear me?
I can.
You were saying like they don't know the American history.
Well, no, there was that guy, bald guy with the what is it, the Van Dyke or whatever you call it, the style of beard. I think white people should stop just fucking personalizing it, because the one thing that these fucking idiots, um, you know, and I guess everyone does it, but you say white people suck, and then you want to take it personally if you're white. Bottom line is, people don't. I have found over my years, I'm a science major. You can be a math major. You can be any sort of major. But if you actually do not understand how American history evolved, how we came to be, and, there are a lot of complications and all that stuff, but I'm going to be honest, most of people's problems is they're not taught American history right. If you think that, kids will be hurt by knowing America is white supremacist or had slaves and all this stuff, a good teacher will be able to say this was in the past, we're better now. So it is literally just, we want patriotic history to make our kids feel good. Kids will be fine if you teach our history right. So it's a cop out. In my opinion, it's patriotic education is a racist form of how you want to educate your kids. You want to act like this shit didn't happen, and you can't outrun your past. You can, you can't outrun it. You can do better. And America certainly has. It's not like America, of 2025 is 1925. No one's suggesting that, but you can't forget what happened in 2025, so you know how to continue to get better, is my point. So I don't think the anti-black blacks, like the John Galt plan, they're not good. I think they're just pretty much self-destructive. And I'm dead serious when I say a John Galt anti-black all black people can't do any shit right. Black people do more right than a John Galt may be able to understand. He wants to take his personal history, whatever, dysfunction he grew up with, and he wants to universalize it. And I think people understand it's entertainment, it's not history. Most black people are not like John Galt. They're not like Solid Snake. And if you can't fucking figure that out, the only people that anti-black blacks are useful to are be braves, the white trashers, like he calls them. And you know what? I was listening to Be Brave, and this motherfucker, and I won't mention his name, but he's got a warehouse job making $32 an hour. And oh shit, you making a lot of money, motherfucker. So this motherfucker is like, you know, I got a warehouse job making $32 an hour, and they're crowing like, hey, that's a good job. And sure it is, if that's all you can do, but I'm not raising my fucking son to make $32 an hour. I'm raising my son to like be the best he can be. And he happens to be a very good, very focused person we won't measure his salary in hours. We will measure his salary in like companies or positions. You know, I'm raising my son to motherfucking make the most of his abilities. And, you know, there's nothing wrong with $32 an hour. What's wrong is if you think that's the best you can do. And if you are motherfucking 40 and your goal is to make $32 an hour, that's great. But don't be telling other people how to raise kids, or don't be talking culture arguments, or don't be telling America how it should be. Motherfucker, you need to make $33 an hour. We have a bunch of people in this John Galt space who really love sopping up their own sorrow. I think many of them don't have futures. So that's my opinion. BD Sports, good. It sounds interesting. You can go get your anti-black syrup over at the other live. I'm about to end this one. Again, everyone, please make sure you hit the like button on your way out. Please make sure you subscribe to the John Galt Urban Landlord channel, and share the wealth. There's plenty of well, no, BD Sports, I wasn't talking about you specifically. I was making a larger point. Many in this space are anti-black blacks. It's a problem when the black people are prejudiced or racist against their own people. So not so much, definitely wasn't about you, but just a larger observation. These people are who they are, and so we go. Oh, and if you get a chance to subscribe to the Stanley Cross channel, it's out there somewhere. And I will probably see anyone who's listening or will listen. See you Monday morning. This was supposed to be a short show, and it's gotten up to 8 hours. So we go. Enjoy your weekend. CK, as always, it is always good to hear a young man who's got it going on. And hopefully we'll see you on Monday.
Feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should go. Go. Feel like I should go. Feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should go. Feel like I should go. Feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should. Feel like I should go.